right, welcome back to the channel, everyone. Glad to see you. I am Lutch, your host, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Today, we are going to be looking back at a little bit of some Joe Rogan stuff and see what is this guy really about. There's been some people know this very well. Some people are very familiar with Joe Rogan and his opinions and his content and all of that good stuff. But ever since CNN decided that he was public enemy number one, a lot of people have just taken a very flippant attitude about who Rogan is, what Rogan does, what his show is, all of that kind of stuff. So I figure let's just look back at some stuff over the years and see what we think. So given that, a couple of things, given that we have been looking at some stuff this week that has to do with Joe Rogan, that's where this started. And then it just so happens that Jamie Kilstein has been part of the Cass Castle stuff that I've been watching. And I had forgotten that Jamie Kilstein, when still an SJW, a huge wokester, got into a pretty big argument with Joe Rogan. So I figure what better place to start than there. So let's go back. This is somebody reposting. I couldn't find the actual video, but this is from 2012. But based on the look of the studio, I'm gonna say this is somewhere around 08, 09-ish. So let's see what we got in here.
Freak bitches.
Oh, wrong one.
Blog about it. Okay, that is what started off.
One second. Let me just double check. We're on the right. Okay. Struggle streaming. All right, here we go.
And you defended that woman,
right? So, I'm hoping this is going to be. Obviously, I don't want to say that out loud, but I want to make sure this is. Let's see.
After they refuse to believe 1 in 4 girls has been sexually assaulted, then they look it up and they found a stat 1 in 6, which they still didn't believe, but they went with that. After that, they go, well, wait, that means 1 in 6 guys are rapists? And then that just infuriated them. They were mad, not because they're raping, of course, but because it's making men look bad. They're mad at me that I put, I'm ashamed of my gender. And I go, right, because we rape a lot. There are 1 in 4 girls who have been sexually assaulted or raped.
So this is the actual conversation between them. Again, I'm hoping that this video that we're watching has a good chunk of the actual debate itself. But you know how we do here, struggle streaming, flying by the seat of our pants. We'll make it fun no matter what. If you are in the building, drop a hello, a hi, a salute in the chat. I want to know who I'm chilling with.
Those are just the ones that are reported, right? Because it's the most unreported crime we have. Because largely, a lot of people don't take rape seriously. There's a lot of victim blaming.
I wish it was really accurate to describe how many people don't report it, but unfortunately it's not. So when you say 1 in 4, there is a lot of fuckery when it comes to numbers like unreported crimes. Let's say, but by the way, I'm not saying this in that people are not being victimized. They unquestionably are. Right. I'm saying that when you get into weird numbers like unreported numbers, is a reason.
No, those are the reported numbers.
1 in 4 is reported.
Yes, 1 in 4 is reported.
25%.
This seems like it's already sped up a little bit. Let's slow that down. So again, I believe that the genesis for all of this was a Daniel Tosh joke at one of his shows. Daniel Tosh, Tosh.0. That we got Lopaka in the building. What's up, Lopaka? Glad to see you again. I told you I'd be here. I told you. Daniel Tosh from Tosh.0, obviously been a comedian before that. Had a joke. And I think he was making a RPay joke. Hey, biggest dickus, what is going on, buddy? Glad to see you. Daniel Tosh was making a RPay joke, and somebody in the crowd, some lady was like, "Oh, that is never funny." And then I think Daniel Tosh responded something along the lines like, "Wouldn't it be hilarious if you got that right now?" That's where I'm the genesis of this conversation. Jamie Kilstein saying That's not cool to joke about that. And yeah, biggest things, I agree. That Tosh joke, especially since it was crowd work. It's not like he wrote that joke. Like he wrote the RPay joke, and then somebody just yelled out. So he was just responding to a heckler. So I think that's brilliant. But let's see. So I mean, yeah, I don't even really remember listening to this this conversation when it originally happened. So yeah, let's see what we got.
All women have been raped.
Yes, or sexually assaulted.
Oh, really?
Not raped. Sexually assaulted.
6 minutes in. It's a good thing I am not monetized, guys. Please hit that like button, subscribe. With streams like this, we're never gonna grow.
Sexually assaulted.
Are you sure about that?
Punch it out.
Okay.
I think comedians should push boundaries 100%.
It's close. It's 1 in every 6. It's 14%. You said, dude, you criticized it and said that you sometimes are embarrassed of your gender.
Of course I am.
Of course I am. I'm a man. Men are so bad. And there's not an ounce, even back in, again, I don't know the exact date, but I'm thinking around 08, let's call it 2010. Back in 2010, wokeness was not really a thing yet. People hadn't started saying woke. So this is more in the SJW, PC political correctness type of course, what a loser.
When you have girls
how are you
that are afraid to go to the fucking park because they're gonna get raped, yeah, guys can be fucking creepy, right?
Yeah, but that's not
when
you.
you have
That's
dudes
crazy.
who are
That's not the. Hold on, stop.
Sure.
First of all, if
I'm trying to mute when he says the R word, but it's probably not going to work. Lupaga says, we live in a man's world, hands down. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's always what it was. But, you know, a lot of things are kind of getting twisted around. And, you know, we were just talking about, you know, how specifically in the Black community that it's arguably a matriarchy because of, you know, the fact that women have so much power in that demographic. So generally, yes, but you know, that's changing as men are getting weaker and women are getting stronger, more masculine. We live in a man's world now, but if we don't keep that up, then they're coming for us. And I don't mean they're coming for us in some weird way. It was a joke. Jesus Christ, this shit you got to say online these days.
you say that 1 in 6, does that mean 1 in 6 men rape? Does it mean that as well? Because if that's the case, I'm embarrassed about that part of humanity, but not my
exactly. But
fucking gender.
Not your gender. Exactly. You should be embarrassed that, or not embarrassed. Embarrassed is the wrong word, but you should take issue with people doing things that are, you know, not cool. Not just the fact that, oh, they have a penis and I have a penis, so we're all wrong. I'm embarrassed of my gender. I'm embarrassed of my gender.
Oh,
that's ridiculous.
You're a comic. It made rape culture really clear to me. And again, all yesterday was just me, them being like, yeah, like rape culture's a thing. Yeah. What is this rape culture with like fucking like...
And you were just like, this.
That's fucking rape culture. Rape culture is women being in constant fucking fear because dudes are fucking threatening them, because dudes are writing and saying, well, I see you where you fucking live, and I'm going to rape you. That is rape culture.
That's right? Not a culture, dude. That's idiots. This idea.
Exactly. That's not a culture. A culture would be the, after those things are said, or after those acts are done, that stuff is celebrated, or at the very worst, accepted. That we know, okay, this guy did this to this person, and, you know, we're not going to arrest him. We're not going to do whatever. We're going to celebrate that. That would be RPay culture. This is just shit that happens. Lapaka says, you never see a crew of women building roads and buildings. No way. Again, I agree with you, but fast forward 50 years, you don't know, man. Dudes be weak as shit these days. That's what I'm trying to change.
Idea that he is somehow or another contributing to that by even mentioning the word rape. You can't stop someone from being a fucking idiot. And by not saying a joke about a subject doesn't keep other morons from using that subject whenever they freely want. Right. It's just, it comes up at any time. They're allowed to have their reactions and start saying, oh, I'm gonna fucking rape you, bitch. That doesn't mean you should never talk about rape. And so for you to say that in that moment he shouldn't bring it up because he's...
We got an Alex Pickus in the building. Oh shit, I meant to tweet. Thank you for joining us, Alex. What's going on, brother? You reminded me that I forgot to tweet out the fact that I'm live. So if you give me one. Oh, come on. They're not going to give me the thing here. All right, let me play this.
Contributing to a bunch of fucking apes yelling rape at women on Twitter or Facebook or whatever. They're completely unrelated.
And I go, well, what if she was raped? What if she wasn't heckling because she goes around heckling people? And he was like, don't go to a comedy club. That is like, you're not allowed to have fun anymore.
Sounds like a good idea to me. Don't go to, I mean, if you can't take what's happening in a comedy show, then don't go to a comedy show.
Just stay in your rape room.
To say that this guy, that his idea, or him saying, don't you think it would be funny if 5 guys raped her like now?
Oh my God.
He's not supporting rape.
Well,
and
this was the absolute worst video to start my stream with. I cannot believe that I did this. Give me 1 second here. Boom, boom. And let me just put the picture in there so it's looking pretty. Struggle streaming. Where the hell did I put that picture? All right. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Dustin's in the building. What's going on? You know, I got to work with that clickbait, and that's the question we are that we're answering. Yeah, I know, Lopaka. I probably should have thought of that beforehand and maybe put this a little bit later, but that's the beauty of not being monetized, and you guys are here, so fuck it.
You are that sensitive. You do not belong in a comedy club. If the word rape will send you into a fucking panic, I feel unfortunate. I feel sad for you. You are very unfortunate that this has happened to you. Maybe a comedy club is not the best place for you. Maybe you should go somewhere else where it is in a 100% uncensored ride through the mind and imagination of Daniel Tosh.
But PTSD shit. I'm like,
that's another point too, is that it wasn't just some random comedian. It was Daniel Tosh. Now, I don't know if it was a Daniel Tosh show where you paid for a ticket specifically to go see Daniel Tosh, or if it was more like a Laugh Factory comedy store type deal where you just go and whoever's up that day is there. So I don't know if those people were there to see Tosh specifically, but I don't really think that Tosh had a very typical way of going through comedy and working his way up. I think because of the show, he kind of leapfrogged a lot of people. And so I think, 2010, he's definitely selling out stadiums. So I would imagine that you have to have some idea what you're getting into if you buy a ticket that wouldn't be cheap. And then you get there and it's exactly what should be expected and you get mad about it.
Can't if somebody gets
she didn't say in her blog that she was raped. She said in her blog that she felt offended that he would joke around about rape.
No, I was talking about
you were saying PTSD. So the hypothetical doesn't work on her.
Let's say that girl was.
Look, if that girl did write that in her blog, it'd be a totally different blog. Okay, but you're saying rape survivor when he made a rape joke. She's not a rape survivor, man.
No, I'm saying in the audience.
But she's the victim. She's the person who got said that word.
What about the audience right now of this podcast, though? I don't get that.
I mean, one of the big arguments that they were saying on the podcast yesterday was like other crimes, right? And they were like, well, what about like if a monkey, if you say, I hope your face gets torn off by a monkey, and what if that girl's face had been torn off by a monkey? And I was like, right, if that happened, that would be sad, but we don't live in a world where 1 in 6 girls have been attacked by a monkey.
What if he said, I would?
So Dustin says, these few instances where Joe goes hard against his guests really reveals his ideas and sound judgment. Thank you, Dustin. That is exactly my thinking, why I thought it was relevant to do this. And, you weren't here yesterday, but we went through the Minds Festival of Ideas, where they had 4 different panels, and Destiny and James O'Keefe and Tim Pool were on a panel together, and Destiny was like, oh, people who, go to people like Joe Rogan for their news. It's like, bro, Joe Rogan was talking to doctors while you were still in diapers. Please. Pocket says, Andrew Tosh is a cream puff. if the Dice Man was around. So it's Daniel Tosh, and this is not Daniel Tosh. This is Jamie Kilstein, who was offended by Daniel Tosh. But Andrew Dice Clay, definitely, I hear you.
If I would hope that chimps would eat your face. Is that okay?
Well, because we don't have a history of
Is that
women
okay?
getting.
But isn't-
1 in 6 girls haven't had their face eaten.
What if
by
that
chimps?
woman in the audience was in the audience who got her face eaten off by a chimp and everybody laughed?
Look at me.
Ha, 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 ha. That would be so funny.
A tragic
if she got her face bitten off by a
we don't
chimp.
fucking
This
live
poor
in a
blind
world
lady.
where women are afraid to go to the police to report a fucking chimp incident because they're gonna be like, "Well, did you used to fuck the chimp?
I understand
Were you
that.
drinking when
That's
you were
a
getting
point.
together with the chimp?"
That is kind of a good point.
You know what
Good
I mean?
point.
And
This is for what Jamie called a, quote, big part of Joe's argument that only lasted 60 seconds. So clearly the creator of this video that we're watching together is on Joe's side. But really, what other side can you take? Obviously Jamie's, but that's stupid.
And that's what and then the conversation just evolved into them screaming, "Would you rather be murdered or raped?" And I was like,
God damn it!
I don't know.
Experienced it.
When someone gets fucking murdered, you're not like, "Well, what was he wearing?" Like before he got murdered. Like rape is the
Hey,
one
listen,
thing.
no, that's not. Listen, that's bullshit. Because if someone gets murdered, someone can say you shouldn't have been in there. You should have been in that neighborhood. And what if the person who knows the person who's been murdered, who had to work in a bad place to support their family, hears you say that?
Right.
Got him. Great point. Great point. This is such a right-wing talking point, right? This is such propaganda from somebody clearly pushing a narrative from the Republican Party of the United States of America, right? Right.
It's the same fucking subject.
Here's what I'm saying, because I think we're talking in circles.
No, because we're talking about comedy, man. We're
Right.
not talking about reality.
But I'm
That's
saying
my point.
I-
You know that if someone says, wouldn't it be funny if somebody just murdered him? You know
Got
that
him.
that's worse than saying, wouldn't it be funny if someone just raped him?
That's not worse.
It is worse.
not worse.
Murder's worse.
Murder's way worse than rape.
Murder is worse than rape, man.
I don't think we can have this conversation.
You're
man.
crazy. You would rather be murdered than raped?
What's that?
You would rather be murdered than raped?
Then raped?
Yes.
God.
You would rather be murdered than raped.
I would rather, if someone is gonna have to live with rape, a rape that none of us will have to understand.
You're saying murder's
But
worse
again,
than rape.
none of us understand what these fucking girls are going.
I don't know. You're not.
No.
I'm not talking about that, man. I'm talking about is murder worse than rape? I say it is.
For me,
Yes.
yeah, of course. They were like, if you're a murderer, you should burn in hell. But if you're a rapist, like, I just want to get to know you and like find out, like,
Oh yeah, because that's an accurate depiction or characterization of that conversation. Back and forth, or back to back. We clearly see that Joe is making a point, and in his opinion, murder is worse. I mean, we may as well just say it at this point, but murder is worse. And because that's not convenient, exactly, Lopaka, he had to think about it. And because and of course, well, he eventually said it. He eventually said murder, but he's like, well, for me, murder. But like, why for you? What does that have to do with anything? It's we're taking it on a case by case basis. So if you were, if you're in this one situation, which outcome would you rather have? And so when you're talking about, what these girls go through and da-da-da-da, that's not really relevant to the question that's being asked. Like, of course, the question that's being asked may have, yeah, boy, Jamie Dean is in the building. What's going on, brother, sister, whatever you're identifying as these days? We're just going back through some Rogan to see how stupid this man really is. I mean, it's clear that in wherever Jamie's talking about this after the fact, he's twisting the situation, twisting the words to make him seem not as bad. But when he was originally asked it, we just saw it. He was like, "Uh-oh, this isn't good for me," and he had to take some time and figure out what was the best thing for his narrative instead of just having the conversation.
your inner rapist.
Yeah, it is interesting how there's so much tolerance and empathy aimed at the perpetrator and not the victim.
But the reason that it's more stigmatized, the reason that more people
It's not
will
stigmatized more than murder, man. If you found out that a guy raped someone, you go, oh, what an asshole. If you found out a guy murdered someone, that's a different fucking feeling.
See, that's where I disagree.
I want the guy who...
Yeah, again, that's arguable because I think they're both really, if you're talking about what would you rather happen to you in a situation where one of those is going to happen, then it makes sense to say that murder is worse. But in terms of judging somebody else, the fact is you shouldn't be doing either of them. So the negligible difference that if it's not happening to you, I don't really know that we could make that distinction. But Rogan's not perfect. He can, commit the same things that Jamie just was and get stuck in his own ideas. It's definitely not as big of a gap as he's making it seem. Dustin says, yeah, his attempt to downplay Arpe wasn't right. But the point stands that murder is worse. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Jamie saying he'd much rather be murdered. And so would I. So would I.
Murdered people. I want the guy who murdered people killed, immediately removed from society. I want the guy who raped someone. I want to find out what the fuck went wrong that he dehumanized people to the point where his sexual needs or power needs or whatever the fuck of that supersedes his need to complement his fellow humans, to be a part of humanity and culture.
So that's an interesting perspective, because I can definitely empathize with seeing that behavior as something that has a root cause. And I just think if you are going to take that approach with it, then why wouldn't you have the same approach with a murderer? Because it's not like people are just born murderers unless you're a psychopath, in which case that's a mental health issue, and so on and so forth. So it is interesting that Rogan's saying that with an abuser, that he would want to figure out, what's going on here and there, but with a murderer, just lock him up and throw away the key. Definitely not his best point. And somehow, yet he still wins the exchange.
Wrong with this guy. I want to find out if he was raped by his parents. We can learn something about that guy.
But we can't with murder.
I think a lot of times with murder, it's just people have access to things and they have impulses and they do terrible things. I mean, there's a lot of different reasons for murder. There's a million different reasons for murder. There's only a couple different reasons for rape. It's not nearly as complicated. There's all sorts of reasons why people want people dead. There's not reasons why people want to rape people. There's only a couple. It's either you want some sex or you want to control someone and be violent with them. It's not like this fucking bitch looked in my bike funny, I got to rape her. People kill people because they wear the wrong clothes. You can wear blue in a red neighborhood and they kill you. There's a lot more differences why people murder you than rape you. So it's an unfair comparison. But murder's worse. And you can't understand what it's like for someone to have been victimized by that crime. You also can't understand what it's worse for a mother to lose her son to violence, because that could be just as bad or worse.
And I murdered.
So that's again, that does clean it up a little bit. That does clean it up a little bit on why Rogan's making that distinction. I don't agree with that distinction. But what was the biggest thing over the last 4 or 5 streams? What have we been saying that is the issue with people who are telling us things? That they are just laying out claims and not backing them up. We don't have to all agree about everything. We don't all have to think the same things. But if you are going to make a claim, it is your responsibility to back up that claim. And based on Rogan's words there, again, I don't agree with him, but it makes sense.
You're done. You're out. I go, there's some people, it's like when you're raped, like that's really hard. Like you have to live with that forever. And Joe's just like, yeah, but I mean, that's why they were like, you can do lots of things like psychedelic drugs. And I'm like, Joe, do you?
This is when we enter silly territory.
I don't. Okay, well maybe. Okay, so we're going to reality. I don't remember Rogan saying anything about that from when I originally watched this, or what we had just heard. Let's see.
They're both terrible, but to say that one rape is worse because you remember it is crazy, because there's therapy. People who get on ecstasy, they do MDMA and have these post-traumatic stress disorder clinics where they work with people with psychedelic drugs and help them recover from things by having spiritual experiences. You can recover from rape. It's a terrible, terrible thing. I am not condoning it or endorsing it in any way, shape, or form.
But
I think murder's worse.
Not every 16,
and Brian almost got murdered.
Yeah, my girlfriend.
Not every 16-year-old who was raped has access to psychedelic drugs.
You're right. Look.
I embrace y'all with napalm, blows up, no guts, left chest, face gone. How can I be garbage. Semi-autos that
Almost listen,
definitely
man,
girls
this
in
is
that
not
audience who've been
something
raped.
he's constructing.
No,
he's responding to someone saying something really stupid about rape. That completely limits the amount of subjects he can respond with.
Well, and
he has to respond with.
That's a fantastic point about the original point, is that if you're already telling the joke and somebody was like, I was RP'd, then you can't like, what else can you really say? And in that context, you are setting yourself up to be ridiculed. It is a comedy show. You don't have to even like the joke. But if you're going to stop the show because of this fact, then what do you expect the person on stage running a show to do? Doesn't says, when you're murdered, you don't have the possibility to recover or live life at all. That's very true. I mean, and as Jamie said, not, if you're 16, you're not going to have access to this, and it's nobody's saying that type of attack is not traumatic and probably the most traumatic thing that you can go through, but you have the opportunity to recover. Now, I personally, I'm ready to be out at certain ways. It's just like, there's a lot going on here. If you're going to take me out, just take me out. But that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, Dustin, great point. The podcast says, when did they change the meaning of no means yes? They taught us that in the 70s and 80s. Now they switch it up on us. Well, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure, but definitely glad that you realize they have indeed switched that up. Dustin says, also, comedy is some people's way of coping with these issues. Another fantastic point. For all we know, Tosh was experienced that when he was younger, and instead of going out and traumatizing somebody else, he's turning his trauma into something that other people can enjoy. And again, another good point from Jamie that Jamie Dean here, that trauma is just a side effect of being alive. You don't get to be alive without some kind of suffering. That is what we call the human experience. Most people determine that the trauma, the whatever that they deal with, is worth being alive, living life, experiencing that. A lot of people don't. To be honest, there was a decently significant period of time where I didn't feel like it was worth it, and I didn't want to even be here. But, now I'm not really in that place anymore, and I'm glad that I didn't do anything permanent, because now I'm here chilling with you guys. I'm having a great time. Dustin says, he does seem like a victim of such crimes. Maybe.
It's something that applies to rape.
100%.
Okay, why didn't Tosh make it funny there? It sounded funny to me.
Because it was used in the same way that rape is used, in the sense just to shut someone up. It was used.
Wow.
It was.
What, rape?
Well, but that's exactly what he was supposed to do. If you're running a comedy show and hundreds or thousands of people have paid their hard-earned money to come see you, and somebody interrupts that show, it is your job to keep that show going. Whether or not he did it in the right way, sure, okay, that's the argument. But what do you expect him to do? Stop the show and bring her up and apologize to her? And I mean, come on, dude.
Is not used to shut people up. That's
Well,
a crazy way to shut people up.
It's a power thing.
Shut up, I'm gonna rape you.
No, it's a crime. It's a psychological crime. It's
That's a
power crime.
crazy comparison, and I don't buy that either. It's about both.
But again, now we're getting back to defending the heckler. I'm not defending the fucking heckler.
But you are.
I don't know. This is gonna
By
this is gonna go back
saying
and
that
forth.
what he's done is bad, you're saying that what she did was not as bad, and what he did only existed because she did something.
Right.
Holla.
But again, when you're in a situation like that, I wasn't proud of myself. I was like, this is the worst thing that's happened to me.
Oh my God.
When you're in a situation like that, there's definitely part of you that wants to I don't know, try to be funny and slowly rape joke your way out of the situation.
Nah, I'm trying to kick this
Did
shit.
he?
You need
Yeah,
to learn,
right.
though.
Did he
that
just really
does.
just say that? Really? After all of that, you're gonna then make a joke about that exact same thing? Come on, guy. All right, there's 2.5 minutes left of this. Let's see what we got. And then Jamie Kilstein was back on Rogan some years later, after his awakening, pun intended, after he'd been kicked out of the SJW left, and they revisit this exact conversation. So we'll see where that goes.
The shit that make your soul burn slow.
Slowly rape joke your way out of the situation. Slowly rape joke your way out of the
All right.
situation. Slowly rape joke your way out of the situation.
I prove you lost already.
And
2.8% attempted rape. There's a lot of dudes suck at rape.
and there's a lot of pressure.
See, you giggled. That's you say.
Yep, exactly. He giggled and he said it's a lot of pressure. That is a joke of the RPay style. Jane Dean says heckling is a side effect of live shows. So is destroying hecklers. I don't agree that heckling. I mean, okay, yes, you are right. Heckling is a side effect, but this is exactly in the same vein as, talking about the RPay, is that it happens, but it's not expected, or rather, excuse me, it does happen, but it's not accepted. Just because you know that being live on stage means that you are likely to come in contact with some heckling doesn't mean that it's an accepted part of the comedy culture, which is exactly analogous to the RPay. Just because you know that being alive means that some people will do that doesn't mean that we have a culture that accepts it. That's all. It's that simple. Paka says, remember Nutty Professor when Dave Chappelle was heckling Eddie Murphy and he got destroyed? Not specifically, but I do remember the scene. And Dustin says, these jokes are part of, did you say something earlier about that? Yeah, these jokes are just some part of comedy shows. If you're not into dark humor, don't go see Daniel Tosh. So that was the other thing about this. I'm not sure if it was a Daniel Tosh show where people had paid specifically to go see Daniel Tosh, or if it was at like the Comedy Store where you just go to pay and for admission, and whoever's there is there. But again, this seems like it's right around 2010, maybe a little bit earlier, right when Tosh was kind of at his peak. So I'm going to assume that it was one of his specific shows that people specifically bought Daniel Tosh tickets. But again, I don't know for sure. Paka says, why are they eating their own? Tosh was anti-Trump and super left. Oh, exactly. That's the left is the SJWs, that whole ideology is cannibalistic. It is cannibalistic because the idea is always to be looking for, the highest power and take them down. So as you do that, then you raise your own status by being the one to take down this person. And then you get moved up and they get moved down, which also moves you up. Then you take down the next person and then you're on top. And then they come for you, which is exactly what happened to our boy here.
You made a tagline to it. That's rape jokes.
Because
you just contributed to rape culture.
Dude, luckily, a lot of your people who are mad at me, I checked my Twitter. They're not putting a period before my name, so it's only going to me. It's like, Jamie Kilstein, hey everyone,
a period
you're an idiot.
before. They have to put a period before you, otherwise it only goes. Yeah, I think they want to talk to you, dude.
Although this one's kind of funny. Jamie Kilstein beat me up in a kickboxing match and then raped me, and then hashtag the rape culture.
Where was I? Gays in the military, right?
All right, so let's say there's less than 2 minutes, and this is his stand-up. This is Jamie Kilstein's stand-up. So let's see what he does with this. And I have a feeling this is in here for a reason.
This guy calls into the station. He calls in the station. He goes, "You can't have gays in the military because I'm a Marine and I might get raped." But he said it with that weird confidence that straight guys have, where they just assume if they walk into a gay neighborhood, they're going to be viciously gang raped. Do you know what I mean? Like, he said it with confidence, but he also said it with such clarity, where it's like, oh, you've thought about this before. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like, yeah, I'm going to get raped. I know exactly how it's going to happen, too. All right. I'm lying shirtless on my bunk. Then I hear a slight pitter-patter at my window, feel a warm, moist breath on the back of my neck. It's like, that doesn't sound like a fear. That sounds like a fantasy, motherfucker. So then...
I don't really care. Not a bad joke. I mean, I'm funny enough. I'm not like, bent over, barreling, laughing, but don't really need another minute of that. But So let's see what we got here. Jamie Dean says irreverent and edgy jokes are a side effect of comedy shows. People who are easily it's a new sentence. So that one is who? People who are easily triggered should be aware that should be aware of that before attending them. So if you would put a comma there, then the jokes should be the subject of the sentence, not the people, and whom would have been correct. But you put a period. So now you started a new sentence. So people becomes the subject of the sentence. Therefore, you use who. And told you I was a grammar Nazi. Then Jamie goes on to say, we wouldn't ask epileptics to go to Rammstein or EDM concerts. Clean comedians exist and have their own audiences. Yeah, if you're not into, and I mean, to be fair, people don't necessarily understand what they're walking into if they don't know what they're walking into. You know what I mean? If you're not a fan of comedy, which is typically the people who get offended, they're not a fan of this stuff. You know, often, you know, yeah, there you go. The people who are getting upset, it's usually, or the people heckling in general, usually people who go to these shows often know the culture, know that you're not supposed to be yelling out, know that you're not gonna, you know, that the jokes are in fact jokes and all that stuff. So usually when you have hecklers like this, not just hecklers in general, because you just have people who know better and are just assholes anyway. But again, taking a wild speculating guess, I think that that person that they were talking about is not used to going to comedy shows. And if it was a specifically Daniel Tosh show that they went to, that this happened at, then it likely was somebody's friend who brought her there. So we've got some deleted scenes. I don't know what these are. And then we're going to see where they... Thank you, Dustin. I don't actually know where I got this shirt. It just showed up like in my laundry one day. And not like I have a lot of friends who wear the same size as me. So it's Metallica magic, I guess. So let's see what we got here. And then we'll do the more recent one. The more recent one. Not going to do that. Beautiful.
Ryan Redband, the co-host, was like, dude, I got mugged at gunpoint. And I was like, uh-huh. And Joe was like, I've gotten into a fight. And I was like, right?
Like comparing that to being raped.
They wanted to say it was very
because it happened to me and not some dumb bitch.
It happened to me, right? Because usually I'm so brave, and then a guy pulled a gun on me, and like at that moment I wasn't brave, and now I have to think about how maybe I'm not brave. I've been raped, aren't allowed to, the way we're saying it, go to comedy clubs because they might get offended, and I'm saying that I think that sort of sucks for them, considering they were fucking raped.
Man, you're going to have to take away every single thing that people have been victimized from and take it out of the vocabulary and the vernacular of comedy then. Because then everything, like I've been beat up before. Have you been beat up? You ever been
robbed with a gun? That's way worse than getting raped.
John Bryan's been robbed with a gun, and he was fucking freaking out every time he was in a parking lot for months afterwards. And I know that's true. But you know what? He can still go to a comedy club and know about the time where he almost lost his life with a gun in his fucking face. And if someone jokes about robbery, he should be able to laugh at that.
I would take rape over getting that happen to me again.
Unless someone,
I would get raped before getting robbed by a gun again.
Would you really?
Yes.
You say that, but I don't.
Dude, there's nothing.
I see what your point is. I see your point is.
Oh, Jesus.
In talking about rape, someone said, but what if the girl orgasms? Does that mean it's suddenly magically
no
rape?
It's lovemaking.
No. Just so that we're all clear, because we're making fun of Jamie here. No. That does not make it okay.
If you...
I'm sure, I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but I was just kind of like, what the hell are you talking about? Like,
if you're a rapist, like this guy sounded like he was.
And how many of these people that unreported, like the what 1 out of 7 or whatever people, you know?
Oh, we got Luke Hazley in the building, stopping by to say hello. I love Joe Rogan, by the way. He's not always right, but I like his conversation style. You are right in line with me, and that's exactly why we are doing this. Thank you for stopping in, Luke Hazley.
Didn't report it because they had orgasms. There could be some kind of weird fucking number like that in there that just totally voids the whole number anyway.
Well, that's might not be it.
I'm just gonna let that hang.
All right, So I mean, they have some other stuff here, but we'll go to the the new one. Dustin seems to agree. Lopaka says everyone has a YouTube channel. She was probably getting content by heckling the Tosh show. I mean, maybe that's a little bit of a stretch, but very possible. Very possible. So this is from 2017, where Jamie Kilstein was back invited on the show, and they were talking about all the stuff that we just watched. So let's see what they've got to say. Come on, this fucking thing.
I am known as this male feminist, which again, and it kind of becomes my thing. So I go on your show. We argue about it because I'm like, I don't have comic friends anymore. So I take this side. And I didn't hear all about the rape joke. Like, I just heard the whole Daniel Tosh story I heard at the Stanhope show for the first time, because the articles I read don't have the nuanced parts, right? So
let's explain what actually happened.
Sure.
Daniel Tosh was not supposed to be on stage that night. Daniel Tosh.
Aha! I called it. So that does give a little bit of credence to this woman who didn't know that, somebody like that was going to be on stage. So, it's not like she paid to go see dark, irreverent comedy and then got mad about it. Yeah, Lopaka, I have seen that video of Rogan kicking the heavy bag, and it is like, it's crazy. It is crazy. Diving back in.
He was just hanging out at the Laugh Factory, and his good friend Dom Herrera asked him to go up. And he said, I'll go. Okay, I don't have anything to talk about. He goes on stage, everybody goes crazy. Oh my God, Daniel Tosh is here. This is amazing. And he goes, look, I don't have any material. I'm not even supposed to be up here. So what do you guys want to talk about? Well, and some guy yells out, rape. And he goes, yeah, that's real funny, sir. What's funny about?
Oh, very interesting. That changes things a lot. Justin says she did pay to see a random lineup of comedians, though. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But again, I think it's, when you're just going out to see comedy, if you don't really know what that entails, again, these are stand-up comics. We are fans of stand-up comedy. We have some level of, the culture. If someone were to bring me to the ballet, I would certainly not think to heckle, but there's probably some type of something that has to do with the culture there that I'm just not aware of. And, maybe I'm with a girl who likes the ballet and she wants to go. And so I go with her, and then I'm in that situation. I'm just trying to be fair to all sides. I certainly don't agree with Jamie Kilstein here. I certainly don't. I'm not excusing anybody for heckling a live show. Just trying to figure out what was going on and what could the possible situations be. It's easy to just say, "Oh, this stupid bitch just did that," and then and this moron's and that's easy. But I like to think of what the different possibilities could possibly be, so that as more comes out, then we can place it and see how close we were and how far away from just the original flash judgment that we had, and use that in the rest of our lives. Maybe our flash judgments aren't always to be trusted. Lopaka says that lady could be so jaded in life, nothing will make her laugh. Maybe that's why she's going to a comedy show. Maybe. I mean, certainly didn't expect that, but that's what comedy is.
Rape, the humiliation, the violence, and this woman yells out, actually, nothing's funny about rape. Like, very self-aggrandizing. And he goes, wouldn't it be funny if 5 guys raped her right now?
Right.
Like that's the funny part.
It's so much easier to censor it when I got the captions.
That's like what a comedian does.
So that line was the line that was circulating. But even that first part, not that
That part was ignored conveniently.
The whole part where he's just like, what's funny about it? And like, that's a good, technically, that's an anti-rape joke, right?
Exactly. Which, if you know Daniel, that's how he thinks.
Right.
He's not a bad guy in the sense of the word.
And that's a great way, but that has to do with these echo chambers where I'm like, well, I didn't fucking hear that part of it. I just hear the part, you just hear the part that you're supposed to attack. And
again, understand the context of all of this is that Jamie's coming back onto the show after having been pushed out of his left-wing woke establishment crew, that and then so he's talking about, the circles that I'm in, we don't pay attention to the facts, we don't care about any of that, at the time. Those people don't care about that, We just look for the part that you're supposed to attack, and then you attack. Jamie Dean says, food is assumed to have meat and dairy unless otherwise specified. Likewise, comics are edgy unless otherwise specified. I think that's a good rule of thumb. Doesn't says, if there's irony, there's comedy. And you can find irony in just about anything. Just about anything. Well said.
You know, ironically, I went to one of Bert's podcasts at the same festival, the All Things Comedy Festival, and fucking Doug and Bert, like this whole rape thing happened in the audience. I don't know if you heard about it, but like all hell broke loose.
A rape thing in the audience? What happened?
So like I don't want to be the one to blow the spot. I don't know if Bert's gonna air it. If he airs the Take Off From Work podcast or whatever, it's one of the best things I've ever heard. But this
we can call him right now.
Yeah, because I don't want to blow up his spot. But essentially what happened was Stanhope.
It'll just get people to listen.
Good. Stanhope started talking about rape and child rape, and the whole show became very rape themed.
Right.
And there was a girl next to me, and there's a woman next to me and my girlfriend who just started screaming like, "Don't talk about it!" And like, so they ignored her the whole time. And my girlfriend and I would look over, and then she would like have another sip of her drink and watch the show and giggle, and then rape would come up, and she was like, "Stop!" And she would just scream, but like she didn't leave. Like she didn't get up and leave. And
so that's a big evolution of his perspective. Is that you can just leave. Nobody's holding you there. Nobody's holding you there. If you don't like it, get the fuck out of here.
I was like, it was so interesting to be on like sort of the opposite end of that, where, you know, nothing offensive was really happening. And I'm like, fuck, man, I'm next to that lady from the Tosh show. This is like my karmic fate. And I'm just like, she should go. She should leave. But anyway, so I was on the not comic side of that. And by then I wasn't doing comedy clubs. I was never really accepted into comedy clubs. I'm just playing for my progressive audience at like a vegan coffee house. Like that's
alternative comedy. That was I kind of missed that era of not miss it in that I'm longing for it, in the sense that I didn't really get it or understand the alt comedy scene. It was, I think I was a little young to understand the hipster aspect of it. I think if I was a few years older, I might have been into that, but I didn't really understand it. And then I think it faded away so quickly that I don't even really know, like, what the fuck is alt comedy? I mean, I guess it sounds like a progressive audience at a vegan coffee house, but that doesn't sound very funny to me. Jamie Dean says, replying to Jimmy, you're a fucking moron. You can't find it anywhere. Magneto's question was the most serious place. No irony. Yeah, that was a good. There was a better joke in there. You should have waited another 15 seconds and let it. You could do better than that. You could do better than that.
I'm just playing random like little rock gigs for like my audience. So again, echo chamber, right? And I'm not hanging out with comics. So when people are like, "Why aren't you defending a comic?" I'm like, I don't know, man, because I don't think I am one. Like, I didn't really consider myself one. And so, so me and you went at it. I believe it was very divisive. I think half your audience thought I was a whiny bitch, and the other half thought I was a whiny bitch who should get raped. It was very one-sided. Nobody liked me. I did not come off well, I'm told. But I was like, I guess I did the right thing, right? I guess I sided with women over jokes. And so from then on, any comic that did like me didn't.
Well, let me stop you right there.
That's a good way to put it. He went with he took women over jokes, and that's an interesting way to look at it. And I think that is what Rogan's about to respond to. And again, I did see this episode when it aired, but you know, this was at the time when Rogan was still on YouTube, so it was 3-hour episodes a week, and I don't remember, you know, the exact play out of every conversation. But very interesting point. And when you put it like that, it would be relatively easy for somebody to say, well, yeah, these are just jokes. You should care about women over jokes. But it's not like the existence of women. It's not like saying that, oh, we're going to exterminate. We're not saying that. All women so that we can have jokes. That would be ridiculous. But it's interesting how he's framed that in his mind, and I'm very curious to see what Rogan's going to say here.
You know, just
and I'm not trying to sound sick to me, by the way.
For the sake of honesty, the real issue came not just because of that, but because of your characterization.
The next day.
Yeah.
Totally. So the next day,
There's a video out about it that someone put together called the Kilstein Delusion.
yeah, and some of that shit was taken out of context. Some of that shit
And that was what we just watched.
I will completely like own up to. I watched it like once. I mean, at that point,
That's got to be tough, though, right? I mean, you know, obviously, Jamie Kilstein here, he wasn't acting maliciously. He wasn't lying. He wasn't doing any of that. He just had a bad opinion because he was surrounded by the wrong people. And I definitely feel bad that happened. You know, when I was much younger, you know, like when I was in grade school, because of a whole, you know, slew of issues, you know, I would do anything for, you know, the attention of the wrong crowd. And that got me in a lot of trouble. And I was always, you know, a good kid, but I would find myself in trouble and not in trouble like with the law, but until later, but in trouble at school, you know, like doing stuff you're not supposed to do at recess, talking in class. And it was because I was following the lead of other people. And, you know, the sad thing is that I, you know, felt like I needed that validation. I felt like I needed those people to accept me. So I definitely understand where he's coming from. Doesn't mean that, you know, it's excusable, but definitely understandable. Casely says, it's amazing how these insufferable individuals looking for something to be offended have ruined comedy. Yeah, absolutely. And that's where we want to give people like Jamie credit, that even though he was one of these people, he wised up, and it, you know, it did take him being ostracized from his own community for it to happen. But the fact is, he made mistakes. He and then he owned up to them, just like, you know, we're watching him do right now, and he's just trying to do better. And I think that, you know, especially in the age of cancel culture, that we, you know, just we as a people can soften the blow of what cancel culture does without softening the blow of the punishment against somebody who deserves to be canceled. You know, like the whole cancel thing is kind of started with the Me Too movement and Harvey Weinstein and stuff like that. And so nobody's looking to give Weinstein you know, a way back. But when it got down to things like Aziz Ansari, and he had a bad date, and the girl went down on him twice, and he you know, and then it was, he was being canceled for all of that. You know, I think we need to show that while there are some people who will cancel you and say that you're out of society, you're done, that we are not those people. And as long as you are genuine, as long as you are trying to be better, as long as you are trying to make the world better, then whatever you've done before, as long as you own up to it, you know, to a point, of course, obviously there's a line, but, you know, with little shit, there's no reason to cancel people forever and act and treat them like they are a Harvey Weinstein. I mean, I just think it's gone too far. So I'm glad that, you know, Rogan had him back, and I'm glad that he, you know, he's a big part of the Tim Pool Castle now. So Alpaca says, she's so true in the word. She is so true. When did I look? I don't. Right over my head. Right over my head. I don't know what this means. Dustin says, when you look past the jokes, I believe comedy paints a picture of society's ideas or tests those ideas. Absolutely. You know, we were just talking about, you know, one of the panels yesterday was about satire and had the Babylon Bee guy on. And, you know, that's why, you know, again, saying that you chose women over comedy. Well, you're taking the concept of comedy, which can do these things that Dustin's talking about, and more, over the feelings of people who are, you know, there's always going to be people that have those feelings. And so again, it's completely saying that either we have to be sensitive to everybody, so every joke has to be squeaky clean, or you got to just deal with it. We got MK in the building. What is going on? This is What's Up, Indian Jesus? Interesting topic. I agree. It's admirable to self-reflect and make changes if needed. Absolutely. Lopaka is going to explain his joke because I'm too dumb to get it. Alec Baldwin said that about Splenda packet? I'm 0 for 2 here, brother. I'm sorry. I'm trying.
Point, just all hell broke loose. Like I lost my managers. I was having like someone hacked my Twitter and just wrote rape all over it. And I was kind of like,
why'd you lose your manager?
They said it was because I don't cooperate with the comedy community. To be fair to them, I was like a pain in the ass client. It was hard enough for me to fucking book, and then every comic hates me, and they're like, I don't know, man. I think they just like threw their hands up. And so the next day was one of those things where I'm like,
which is fair. So again, what we were just talking about, the manager is saying like, yo, bro, you're just not worth my time. You know, when it comes to the money. What is this? When it comes to the money, you're just not worth my time, and that's fair for those managers to say. But he should be able to take his time away, reflect, come out and say, okay, I'm a changed man, whatever it is that you have to say. And then other managers shouldn't be looked down upon for saying, okay, I think the guy's kind of funny. And, he's got a good story. I think we could do something here. I don't think that Jamie should have, this scarlet letter for the rest of his life. And certainly not people who decide to work with him. But that's exactly what the wokesters want. They want you to become radioactive. So if you say the wrong thing, you're not just admonished. You're not just publicly humiliated. You don't just lose your job, but you are radioactive, and the entirety of society will refuse to deal with you, and you just don't get to have a normal life. That's what they want for people who say things that they don't agree with.
Either double down, it wasn't like I'm gonna lie. It was, I'm going to try to defend myself and give, my side to it. And then
let me stop you here real quick.
All right. So that was the first one. I wanted to start with that because we had been talking about Jamie Kilstein. We had been talking about all a lot of that stuff that brought it together. And before we move on, what do you? Oh, so should we do that right now? Let's do that. Let's do that later. We'll save that for panel time. So what do you guys think about that that pair of interactions? It's really easy to write people off for this reason, that reason, whatever. But one of the things that I personally really admire about Rogan is the fact that he is willing to give people that second chance. He is willing to have the conversation. There's definitely people who are not welcome back on his platform. But that's for a reason. Different reasons for different people. But he's discerning. Hold on. Yeah, he was about to bark. I saved you guys. And it's just it's something that we need more of. That's really the long and short of it. So I think I have one more little clip from that same interview. It's a shorter one, but I figured again, we want to get a good picture of what exactly we're talking about, and they giving some context to what exactly that was. So let's do it. Why won't this?
Welcome back to Civilization, Jamie Kilstein.
Hi.
Oh, so it's the very beginning. It's the very beginning of the episode.
So
before we start, Dustin says, "I hate to see people take the moral high ground, especially without logic." Exactly. That's something we've been talking about the last few days, just most recently with Dr. Cornell West on his panel at the Minds Festival we watched yesterday. He just was saying a lot of things. And then that guy, I think it was Colin Hughes, was not speaking in such flowery language, but he was making points. He was hitting it hard. So I hate to see people take the high ground, especially without logic. Joe Rogan pointed that out. And I think it speaks to his sound reasoning and judgment. 100% agree. Yeah, 100% agree. Don't even have anything to add to that. Well said.
A lot has changed since the last time we spoke.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know, you used to be the host of, or one of the co-hosts of Citizen Radio, like super progressive, lefty podcast. And you were a vegan But now
All hell's-
you ate a steak with Stanhope.
All hell's broken loose. I don't know what's happening. I don't know where I am. Yeah, I remember I was thinking about like being back in the studio, and I never met Jamie before, and I was like, all right, everyone's being really nice to me. I'm like, literally feel like I'm like, this isn't a trick. Joe sent me very nice emails, and I'm like, but I'm a very trickable guy. And I came in, and yeah, everyone's just lovely and nice. Yeah, man.
So remember, this is 2017. So even still being on the left and just not being a social justice warrior anymore, he's still not used to the fact that people can just be people. You don't have to treat people based on what they believe and whether or not, the proximity that has to your ideological lines. You can just be a nice person. And look how flabbergasted he is that it's happening. And it's not like Rogan's just some guy. We all know that Rogan is, he'll hold your feet to the fire, but he's a nice guy. And at the very least, he's a very civil guy. What else would you expect? But it's flabbergasting to him.
A lot changed. I went into hiding.
What happened? Because I only got like a peripheral story of like what went sideways.
All right.
So, like some girls accused you of.
Well, yeah. This is the fucking worst time for me to be like, you know what? Now that everyone's talking about Weinstein, it's time for Kilstein to make his return.
Weinstein, Kilstein, it's too similar.
I like wrote. Yeah, it's like very like Jewy and predatory. When I wrote Stanhope. Like it was, when the Weinstein thing happened, I was like, hey man, you want to like push off this return? He's like, you're fine. Yeah, so here's what happened. So it kind of started where I was a comic for years, and as I got more progressive, it got more into that judgmental territory, I guess, where I feel like I definitely became one of those people who would just be on Twitter all day, and instead of sort of talking about real issues, it just becomes like, who are we mad at that day? Like who?
How many of you does this describe? I would hope none of you watching, but we all know too many people, even to this day. Remember, again, this is 2017. We are now in 2022. Lots changed since then.
Use the wrong word that day. Who can we get fired that day? Yeah. And it's Twitter mob stuff, and it happens on the right and it happens on the left. It's just like kind of just people who are sad who just live like in their box, which I was like one of them, right?
That's why I think this is such an important conversation, because you've kind of stepped away from it and you see it for what it is. I think people don't realize it when they're caught up in the swirl of it, the momentum of it, that it's almost like a natural human behavior pattern. It's very tribal.
Yeah, well, it's tribal and it's physically addictive.
Yeah.
Like I've like gone back and forth with like drinking and not drinking pot and not smoking pot. And I can tell you that the thing I was addicted to the most was Twitter. It was refreshing Twitter. It was like you literally get dopamine hits from that.
Yeah.
Like I remember when I first tried to get off Twitter, I was fighting with some fucking stranger in my living room on Twitter, and I was like, you know what, fuck this, I'm gonna go take a walk. I don't need to be involved in this guy's life. I closed it, and before I even knew it, I'm like walking in the park fighting with some other guy on my fucking phone, and I'm like, it follows you. Like if someone's calling you a cunt, they're calling you a cunt at dinner with your girlfriend. They're calling you a cunt when you go to like your brother's graduation, and you're just like refreshing it, waiting for someone to tell you that you're good. And sort of so that I got addicted to that. More than anything, and especially when I finally got an audience with like the left of left. I mean, just to be very clear, it's not like I'm gonna come on the show and suddenly like do a fucking Shawn Michaels heel turn and be like, I'm Johnny Rape Joke. Those fucking bitches all had it coming.
You just be a person.
Well, and that's what I like wasn't doing.
Exactly. What did Rogan say? You're just being a person. You're just being a person. We just have to let people be people. And some people are worse than others, and we treat those people worse than the people who aren't as bad as the people who are worse. That seems like a pretty good way to go about life now. I mean, if you don't agree, let me know. Casey says Twitter is the repository of angry people. Absolutely. It's, I think Facebook is worse because especially, depending, I mean, I guess it depends on, how old you are and how you used Facebook at the time. But Facebook was really the main platform for me up until like 2017, because that's where people I knew were, people I knew in real life were sharing things. And I didn't really necessarily have the desire to be a public person. Not that I really do now, but obviously, I'm doing a show and I would love as many people to watch as possible. Share this with one of your friends. And it was just easier because, obviously, I don't do great short videos. I'm a live stream. I can talk. I could talk and talk and talk and talk. And so Twitter was very limiting, and Facebook was easy for me to just, write. And over at first I was talking to, my friends list, but then, the whole Trump thing happened. Everything became so politicized, and people were blocking left and right. And then the engagement went down so bad. And now it's literally only like 5 or 6 people who actually agree with you or decide to tolerate you. And because it's such an echo chamber, it's not a politically and ideological echo chamber, but it's just an echo chamber in the sense that you're only dealing with people who are saying the things that you want them to say, and Casey, that's exactly how I was, how I rid my addiction. I'd been banned a bunch of times. I got a 30-day ban for quoting Happy Gilmore. And then the day I came back, long story short, I was making fun of somebody who was making fun of simps or something. And I said, quote, "Oh yeah, because women are so yucky, !" Another 30 days. So it was 60 straight days. And hey, that's enough time to break a habit. And I just have never been back on Facebook like that. And couldn't be happier. Jamie Dean says, people shit on the right until they're canceled by everyone else. It's a good thing the right is so forgiving. As long as you're straight, of course. Yeah, well, yeah. Too much black and white, Lapaka says. I'm fine over here in the gray area. This is the gray area. You are in the right place. Biggest Ziggis says, deep state can never win, or the game is over. They keep us at each other's throats, but they need us. Yeah, they need somebody to control. If we all get along, then they don't have anything to do. They need to keep us at each other's throats. Jerry Dean says he's being lulled into a sense of security, so Joe's banger gotchas can land harder. Oh boy, oh boy. No, I don't think that's gonna happen. Actually, I don't really remember.
For a very long time is I feel like, I don't want to speak for people, but I feel like with me, I always needed something to like define me, right? Where it's like I'm a progressive, or I'm a vegan, or I'm just jujitsu, and whatever I would become kind of currently obsessed with, I would sort of like throw the other shit away and kind of like shit all over that, because a lot of times I would feel like a failure. Like that's really where the progressive. I mean, I still hold a lot of progressive ideas, but that's when I went from comic to political. It wasn't that I like wanted to make comedy my like nemesis, right? It was that I feel like I failed. I dropped out of school to start comedy at like 17, and I did the things you're supposed to do. And yeah, I did Montreal a couple of times and Conan once. And I had this year where it seemed like things were going to happen. And then, I was kind of that guy that people were like, oh, we like you. We can't do anything with you, but we like you. And so I started to kind of make my own audience, and the audience was fucking great. It was like a bunch of, when that show started, it was a bunch of just weird, sweet, nerdy comedy fans. And then everything just started getting pushed to crazy. But like when I knew shit, I said this on Doug's podcast, when I knew shit got nuts is when I was defending a trans person. So already like a left issue, like I'm doing the right thing, right? And I called this transphobic guy an idiot. And we got an email that said, while we appreciate you using defending trans people, the word idiot is ableist. And I'm like, you're a retarded cunt.
Explain
like,
ableist for people. Ableist is making fun of people.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what it means anymore. I thought ableist was just like, that guy's in a wheelchair, fuck him. Right. But I guess like all these different terms, these everyday terms, like I guess idiot is ableist because fucking, I don't know, there was an idiot in a wheelchair.
No. It's ableist because if you're not an idiot, if your brain works well, you're mocking someone whose brain doesn't work well. They are not able to think correct. Oh, okay. So you're an ableist.
Joe,
yeah, exactly. And yeah, right. Lucchese brings up a great point here. The right even forgives the non-straight. Obviously, who was that? Jamie? Was that Jamie being a dick here? But yeah, the right forgives the non-straight as long as they don't push their ideology on us, like the T-Rexes are doing right now. Exactly. It's not about it's not about you have to be in line like it is on the left. Now, again, Remember, we had this whole discussion yesterday about how left and right is kind of an antiquated way to talk about these things, and it's more about establishment versus libertarian. But the right and left, we all still kind of know what we're talking about. And yeah, on the modern left, it's just about, are you in line with the narrative, or are you the enemy? And that's just not how people who aren't part of that think. But the left then labels all of those people on the right. So people like myself, because I have a lot of liberal views, but I'm not down with the wokeness, then that makes me conservative. That's why left and right is bullshit these days. Look, Hazley's enablers calling people idiots. Uh-oh, they're coming for you. They're coming for you. Yeah. Same here. I was like, oh, wait. Gotcha.
It's out progressive to me.
Well, I'm pretty progressive.
I
believe it or
know.
not. I mean, I look like a meathead and I espouse some right-wing ideas. But when it comes to like social issues, I'm very progressive.
That's why we became friends. You saw a gay rights thing I did on Twitter.
Yeah.
Like you weren't. That's why.
What I saw happening, I don't mean to interrupt you, but what I saw happening with you and what I see happening just in general online, I mean, I was on Citizens Radio when you guys first started.
Yeah, you were on our poster.
Yeah, well, I think there's something that happened where people, around the time of Occupy Wall Street, things got really heated up.
Yeah.
And people started moving way left, and then some folks started moving way right. And I really, truly believe to this day, the way left is what started the whole Trump movement. It's in response to the way left.
Yeah.
I think all these shitheads got together and they didn't like being accused of being assholes or ableists or rapists or whatever it is by the ultra progressives. So they went far right and alt right. I mean, the alt right essentially was people who didn't identify with these old men who were bankers, but they also didn't want to have anything to do with these ultra lefty progressives that were calling everyone a racist, everyone a rapist, every man's a piece of shit.
Oh, I did all of that.
Yeah.
And how many people do we think that are, talking about Rogan using horse paste? How many of those people have seen Rogan ever speak like this? And again, this is just a clip. I'm pretty sure it's from the Clips channel. Yeah, this is from the JRE Clips channel. So it's not like you have to deep dive and find the middle of some 3-hour podcast with somebody that you don't know. This is a clip. This is just the video. I mean, you saw it when we started 7 minutes ago. And and even if you didn't, this is the beginning of the podcast. This is how the conversation starts. Everything that we saw just before this came after this. So it's so disingenuous. And people know that. That's why Rogan was never the target of political bullshit like that until exactly like Jamie's talking about. They'd only pay attention to the stuff. Who are we attacking today? Oh, Rogan's there. Let's put a yellow filter on him, throw him on CNN. And after he's been talking about this, that, and the other, now we have an enemy. And people still, again, and I know for a fact that when Destiny called out people using Joe Rogan as a news source, that and said that he took horse paste, I know for a fact that Destiny knows better. So I think it was, I forget who it was, but somebody in the comments of the last video after commenting on the replay was like, you clearly don't know Destiny as well as you think you do, because that's just like Destiny. I was like, I was trying to be fair. Somebody on the left, he's smart, but that's the left for you. Lopaka says, wait until AI gets turned on worldwide. Within 5 minutes, AI will wipe out all, this is Lopaka speaking, all humans as soon as it goes on the web. It will realize we are artards and do us a favor. I mean, that is definitely a legitimate concern of people who work with AI, but I'm confident that we won't, the understanding that is, thank you, Gaisley. The idea that is possible, that this is all possible, is something that these people are aware of. So I don't think that we're ever going to even approach, the legislation or the whatever it takes to actually put an AI online until there's a lot of red tape, and we have to have, you know, backups on backups on backups and backups and backups. And I didn't say you had a dick. I just said you were being a dick. Women can be dicks too. Women are there's no difference, right? Women and men are the same thing, right? That's what I thought.
Straight up did all that. And I think one of the things with
Maybe I was talking about this, Jamie.
the ultra left,
I wasn't.
and maybe this is me like, you know, maybe this is me desperately trying to defend myself, but I think in a weird way, it was harder for me, and it's harder for a lot of people to see themselves slipping into the extreme left. And so, like, what I mean by that is, I never thought, when I heard people say the extreme right is as bad as the extreme left, I was always like, fuck you. Because, like, the extreme left isn't like, you know, bombing Palestine, being like, give us free healthcare, or like, let trans people piss in the right bathroom. Like, you know, even that, like, the shooter, not in Vegas, but that DC shooter, like, he was like a fucking crazy guy. He wasn't, ableist, I'm sorry. He wasn't like shooting the politicians, screaming like, you know, I mean, he liked the Bernie Sanders page, but it wasn't like we are launching wars against Islam for Christianity. It wasn't, you know, we're doing this for free market capitalism. It was, to me, the extreme left, when I heard people say it, and the reason I would scoff when someone like you would say it is because I'm like, dude, like, the left should just be like, stand for like equality. Everyone has the right to an education. Everyone has the right to not go fucking hungry, to have health insurance. Gay people can do whatever they want with their dicks. The end by night.
And vaginas.
And vaginas.
It really should be essentially like that on both sides. The right, what being a conservative used to be was small government and people having the government stay out of your lives. And somehow
This completely, I had a point to make, and then Lil Pocket took me right out of it. Give me 1 second here. What was I talking about?
Right to an education. Everyone has the right to not go fucking hungry.
Oh, so he's talking about, you know, the extreme, the sides, you know, who's extreme, who's more extreme, the extreme right or the extreme left. And I was definitely on his side, or at least thinking the way that he was, you know, very recently, because we didn't, you know, the rise of Antifa, that was relatively recent. That's again why I call myself a 2015 liberal. In 2015, it absolutely was the right wing that was doing more damage to my life personally by making the world that I live in worse. But because the T-Rexes, to use Luke Hazley's term here, the you know, it's become something so far beyond, even if it's not as bad as bombing countries, because I am an individual and these things are affecting me personally, then, you know, it's become a bigger concern to me personally. That doesn't mean that the extremes, not even the extremes, just the day-to-day, the status quo of the Republican Party, the warmongering of the uniparty of the Democrats and Republicans together. That doesn't mean that I'm okay with that. But day to day, when I, you know, making it from the time that I wake up, just getting back to my bed and falling asleep, what makes my day harder, what makes my day more dangerous when it comes to political ideology is not the Republicans. It's just not. Not for me, and I don't really think you know, you can say for most people. I just don't. I think the even though the left acts like everything they're doing is for some virtuous reason, because they don't think about these things, because they don't engage with conversations where somebody can poke holes in there and think, well, we have so much empty homes. Let's just put all the homeless people in these homes. It's like, okay, yes, that sounds nice, but who's paying for this? Who's upkeeping? Who's responsible for upkeep? What about the people who have you know, mental health issues? What about people who are criminals? What about people who don't want to be, you know, they want the vagabond lifestyle? That's certainly not everybody, but it's a conversation that needs to be had. But unless you're just saying, oh yeah, we've got the houses, so, you know, whoever is against this is a bigot, that's why your ideas don't get anywhere. Dustin says, I avoid claiming any label at all. Seems like even the middle ground is saying, look at me, I'm in the middle. I wish there was no political labels, but there's no way around it. Yeah, I mean, it definitely would be, you know, this is the rally cry when I was in high school about music genres. Like, I hate labels, man. Let's just, you know, listen to music and listen to good music, and that's it. But the fact is that to use that analogy, if I like a certain type of music, right, and I'm going to look for more of that thing, then I need to have a label so that I know what I'm looking for. Or alternatively, if I don't like that thing, then I need to know what that thing is that I don't like so that I can avoid it in the future. Now, that does not even come close to the importance of understanding how labels affect us and what it means to be on the left, what it means to be a libertarian, what it means to be a Republican, what do all these things mean? And I definitely agree that it is there's too much virtue signaling and there's not enough clarity. Everybody kind of uses the words however they use them. And, that's not ideal, but like you said, there is no way around it.
To have health insurance, gay people can do whatever they want with their dicks. The end. Bye bye.
And vaginas.
And vaginas.
It should be essentially like that on both sides. The right, what being a conservative used to be was small government and people having the government stay out of your lives. And somehow or another, it's morphing. Yeah.
Totally. Where it's like, we will stay out of your lives, but we'll be like in your pussy if you want a fucking abortion. We'll tell you like whose dick you can suck.
The abortion thing is where it gets real squirrely, right? Because the abortion thing is essentially, it's a religious thing. And it's a religious thing, it's a moral thing, and it's also, what is an abortion? I mean, you are ending a life, but you're ending a life inside a woman's body. Well, when is it okay to do that? Is it okay to do that at one day?
And does the grown woman's life matter more than the cells or more than?
Well, that gets to a point, but initially it's like, when is it defined as a life? I mean, if the moment of conception.
Pretty poignant that this came up, and we're dealing with all this Roe v. Wade stuff.
If that moment, if 30 seconds later it's an abortion, like if you could hold your breath and then the baby's dead, like if we found out that the moment a guy comes in a woman, if she could just hold her breath for a minute, the baby will die. Yeah. I mean, why does that sound worse? Baby murder?
That would be the best. Can you imagine if birth control was that easy? You just like bust and you're like, okay, hold your breath. And we're good. That would be awesome. And you can do that for STDs also. You just hold your breath and you're good.
but it is, look, abortion is fucking weird, right?
It's weird.
I'm pro-choice, but abortion is weird because like when it gets older, when you're 4 weeks in, 6 weeks in, it's still legal and it's a fucking little baby. I mean, it is a little baby.
Dustin says, I think saying it's a religious thing is wrong when the majority of America is not religious. You know me, Dustin. I absolutely agree that it should not be, it shouldn't be based on a religious thing. But we cannot say the values that we agree are American values. And yes, again, we were at this point in time, we were dealing with a bifurcation of what that is. What are American values? We have this camp. We have this camp, and then this camp is splitting, and that camp is splitting, and those camps are split. But by and large, we have American values that supersede partisanship, supersede, the party that you're in. All men are created equal, and things like that. The freedom of speech. Those are American values. But as anti-religious as I am, and I don't know if you will find a bigger anti-theist than myself. You might find a more angry one, but you're not going to find somebody who's more against religion in a society than me. But it is just disingenuous to say that the people who created the American values base those values off of their Judeo-Christian religious values. I think we run into problems when we try to deny that, because that just is the way things happened. And then, of course, as you're saying now, the majority of America is not religious now, but the values that we hold are they came from religion. Now, I think if people were, again, this is my rally cry about religious language in politics. But exactly, Dustin. One nation under God. It was about their particular religion, and now we have. But they did put the separation of church and state in the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, whatever it was. That's part of what America is. And so, whether you believe in the religion itself whether you follow the religion, claim the religion, or whatever, the values that you should hold as a good person, there is a lot, not complete, but there is a lot of overlap. And that's why I think that it harms, there's so much harm being done when you have people who, exactly, it's just not true that most people are religious. It's just, that's the way it is. And so when you talk about American morality in the context of your religious value system, then you're already excluding people the same way that if you are a Christian, that you are excluded from the national conversation if we are to accept that a man can be a woman and vice versa. Those are, again, American values and religious values are not the same thing. But American values, we're absolutely, unquestionably, we're drawn from religious Judeo-Christian values. And I think we need to, those of us who are not religious, those of us who are not part of the religious right, we need to contend with that. We need to just swallow that pill and say, yeah, okay, everybody was religious back then. No shit. But that's not how it is today. That doesn't mean that we should get rid of all the values that we had all along. It just means we need to be a little bit more discerning. Is this a religious value or is this an American value? If it's a religious value, then okay, if you're part of that religion, go do whatever you want to do. If it's an American value, though, then that should be held in higher regard in the realm of politics. But it's not. It's just about religion. And that's why so many leftists are aimless, because they don't see that when the people on the right are talking about religious morality and all that, they're lumping it all together with the belief in the supernatural, the belief that we've got a sky daddy, the belief that prayer works, the belief that reincarnate, whatever it is. Those things are not tied to the golden rule: treat others how you would like to be treated, that all men are created equal, that we have the freedom to express ourselves. Those things are not the same, but they are related. Nuance. We need nuance. What has Alpaca got for us? Religion was hijacked thousands of years ago. The Vatican has so many pagan idols in their symbols. Yeah, I mean, you are definitely not going to find an argument for me that, organized religion is the biggest bullshit hoax that's ever been cast on humanity. Name a bigger one. It's the biggest hoax that has ever been cast on humanity. But while I say that, I also understand that religion was the science of the day. I'm going to say that again, in case you missed it. Religion was the science of that day. Definitely emphasis on organized religion. Because, and again, I don't even necessarily want to emphasize the fact that it's organized, because, then what is an unorganized or disorganized or not organized religion? That's more just spirituality, which is another word that's just been muddied over the years because of this religious, the way that we inject religion into the way we speak about politics. And it's just, it muddies everything. And you are not going to get, the atheist left to listen to you talk about, well, God gave us the right to blah, 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 blah. That doesn't matter to people who don't believe that. In the same way that, the pro-abortion crowd will talk about, oh, well, it's just a clump of cells. It's like, that is not a way to speak about this, because that's not what other people believe. That conclusion is what the question is. So again, you can't just claim something. Justin says, yeah, I was going to say spirituality, but sort of a stigma to it. It does, because it's a very vague word. And we haven't had the opportunity to fill in a more precise terminology for what we're talking about, because everything gets just shoved right into religion. And anything that's quasi-religious but doesn't have to do with religion just gets shoved into spirituality. And so you've got crystals and fucking burning sage and all that bullshit lumped in with, meditating and understanding that, okay, I don't believe in the supernatural, but I believe that, there must be some plane of existence beyond what we see in front of our eyes. All of that stuff. We need to be able to talk about that in a more precise way and not just call it religion or not religion. The binary is killing us. Buck says the Vatican has killed millions in the name of God. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think I don't think there has been any reason for people to die throughout the entirety of human history more than being in the name of God. Jamie Dean says, I'll give you a bigger hoax than, quote, the government represents and exists to help you. Ooh. No. I'm gonna. They're neck and neck, but I'm gonna say religion's more bullshit because I do think people do go. A lot of people do go into politics with the intent of doing the right thing, whereas religion exists solely for control. Then again, I mean, there is a lot of good that does come out of religion. There's a lot of charity. There is a lot of morality, especially in people who otherwise were not acting morally in their lives, and then found religion because that's the only way to have a prescripted set of values. When we should have a way to talk about that with American values, but I digress. But interesting. Lepaka says, I am religious, but I don't believe in a Bible that they leave books out of. When you go and look at what was taken, it makes sense. Not this hocus pocus they give us now. Yeah, I mean it's you had the Dead Sea Scrolls and translation into Latin and Aramaic and then this and that and that and that. You're just reading something that some guy wrote. That's it. And there's some good stuff in there, sure. But let's take the good stuff and throw out the bullshit. And then we're all on the same page. Do you think, by and large, that the atheist community doesn't think that, on terms of, improving life for people and all that kind of stuff? It's just that you're phrasing it in a way of being a good Christian or being a good Muslim or whatever it is. And you're turning people off from the way that you're talking about it. Use different words. Use better words to get your message across. Imagine that, Dustin says. The Indian Jesus is an anti-theist. Blasphemy. You're goddamn right, brother. You are goddamn right.
Get it? It looks like a little baby. Sometimes they have a heartbeat if it gets to a certain age.
Yeah.
What's going on? Like, I'm not saying that it should be my choice to define whether or not someone should do it or not do it, but it's very disingenuous when people frame this argument as it's a woman's right to choose, period. And that's what it is. It's not just that.
Yeah.
It's also killing a baby.
I don't know, man. Feminists don't like me anymore, so I'm like, code her up. I'm out of this debate. I don't give a shit.
Well, it should be an honest debate.
Well,
because
Thank you, Dustin. Jimmy Dean with the rolling a 20 here. I thought you'd say that, so I raise a counter. Religion is government. And I 100% agree with you. Well, no, I would flip it around. On the left, government is religion. On the left, the government, the establishment, is the religion. I've seen they have during the whole Rona thing, they had those Hispanic candles with like this saint or the Virgin Mary or whoever it is. I saw one with Dr. Fauci and Andrew Cuomo. Government is religion to these leftists. So you're close, but I'm still going to take the W on that one. Good try though. No, but great point. I absolutely great point. Getting spicy. Oh yeah, boy, it's party time. filling up my drink. Cheer. Anybody drinking in the middle of the day on a Wednesday? Oh, it's not the middle of the day. It's 5. Hey, it's 5 p.m. We got Deidre back in the building. What's going on, Deidre? Glad to have you back. What does she have for us? The Vatican is Satanism at its core, wrapped up in a Christian veil. Church and state must stay separated. Goddamn right. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, we're just going through some old Joe Rogan clips and seeing what we find. Lepaka says, I was on a journey to prove there was no God and we were from aliens. The harder I looked, it confirmed stories from the Bible and gave me an awakening. I would absolutely love to have a one-on-one conversation about this. I don't think like right now this isn't the best the best framework for this, but I would love to have this conversation with you because that is exactly how I became an atheist. I grew up, I've told you guys before, I grew up Catholic. When I was a freshman in college, I was putting Bible verses in my AOL Instant Messenger away messages. And then next semester, I was a full-blown atheist. And that was because I decided I needed to look for sure. Do I really believe these things that I'm saying? And the more I looked, I just didn't. So I'd be very interested to see what evidence that you found and why, what lines you drew between that evidence and your conclusions. So let's, I mean, if you're still here, we can do it on panel time today, but honestly, I think that would be a really good, thing for just you and I. You did promise me that you were coming up today. But we don't have to get into that specifically. But yeah, well, definitely make sure you follow me on Instagram or Twitter or something, and send me a DM. We definitely can have a cool conversation with that. Jamie D is not off work yet. Tehil is coming soon. Not a problem. I don't intend on being here too late, but we were here for 6.5 hours yesterday, and I don't got shit else to do. So we'll see.
It is a very controversial and a very nuanced issue. It's not as simple as, the right doesn't want a woman to choose and stay out of my body. It's not just stay out of your body. It's like, what are we doing? We're killing a baby that's in a woman's body. At what age should that be legal?
Well, and I think that's the whole thing that we were talking about before with these like echo chambers where, for the first time ever, I've been listening to sort of like both sides of issues.
First time ever?
I mean, since recently. Yeah. Well, because like you just the majority of people, like, yeah, I'll totally fess up. Sure. Like I didn't ask a lot of follow-up questions because your Facebook feed is curated and your Twitter is all of your friends and for the most part people you agree with. And, comedy now. Like I've been listening to like a ton of like backlogs of your shows because once I was just like, oh, it doesn't hate me, I can listen to the show again. Great.
I never hated you.
No, I know.
I never hated you.
And so, but I started listening to the show and like hearing pretty equal progressive to conservative.
I just want to point something out. About that little exchange that he was like, "Oh, you don't hate me anymore? I can listen to you now." First of all, whether or not the dude hates you, if you are enjoying his content, like, okay, maybe you have you had an experience with him, you were sitting in front of him, had an argument, and it was a big deal, and fine, I can get that. But that notion is a very feminine thought, in my opinion. I mean, do you agree with that? And then the way that he is talking about how he came back to being able to enjoy the content, and then Rogan obviously is like, I never hated you, and James like, I know that, but he's like, I know, but I'm just like, is it just me? Is that a little bit feminine? Let's run that back.
Ideals, and comedy was always.
Hey, you fuck.
I've been listening to like a ton of like backlogs of your shows because once I was just like, oh, it doesn't hate me, I can listen to the show again. Great.
I never hated you.
No, I know.
I never hated you.
And so,
no, I know. No, am I just nitpicking here?
So, but I started listening to the show and like hearing pretty equal progressive to conservative ideals, and comedy was always kind of this cool place where you could explore ideas because comedy and jokes and laughter would sort of take the edge off a little bit, you know what I mean? And you could actually talk about issues. And once I kind of became part of that crew that would even shit on comedy, then it was like, well, I can watch Democracy Now! And I guess that's it. And I have and I would feel fucking stupid. I hung out with journalists. I didn't hang out with comics. I hung out with people where I was sort of like, felt like the joke monkey.
Hey, we got Be Like That in the building. Salute. Thank you for joining us. We are just going through some old Rogan clips and seeing who is Joe Rogan really. Thank you for joining us. How you doing today? Be Like That. I like that name.
And like the high school dropout part of me would get really
What do you
like.
mean by you felt like the joke monkey? Did you feel like you had to be funny when you're around those people?
Yeah, because when I tried to say something like political or that I thought was smart, it would just be kind of like hushed. Because I'm not that smart. I'm good at like telling stories. I'm good at like I think listening and asking like decent questions. But I was never like a fucking intellectual. And a lot of that crowd is. And that's good.
Are they though? Are they though?
We need those people, right? But it was really easy for me to be like, just shut up. You know what I mean?
But is this all in your mind? I mean, you're a human being, right? I mean, if you're just talking to these people, you're not an unintelligent person.
No, I think
is this just an insecurity that you carried around with you when you were around them?
Totally. Yeah, a lot of
you
it
were
was.
venturing. The reason why I ask you this, your show was sort of, in a lot of ways, venturing into the world of journalism.
Oh, so that's where I was going. That's right. That's where I was going, like sort of way back, which was, you know, the show. The show started as a comedy show.
Right.
It was called Drunken Politics before it was called Citizen Radio. I think we changed it maybe around like Occupy. But it was comedy and like we had progressive ideas. So that's sort of what we talked about. But it wasn't that we had to talk about. It became this thing where any progressive issue in the news that day or on Twitter, we had to talk about that day.
Right.
And it sort of lost. I don't know.
Did it also? Sorry
No,
to
please.
interrupting here, but did it also? You guys
You know what?
went to
This one's winding down a little bit. I'm gonna take executive action here. You know, I think we kind of got what we need to get out of the whole Jamie Kilstein thing. We just watched 3 whole videos. This is not about Jamie Kilstein. This is in fact about Joe Rogan. So the next, I want to do a hard switch here, and of course, we cannot have a look back at Joe Rogan without some type of marijuana debate. So this is him and Dan Crenshaw. And again, this is another one that I saw live, but I don't specifically remember how it went. So let's see. That means play. This fucking mouse.
recreational marijuana. You're apparently not in favor.
I really thought we'd do a whole show with Joe Rogan and you weren't going to bring up marijuana. Like, what are the chances?
Is volume good? I mean, I'm just kind of, let me know how the volume is because I can turn it way up, but this seems to be good. So let me know.
You're not in favor of recreational marijuana.
No, I can be convinced, but I'm not there yet.
Answer right now.
Well,
Lock one up.
I
Gang.
like it.
Exactly. Exactly.
I like.
He knows, or at least he's worried that if he were to spark up, that he'd be like, this is fucking awesome. You know how I know? Because I'm smoking for probably not as long as, well, I guess I'm older than a lot of you, but thank you. And I missed, Be Like That said, just working. How are you, my friend? I actually just got done listening to his latest episode with the fighter actress from The Mandalorian, Gina Carano. Yeah. I still have to watch the movie that she did, Terror on the Prairie with Cowboy Cerrone. But yeah, I'm doing really well. This is we've just started. I think this is your first time here, right? I've just started this whole IndianJesus thing. I was running a podcast before, and I'm not done with that podcast. I am still going to continue, but this is just a little more my style. But yeah, I'm really glad you're here.
Scotch.
Okay, I like that too. We got some of that.
We've had scotch this whole time. Well, you gave me this amazing. You gave me this amazing coffee.
That's
actually,
but I was gonna say that I've been smoking since I smoked the first time my senior year in high school, so I was a little bit late. And I got high that time, but then it was a couple of times after that. The first few times you don't get high, but ever since then, every single time, without fail, that I smoke. Let's say this was a joint. Oh my God, I fucking love weed. Every time. Every time. It's so good. It's so awesome.
Hamilton
It's made me-
superfood coffee. It's pretty damn good,
It's
right?
made me so coherent. Like,
Yeah,
I love
it's
it. The clarity.
super good. Well, it's got
So-
turmeric. It reduces inflammation. It's what it gives.
Yeah, we got a first timer here. Thank you so much for joining us. Be like that. I do hope you will subscribe and come back and hang. Be part of the party. Jihad. I have something specifically for you, Jihad. I have something specifically for you. Where is it? I promised that I would be on the Filthy Casual MMA watch party on Saturday. And right before I get there, there's a comment from Jihad saying, "Where's the IndianJesus? I thought he was going to be here." Oh, man. I was there, bro. Where are we? I was there. I was there. I was there. I was there. I hope you're doing well, brother. I'm glad to see you.
Yellow lips,
Yeah.
though.
So I'm definitely more open to just the federal legalization of medical marijuana and all the benefits that come with that. I think the science backs that up pretty well.
Sure.
The on the recreational side, I'm happy to leave that to the states. Okay, and then there's the argument of, well, the states are having trouble with some things, the banking laws, et cetera, because the federal government still makes it illegal. My issue with recreational marijuana still is it's, and again, this is not a strong opinion I have. This is not a hill I'm dying on by any means. But if we're going to change it, I want to understand what the point is and like what the benefits are of it recreationally.
To get high.
I understand the benefits medically very well. But I want to understand the recreational benefits, and I want to see how this data plays out in places like California and Colorado. I want to see.
So let's see, when is this? So this is 2019. From episode 13. Yeah, I'm gonna assume this is, the same time. You can't see that. August 2019. I'm gonna assume that's when the episode aired.
If there's an increased use among young people, because there's very good science that says if you use marijuana a lot under the age of 26, you're gonna have cognitive issues for the rest of your life,
along with alcohol.
Yes, yeah, but
which is legal.
And people compare those things, but my counter isn't that. My counter is simply this: the alcohol issue is out of the bag. Like, it just is. We're never going to put that back in.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
you think they're going to put pot back in the bag?
Well, not necessarily. My point is this:
I never put pat back in the bag, boy. Once that's out, woo! Sorry, that was just too easy. Be like that says a hill I'm dying on. Most American thing I've ever heard. Oh yeah, that's a pretty common statement. It's somebody else, a video that we have. I think the very next one or the one after that, you'll hear it again. And it's an interesting. It's interesting when people choose to use that. Because a hill I'm dying on, obviously means that this is the issue where I'm ready to fight to the death for this this point. This is the hill I'm willing to die on. Not giving, for me, not letting society accept that children can consent to sexual things, whether it's they're changing their gender or going to strip clubs or whatever. That's a hill I'm willing to die on. Usually when people say it's not a hill I'm willing to die on, it's a hedge. They're saying, I don't really know a lot about this. I have this opinion, but I could be wrong, but I don't want to say that I'm wrong. I want to be right. So I'm just going to hedge it by saying, well, I don't really care that much. It's not a hill that I'm willing to die on. A good catch there. Zapaka says, I like weed too, but too many dummies getting way too lazy. Ban it. Ban it? Wow. Ban it. So you want to turn people into criminals. Because we saw how alcohol prohibition went, right? We saw how cannabis prohibition has gone. Does it... what state do you live in, Lapaka? I'm going to assume it's still illegal in your state. But clearly people are smoking. You wouldn't prefer that the state gets some tax revenue as opposed to it being a criminal enterprise that is benefiting? You wouldn't rather that people who decide to smoke go and to a reputable retailer as opposed to a drug dealer? I live in Maui, wowie. To be fair, when I was in Hawaii, it was not as easy to find weed as I thought it would be. Yeah, the sovereign kingdom of Hawaii. Why ban it? Yeah, exactly. Dustin says, yeah, ban it and enable the Mexican cartel to continue operating right on our soil, right next to and along with the FBI. So Jihad says, this dude, I'm assuming you're talking about Crenshaw, this dude's a fraud. He basically said he'd change his mind if he needed to or if it benefited him. In this clip or just in general? Because I first heard of him, like many people, on Timcast, and he seemed to be an okay dude. I think he was running for office at the time, and then again, this is 2019. So this was in the last. It was since then. It was after this. He was on Timcast, and he seemed okay. But then I heard some rumblings of him being a fraud or him being full of shit. Excuse me. And I didn't really follow it because everybody's called a fraud. And then he's never been back on Timcast, so I assume maybe he really is a fraud. I don't really know what happened specifically, but if this is the type of ideology he has or the type of value system he has, then it makes a lot of sense. Jed says, when he said he's not beholden to his belief on weed, he was like, "Don't quote me on this." Yeah, exactly. I'm not willing to die on this hill. It's yeah. So let's see what Joe Rogan. Remember, this is not about Dan Crenshaw or Jamie Kilstein. This stream is about Rogan. So let's see how
there's a
Rogan
normalization that occurs when you legalize something. You're telling, okay, so let's say you make the age 21 or what is it in California?
I think it's 21. Is it?
So let's say
I think the same as alcohol.
So let's say you make it 21. What you've done though is you've normalized it for teenagers because you said, well, yeah, it's 21, but it's legal, so there's no issue.
Okay, but we know that it's harder for teenagers to get legal alcohol than it is for them to get illegal weed because your drug dealer is not carding you. So already your argument is ridiculous.
Issues with it.
Okay,
that's what I think that's what you're telling people. And there's a lot of people who can just live their lives extremely productively and smoke pot a lot. And there's a lot of people who can't. Okay, and there's a lot of people who don't.
Those people are lazy bitches.
Well, yeah.
Let me help you out. You can maybe live your life. You just listen. Pot's not for everybody, and I have a lot of friends who don't smoke pot. But pot is a tool, just like a hammer. You could build a house with a hammer, or you could hit yourself in the dick if you're fucking crazy. Like scotch, you could drink scotch recreationally. You can have a couple of glasses with some friends and have a great conversation. And it's a social lubricant, and people enjoy it, and I enjoy it. And that's why we got a bunch of bottles of it over there. Look,
but don't you have to drink way more scotch to get even close to the basically cognitive incoherence that you'd be able with just one bite of a brownie?
You would.
Oh my God. Give me 1 second here. Let me just put my dick away. Hold on. The ignorance of that statement that you would need so much more alcohol to be, to whatever, than one bite of a brownie. Like, yeah, maybe you're not going to have as fun of a time on one bite of a brownie if you don't smoke than if you had a couple of sips of whiskey if you don't really drink. But that switches real quick. You take a second sip of whiskey, and now you are definitely at a higher risk of doing things that you wouldn't otherwise do. That brownie, what happens? You just fall asleep. You get a little bit scared. You get a little paranoid. You think the world's going to end. Then you're with somebody who's like, dude, you're just high. Chill. And you're like, oh, okay. I'm just high. Let's chill. Lopaka says, did you hear the cigarette companies trademarked thousands? I need punctuation, guys. Commas are very helpful. The cigarette companies trademarked thousands of weed strain names. Trademarked. Gotcha. That's one word. Did you hear cigarette companies trademark thousands of weed strain names like they are going to sell pot instead of dispensaries? Absolutely. Absolutely they are. There is so much that, they just legalized recreational cannabis in New Jersey as of January this year. So before that, I was a medical marijuana patient. And, first you've got to pay for the doctor appointment to itself. Then you've got to pay the fee for the card itself. Then you have to pay for the membership. Then you have to pay all of these taxes on the fact that it's medical. And then there's very strict ways that you can you can operate, the way that you can smoke, where you can smoke, what you have to have on you. You have to have your card, all of this stuff. So when the Marlboros and the I don't remember a lot of cigarette companies, but you know what I mean. When they have the ability to just sell, like they do cigarettes, and it's just behind the counter or it's in a liquor store where you've got to be 21 to enter, it's a million times easier for the consumer. So and this is why I didn't understand why cigarette companies were lobbying against legalization, because it seems like if only by name recognition that you would buy a Marlboro cannabis cigarette or a pack of Marlboro cannabis cigarettes if you've never smoked before, long before you would buy some back alley shit that you don't even know, and it's just got some logo on it that you never heard of. So I figured that would be it would behoove the cigarette companies to do this and to legalize, but maybe they needed the time to get those trademarks. Doesn't says it's a dream of mine to see a 20-pack of Wheaties at electric vehicle charging stations. There you go. That is the dream. And so that right now in Jersey we only have one legal recreational vendor or whatever. But Destin and I have a friend who is working to up that number, and as time goes on, it'll be easier and easier. That being said, when I was in Vegas with Jesse on Fire, and I just, they had recreational, exactly. I went into the shop and it was cool, but in the movies, before it was, when it was just like Colorado that had recreational, there was always there would be the scene where your first time you get to go to his dispensary, you get greeted at the door, but hey man, how's it going? What are you looking for? We got this, it does that. And it would be like an experience. But it's just kind of like a store, and you just go, what do you want? Okay, here, that's gonna be this much, which is cool. But I was just expecting, a little bit more fanfare. I don't know. The podcast says it's not a drug, it's a weed. God put it here for me and you to take advantage. Friday, good movie. Again, God doesn't exist, but I agree with your sentiment.
But not me. I smoke pot all the time. I could smoke pot. I could have smoked pot before this podcast and the exact same podcast. I could have had several hits. If I gave you several hits, you'd be obliterated. And you'd be so paranoid, you'd be freaking out. You'd think the government's coming to get you and they're going to close down Congress. And oh my God,
I think that anyway.
It's a lot of it is based on our own ideas and perceptions. And I had a lot of these misconceptions in my own head. I smoked pot maybe 6 times or so, 7 times before I was 30 years old. Mm-hmm. And then when I was 30, I started hanging around with a guy who smoked a lot. My friend Eddie Bravo, we started smoking pot together. And I realized,
shout out to Eddie Bravo.
Oh, this is an incredible tool for creativity. Like if you use it correctly. And yeah, it makes you paranoid. But I think a lot of what that paranoia is you being acutely aware of your vulnerability and your actual real place in the cosmos and your real place in society and the real dangers of driving cars and the real dangers of being in crowds of people. Yeah, it's a weird, uncomfortable feeling, but ultimately you get through that and you're going to be okay.
In a culture, I just don't really have a problem with what you're saying. I'm not cultural. I guess on a personal level, I'm just not opposed to what you're saying at all. From a policy level, though, I just look at things differently. Like when I extract myself from the personal situations I've had with pot, and I look at it from a policy perspective.
What personal situations?
I've tried it.
And you get paranoid?
I don't like it. I really don't.
Freak out?
So Rogan says this all the time, so he may go into it, so I'm not going to pontificate too much. But, that paranoia that people feel a lot of times is what scares people away. And again, weed is not for everybody. Cannabis is not for everybody. But that paranoia is very helpful in the same way that if you have a bad acid trip, that's not that Eddie Bravo, what's good? We got the party started. When we go, okay, word up, full Eddie Bravo. I'm ready for it. But so I was saying that paranoia is a tool that you can, the weed itself is a tool, but the paranoia itself is also a tool that you can use as a reflective, contemplative experience. You're like, what am I afraid of? Why am I afraid of that? What does that mean for, if you think about it this way? I remember one time it was me and a friend, and we were doing, just like a chill acid trip, and it wasn't meant to be like bugged out of our minds. We just took a couple tabs and we had, a couple animated movies with crazy visuals going, and just one of those types of trips. So I had a couch in my living room, and not yet, Dustin, it's coming. Well, I mean, hey, if you want to make it, I don't know how to keep up with that stuff yet, but so we're on the couch watching some movie, and I'm sitting over here like this. I'm just sitting here. My friend's watching the movie, bugging out. He's like, dude, are you okay? I was like, look, I'm a philosopher. I'm over here working, bro. And I was dead serious about it. I don't remember what I was thinking about at the time, but I was dead serious that like, yo, I'm doing work on myself right now. And it was the experience of having a bad trip, but exploring why I was having a bad trip, what that bad trip was telling me, all of that kind of stuff. Be like that. No, I have not gotten them to show up just yet. I'm hoping soon, but I think because they're a little bit more on the same wavelength, I think that's why AV gets treatment. Plus, obviously, I don't look like her. Yeah, right. So yeah, I mean, if you guys would be down and would be active, I have started numerous places for people to congregate and talk and shit, and nobody ever does anything. I absolutely will make a Discord server if you guys would use it. So let me know. Did I watch Wizards? I've never heard of this. I definitely need to check that out. And Lopaka says Eddie is a god for tooling. Hodger Gracie? Hoist Gracie? I don't know which one. All right, word up. So I will do that over the next couple of days. I'm not promising immediately, but I'm adding that to the list. It's a physical list right here. Adding Discord to that list.
No, I'm not a freak out. I'm not a freak out kind of person.
What happened? What didn't you like?
It's just the sensation. It just in general, I just really didn't like it. I don't know.
How much did you smoke? Too much?
What? Sorry?
Oh, well, this is a ringing support. Discord is coming, absolutely, and I will let you guys know as soon as it is live. If you do want to follow me on Instagram or Twitter, I will, I'll obviously post about it there, so you will be the first one. And let's just say whoever is the first person to join the IndianJesus Discord server when it is up will get. What should they get? I need you guys' help. What should we do for the first person in the Discord?
I think there's something going on with my headphones.
Okay, gloss over this. But here's the problem with keeping it illegal. Criminals sell it. I mean, this is the same problem we had during Prohibition. This is what propped up the mob, right? We all know this. This is the number one problem we have with the Mexican drug cartels. The number one problem is that there's a goddamn customer base in the United States, and they're making billions and billions of dollars selling illegal drugs. And what's the solution to that? I don't know. I mean, I have kids. I don't want fucking heroin to be something you could buy at 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
I don't want.
I do. And Dustin saying the IndianJesus t-shirt. Oh, I've got a whole I love Backer, you fucking piece of shit. Oh man, I've got a whole merch line ready to go. I'm waiting until I have enough people to drop it. When you get 500 subscribers, you can use the community tab. I'm waiting so hard. Once I can use that community tab, I'm gonna be so active on that shit. You guys are gonna fucking love it. So if you're not subscribed, make sure you do hit that subscribe button. And of course, because this is a fucking party, you want to ring that bell so you know when we're starting. All right.
I want you to be able to go to a store and buy meth, but
that gets into a whole other conversation about all drugs, right?
All drugs. Yeah, but those are the real dangerous ones. Pot's not that. And when you lie to kids and tell them that pot's the real danger and you shouldn't do it, Then they start going, well, maybe you're lying about heroin. Maybe you're lying about meth. Maybe you're just square. Maybe you're just some loser who just wants to be stuck in a cubicle all day and you want me to be living like you.
But it does reduce. I mean, it does reduce in productivity. I think more than alcohol does.
Entirely dependent upon the person. I get paranoid and I want to do more things because I don't want to be a loser.
Yeah,
that's what happens to me when I smoke pot. I think it accentuates many aspects of people that are already lazy. If you're already lazy and you have a problem with discipline, which I don't. If you have a problem with discipline and you smoke pot, you're gonna just want to veg out, lie in the grass, and stare at the clouds. I want to get going. Yeah. I smoke pot and go to the gym. I mean,
I'm not putting that up. I don't need more people know about that.
I do it all the time.
And again, as a policymaker, though, I have to look at the whole situation. So I see people like you, and you're like, yeah, you'd be fine. Why
I'll dox you, Dustin. I'll dox you. Let's keep tacos.
Not. But I do have to take into account the entirety of the situation and ask myself, well, what is the benefit of society doing this? Like, what is
people nicer? It enhances a sense of community. It makes people more aware of their surroundings, kinder to people.
I don't know. I think alcohol is much more of a social lubricant. It definitely makes it meaner too. But I mean, as far as getting along with people and going out and interacting with human beings,
it's different. But yes, it inhibits your inhibitions. It lowers your inhibitions, so it allows you to talk more freely with people. Definitely encourages more sex and more terrible decision making and driving too. But the thing about marijuana,
driving is another policy problem because like, how do you test for it? We have a very kind of clear standards on alcohol. It's just this. Again, it's I'm not dying on this hill. I have questions, and those questions are unanswered.
I understand, but these questions oftentimes are coming from a place of propaganda. Like people have this idea of what it is versus what it really is.
I don't know. I have personal experience with this. I'm 35, so like I've grown up around this my entire life. This isn't so.
Why does he seem so much older than 35? Maybe it's just that he's talking about weed like an old fucking boomer, but he does not seem 35. No? I don't know. He seems
So it's
I'm not some what? Again, did you do it right? But here's the thing: it's the same thing with alcohol. Though you could have driven drunk and crashed your car and go, well, alcohol's bad. Like I drove my car into a fucking tree, and I go, well, hey man, I just had a couple beers with my friends. We had a great old time. We laughed it up, and nobody got hurt.
The difference is again the way to measure how much too much alcohol is well defined, and we also have just hundreds of years of experience with like as a culture with how to figure out alcohol and how to deal with it.
We used to have thousands of years of experience of how to use cannabis, but it was suppressed in the 1930s by William Randolph Hearst and Harry Anslinger, and it's more of an economic decision than it was a public health decision.
Yeah,
and I think
I've heard your podcast on that.
Not just
it's interesting.
Yeah, there's many documentaries and books written on it, but I think that the real problem is when you make drugs illegal, only outlaws sell drugs. You prop up illegal enterprises.
And that's exactly what Dustin said. I should have started that one. It's too far up. I don't want to lose it. But yeah, Dustin was talking about, by keeping it illegal, you are setting the stage for the Mexican cartels who are working directly with the FBI and the CIA to keep this drug trade going. And again, the question is, somebody who, again, Congress, Senate, something like that, if you are in the government, then you have to know that. You have to know that. And so Apaka says it's like he's talking down to Joe, and it's so easy. It's so easy to take, again, who said it earlier, taking, I think Dustin, that was you, talking about taking the moral high ground unjustly. Because weed is a drug, and you're this, and it makes people lazy, and da-da-da-da. And now, because it's illegal, it's associated with crime. So you get to take that moral high ground and speak down to whoever it is. But that is exactly why we have always loved Joe Rogan, because he is more successful than anybody he's had across from him, and he smokes a shit ton of weed, and he doesn't pretend it doesn't make him lazy. He's honest. That's it. That's it. James says rhinos don't look old because they can live for 100 years. Good one.
Coming in next month, or next week rather, John Norris, who is a guy who works for the state. He's one of those guys that has to go around and find these illegal grow ops on public land, and it's fucking extremely dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, bottom line is that my position is that's a state decision. It's a state decision.
Why not federally? Why wouldn't it be federally legal if alcohol is federally legal? If we know that no one's dying from it, no one can't overdose.
I just want to see what the data comes out as from Colorado. It's mixed right now, frankly.
I think we need a strong education program to let people know, first of all, if you have a problem with reality, if you have schizophrenia in your family, if reality is already slippery, marijuana is not for you. And I've personally seen people that have struggled that do have an adverse reaction to marijuana, and they go off the fucking rails. It does happen.
Yeah.
Particularly with edibles in particular. It just knocks people for a loop. But then there's other people that it doesn't do that too. And I think the way to study that is to have actual funding and make it legal, where you look at things across the board and figure out why.
Yeah, I think as far as the battles we should fight at the federal level, we got to start with the medical side. I think the science is clear there.
Yes.
And like, so, you know, let's start.
Boo, William Hearst Randolph. I'm surprised Rogan hasn't brought that story up. I've never heard him talk about weed without talking about Reefer Madness and William Randolph Hearst. Randolph Hearst or Hearst? Yeah, William Randolph Hearst. It's his go-to. But so I think it seems like we're kind of all on the same page here. And we're already 2 hours in. I didn't expect to have so much to say on this. So drop a 1 if you absolutely don't want me to go to the next video. But I think we got the point there, and let's just do a hard shift to the next video. I'm not exiting it, so if I do see a 1, we can go back to it. But
yeah,
you know. No ones? Beautiful. I know you guys trusted me. So we now have I have no comment on that. So we now have another episode from earlier that year, 2019. And it's with Nick DiPaolo, and they're arguing over Trump's lying. So now we're getting a little more into the current political stuff, and let's see what we've got in store.
Thing that I was reading, or listening to rather, this Sam Harris podcast, very fucking interesting, because they're talking about what we actually know about the data and where it's coming from, and how these people are doing this and how they're setting these things up.
Yeah, that guy, the comic that you and I talked about. Again, that clip of this Russian who's a former KGB guy who defected to this country, explaining how it works. Back in the 80s. Explaining exactly how it works. And what he was saying, this is 30-something years ago, 35 years ago, is going down exactly the way he explained it.
And Putin is a KGB guy.
Oh, Christ, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
but
that's...
This idea that Trump's working with him is fucking silly.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't think he's working.
I assume when I clicked on this, because I don't think I watched this episode. By this point in Rogan's career, I pretty much, if it's a comedian, they're just going to talk about stand-up and how stand-up changes and what it's like and building a new hour and da-da-da-da. After you've seen 100 episodes with him talking to his comedian friends, unless it's a comedian you really like, you just don't need to see it. So when I clicked on this, not having seen the episode, I assumed that DiPaolo, which now, as soon as I've heard this, I realize that I know DiPaolo is a Trump guy. He's really saying, in 2019, Rogan's really saying that, I don't know, maybe he is working with the Russian government. Or I guess here it says, I don't think he's working. But, giving credence to Russiagate itself.
With them to undermine democracy, but I definitely think they've got some business dealings. I mean, they were offering him the Trump,
but that's not illegal.
The penthouse and Trump
That's
Tower.
not illegal. None of that is illegal. Don't take that from me. Take that from Alan Dershowitz. He's smarter than both of us.
I'm not saying it's illegal, but I don't think that he was honest about that. He said, I don't do any dealings with Russia. I don't have any business with Russia. And he definitely did. That's just not true.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
That's what they're targeting. They're not going to get him for anything.
You don't think so?
Nah.
You think he's going to just...
Oh, maybe impeachment, but I don't even on what case. I don't even know what they get him. High crimes and misdemeanors. I don't know what.
Insurrection. So, Lopaka, what do you mean by this? Alex Jones is a love child of the elite. He's grandfathered in. Grandfathered into what? Because I obviously don't take Alex Jones seriously. But if you've ever legitimately listened to Alex either on Joe Rogan or on Timcast, he's fucking crazy. But there's some nuggets of wisdom and truth in everything that he says. He's too crazy to be his own entity, but I think if you got a Joe Rogan type who was willing to go through the constant needing to hedge against Alex Jones, Joe wouldn't do it. But if you had somebody who was willing to do it, I think he could be, I think he could have a good show. He just needs somebody to rein him in. Just him sitting at a desk just screaming is not anything that can be taken seriously. But exactly as Lopaka says, he knows all their shit. Like there is more to it. There is always more to it. And Alex Jones somehow seems to always be privy to that. You know, it was the whole like they're turning the frogs gay, and nobody wanted to look that up. And then finally, I think it was on Rogan, they looked it up, and there was some chemicals from something that was leaking into the water and causing the indigenous frogs to have issues with their gender, and it was like flipping them from male frogs to female frogs or something like that. Again, I don't know exactly because he yelled about a whole bunch of different shit, but they found an article and it was real.
He's done. To talk about building a tower in Moscow is not illegal, or to have business. And what did he lie about specifically?
Well, there's a lot.
Like what?
We can pull it up. Let's find out all the things.
What do you got? Salon.com?
Oh, you can go to a million different websites.
Well, I know.
Okay,
but which ones are telling the we just established that the fucking social media tilts left. So
yes, social media does. We're not talking about pulling up social media pages.
What are you pulling up?
Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy how much trust Joe has in the news before the whole CNN thing? Exactly. Put another nickel in the Alex Jones is right jar. They at the Cass Castle, they actually have that jar, and there's a decent amount of money in it. But it's crazy that he's differentiating. Oh yeah, well, social media is crazy, but we're talking about the news. Like, homie, interesting.
I'm not a Trump scholar. I don't have at my disposal all the different times that he lied, but it's a lot.
So what do you think is going to happen to him? You think they'll impeach him? You mean?
No.
Or he'll resign, or what?
I don't know. Look, I'm not claiming to be any sort of an expert in legal proceedings. I have no idea.
Me either. That's why I quoted Dershowitz.
Yeah, I think. Well, isn't Dershowitz working with Trump?
No. Giuliani is.
Oh, that's right.
Dershowitz is the. I always go to Dershowitz because he's a fucking lib.
Trump averaged 15 inaccuracies and mistruths a day in 2018, almost triple the rate from a year before.
Okay,
but hold on a second.
What's the
inaccuracies and mistruths? It's a European paper.
Yeah,
but isn't that a little odd? 15 a day?
No, because I don't know who's making that claim. I don't know the exact 15 inaccuracies.
You doubt that it's true? You think it's all a lie? They just made up the fact that he lies a lot?
Lies about what? First of all, what's the definition of a lie?
I don't know. Let's see. It says Washington Post, who they hate.
Who hates Trump?
Bezos. Yeah.
Who absolutely
said
hates
the president made 1,989 such claims in 2018.
So let's actually, they're talking over. So let's actually read what this says. This says, let's get rid. So if it appeared Donald Trump uttered a lot of untruths in 2017, then 2018 was a year of almost unimaginable fabrication. I'm vain. I want to put my face on screen. Over the course of the year, the president delivered an estimated 5,611 false or misleading claims. False or misleading. The Washington Post, like Taylor Lorenz, the Washington Post said the president made 1,989 such claims during 2017, and by the last day of 2018, the total figure had risen to 7,600, a figure for 2018 of 5,611. Again, false or misleading. So it doesn't have to be false. It just has to be misleading, according to a celebrated fact-checking project. You mean like Snopes? Okie doke. Me too, Jamie Dean. I'd like to see them citations. Well, the president is said to have made 83 false statements on a single day. That was October 22nd when he flew to Texas for rally Ted Cruz. He has averaged 15 a day. The fusillade, I don't even know what that word is. The fusillade of tweets was the start of the year on bullshit. Just bullshit. And I'm not saying that Trump doesn't lie. I'm not saying that Trump doesn't have his own bullshit. That's what politics is. But this is not. This is clearly following a narrative.
Last day of 2018.
Yeah, you're going to the Washington Post. That's my point.
But let's see what it says. I mean, they can't lie. The total figure has risen to.
They can't lie. They can't lie. Oh, honey, sweetie, baby. Joe Rogan. Not some conspiracy theory guy. This guy is arguing for listening to the Washington Post talk about Donald Trump. But he took horse paste, so Can't listen to that guy.
7,600. So you think they just made up all these lies?
Of course, not all of them, I'm sure, but you could go back with Hillary and fucking count. You could go to Fox News and then pull up an article of how many times Hillary was inaccurate.
Do you know what a whataboutism is?
A whataboutism?
Yeah, when someone talks about something and instead of refuting it with facts, they go, "Yeah, well, what about Hillary? What about Bill? Bill did it too. What about this? What about that?"
You're gonna tell me
whataboutism.
That's what I just committed.
That was a whataboutism. Because you were saying that Hillary lied.
But
we both agree.
But you're making my point. You're going to the Washington Post.
Okay, well, that's just Jamie pulled up the Independent.
No,
we could go anywhere.
But hold on a second.
Yeah.
Look, I'm with you. I think Hillary's a liar. I think she deleted 30,000 emails. I think it's criminal. I think the Clinton Foundation's a fucking fully illegal organization. I think they rigged the DNC. I think they rigged the primaries again.
Yet you still trust them. You're listing all of these things, yet you still trust the establishment media. Now, of course, today we have a very different Joe Rogan because he's been red-pilled. But this was 2019. This was 2019. This is January 2019. This is right before all the Rona stuff. Come on, man. Exactly. And I'm not blaming Rogan. I'm actually glad that this was the case, that, he was, he's Joe Rogan. He's up there. He doesn't need to be in the weeds of, like what news is doing this and false claims and all. He doesn't need to worry about that. He has his conversations. He does this thing. And that's it. I think by 2019, he was already on Spotify. So, he has no reason to be into this stuff. And, the switch that happens when you see, oh, this is what they're doing. You go from the Washington Post isn't allowed to lie to, come on, man, that's some bullshit. Lupaka says he was diehard Bernie before. Yeah. I mean, he's a liberal. He always has been. He always has been.
It's right. I'm with you. I'm not a supporter.
No, I'm not saying you are, but when's the last time somebody made a statement like that and said this many inaccuracies when Bill Clinton was in office, or,
I don't think he lied as much.
Or Hillary,
I'm sure.
or whatever.
I'm sure there was some
I don't think he lied as much. Okay.
inaccuracies. But first of all, when Bill Clinton was in office, they weren't.
Did they count Obama's?
I don't know, but that's a whataboutism. You know what I'm saying? We're just talking about Trump. You were saying that Trump doesn't lie.
And I think, Rogan's correct in the sense that it is a whataboutism, but it doesn't make it a not relevant question. The point that DePaulo is trying to make is that they are not counting these lies or misleading, whatever it said, misleading things from every president. So it's in a vacuum. And so when you see this number, 5,000 lies in a year, okay, is that a lot for a president? Is that not a lot for a president? Is that average for a president? So when you ask what about, it's not always a whataboutism fallacy. In the same way that if you're talking about something being a slippery slope, like the gender bender to child sexuality shit. Yes, a lot of people are calling that a slippery slope, but we are already down the slope. So you can't say it's a fallacy that this is leading to that when we're already at that. We're already there. It's already happened. And so similarly, it's not a fallacy to say, what about this, if the comparison is relevant? What if Hillary had 10,000 and Clinton had 10,000 and whatever? Then we would say, wow, that's half as much as every other president. He's clearly not lying as much. That's why it matters. And that's why it's not a fallacy.
And they're saying he lies.
I'm not saying he doesn't lie. I'm just, first of all,
well, you said, what does he lie?
No, well, first of all, I like to know the definition of a lie. If he misstates something,
do you think he does it right? Really?
I'm sure sometimes when you're talking that much.
Okay, so if he lies 1,900 times
give me an example of a blatant. Yeah, that's a Washington Post. It's horseshit.
I don't know.
I do.
You think
I
it's
watch
all
it all?
lies?
Yeah.
Not all of it.
And again, I don't know, but I do, says DePaulo, and he's right. He knows. And again, I'm not a Trump fan here, but I'm certainly not willing to take the Washington Post word on Trump. I think that's 1,000% a fair criticism.
No, he's a bullshitter for sure.
Yes.
But so to take him, Joe, would you argue that they haven't been trying to take him down since he came down that fucking escalator? How about the deep state? How about the fucking dossier? Why is it anything?
Wait, what does that mean?
The dossier.
What dossier?
The fake dossier, Christopher Steele, that they used to get the Pfizer
Explain
application.
to people what you're talking about.
I just did. They know what I'm talking about.
No, they don't. They don't, because I don't know. What do you mean?
The dossier.
And again, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. So everybody knows about Russiagate, but I mean, I thought again, I don't know the timing of when the Steele dossier came out. So maybe this was days before, and he just hadn't heard about it yet. I'm sure without this conversation, Rogan would have figured out what the Steele dossier was eventually. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt there. But fact is, like, you're saying, you're making these claims that this is all bullshit, or that's not being fair, or whatever. But the fact is that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know. This is one of I did not expect this video to go this way.
The fake dossier. Remember they said
Do you know what he's talking about?
They had you have to know this, so you're being willfully ignorant.
No, I don't know. Nick, I don't know.
Okay, I'm explaining.
Wait, hold on a second. Do you know?
I've heard these are terms I've heard, yes, and it's stuff.
But you don't know the full extent.
Yeah.
Of
Yeah, well, this is what I'm talking about. This is as big a story as anything Trump has done.
What is the story?
The Steele dossier that Hillary used. You had to get a application from the Pfizer courts, and they used DNC opposition Christopher Steele, who's a British guy, had connections in Russia. Remember when they said Trump was at a hotel and watching girls peeing on each other?
Yes.
That was all in the Steele dossier. Christopher Steele is his name. They used that in their application to get a Pfizer warrant to spy on Trump during his campaign. That's fact. That's not me being a right winger. That is fact.
Okay.
So, but the fact that you don't know that.
No, I remember that now.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
But
that's the biggest story as Trump, lying about the number of people at his inauguration. I want to know I want to know a lie from Trump that's equal in power as like when Obama said, lied about healthcare, that you could keep your healthcare and all that. Give me.
Ooh, that's why the what about really has relevance there. So Deidre says, is there any president that does not lie? They get paid to lie. Trump, Biden, Putin, Zelensky, Fauci, etc. All are all the same team, and all roads lead to Rome. One world order. Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about on yesterday's stream about the globalists, and where is the line of speculating about that, and where is it just common sense to see that's where things are going. They're looking towards that. Lepaka says, I'm a recovering Trump supporter. He comes with too much drama. DeSantis 24. I 1000% agree with you, Lepaka. I think that as I've said a number of times, the most shameful thing of my entire life, way above being a drug addict for 5 years, and a significant period of that 5 years, not even being able to eat or pay for gas and anything but coins because I was spending all my money on drugs. The most shameful thing I've ever done in my life was cast a vote for Hillary Clinton. I just didn't know any better. But once I learned, I thought the world was going to end if Trump won. But then I saw that, okay, the world's not ending, and I don't love this guy, but the world's not over. And when we look back at who Hillary really is, then what's going on here? But he comes with too much drama. Perfectly said. I do not think that Trump can be an effective leader of this country because of the people who react to him. I don't put that necessarily directly on him, although, of course, he definitely set all of it into motion, just being himself. But I think that Americans should be able to understand that we're not electing your neighbor. We're not electing a babysitter for your children. We're electing the leader of the free world. But everybody loses their mind whenever you talk, just thinking about the man, and their brains explode. And that's just not something that can be, that's not something that can be part of your MO if you're leading the country and effectively the world. Lopaka's agreeing with Deidre here. Let's leave that one up while we continue.
An example of Trump with that big of a lie.
Well, listen, I told you.
He does lie. I'm not saying he doesn't. All presidents lie. All politicians lie. I'm just saying they start to count it when Trump took over. They started keeping,
because
keeping
it's so
statistics.
egregious.
Well, like what? Give me an example.
Like, look, we just showed you all the numbers that the Washington Post
From the
provided.
Washington Post.
So if I give you another example, you're going to say, oh, that's from
if
this,
you go to salon, if you go to salon.com.
Well, we won't go to salon.com.
All right, we'll go to, I don't know what you go to.
We've gotten more done than any other administration, okay? This is a lie, so true, blah, blah, blah.
See, now,
so,
if somebody says that's a lie.
Well, let's see what it says. Jamie, go back to it. What are you doing?
But who's saying that's a lie?
Well, let's see. Let's see. Let's see what it says. Jesus Christ, you're so defensive. It's like, do you work for the organization?
No, I don't. But you're putting. I'm saying
and this is the tactic. It's why you're so defensive. It's because Rogan, you're not the only one who has brought up these points. You're not the only one who he's had to have this conversation with. And now that I am watching this again, I do think I saw this, and I do think at that time I was I was not as neutral is the wrong word, but I was still a little bit up in arms about Trump at that time. So I was like, oh, DePaulo, come on, you're just being a Trumper. But now, looking back, I bet even Rogan agrees with DePaulo over himself in this video.
The Washington Post.
No, this isn't the Washington Post.
Well, what is it?
This is
the
NBC.
Independent. Oh, the NBC. Okay, NBC.
Okay, so everything's that. Look, man, I'm just reading what's in front of me.
I know, and I'm just.
You're so emotional about this. It's ridiculous.
I have 4 cups of coffee.
We should have had 2.
Huh? Oh, please.
Look,
you know I'm right.
So, I don't know you're right. That's what we're talking about.
Are you going to tell me you don't know that the mainstream media hates Trump?
Are you going to? I do.
Well, then why would you put your fucking?
Because I want to know whether or not they are saying what is fact. Stop doing that, Jamie. Go back to where it was.
You can't go.
Since Trump later said that he intended the UN moment to garner a laugh, that has repeated this claim seriously since. Okay, so he says that my administration has accomplished more than almost any administration in the history of the country. So this is just
that's an exaggeration.
Bullshitter,
that's
right?
Like, is that a big deal? Is that a big deal? We know that Trump talks this way. He may not be saying that. Like, that's not. It's called hyperbole. We all talk like that, and he's not. Lying about some policy. He's just saying we've done a lot. And how do you measure that to say that it's a lie? I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true. We had fucking Abraham Lincoln and, fucking George Washington. And but exactly, yeah. What does it say right here? It's just exaggeration or hyperbole.
Hyperbole.
Right. And people were laughing when he said that. Right. And so he was saying that he meant to say it as a laugh.
Okay.
There are varying measures of success, but it's not true that his administration has been more successful than any other administration in history. When it comes to legislation, Trump has signed plenty of bills in his first 2 years as president. But Barack Obama in his first 2 years has signed significantly more. Okay, this is just one thing. I mean, I'm sure
sign. What did it say? So they're talking about right here. When it comes to legislation, Trump has signed plenty of bills in his first 2 years as president, but President Barack Obama in his first 2 years of office signed significantly more. So unless I don't know English very well, then doing the most doesn't mean signed more bills. Again, I still don't think it's an accurate statement. But they're deciding, oh, he meant he passed more bills. And because he didn't pass more bills, then he's lying. This is the example that Tim Pool always uses about Snopes, is that they'll say, Trump, let's say Trump did a backflip last Saturday. So they'll say, Trump did a backflip last Sunday. False. Big false. And they'll write a whole thing about it. And at the bottom they'll say, well, Trump did do a backflip. It was on Saturday, not Sunday. Like, well, nobody was saying it was what? That's not. And they count that as a lie.
Many other things.
Absolutely.
Keep going over and over again. I'm with you.
I'm not saying he's not a bullshitter, but I'm just saying all of a sudden they keep score when Trump. He's no more of a liar than
to keep score because he lies so much.
Well, who is keeping score when fucking Hillary was Secretary of State?
Well, it's a different
senator
thing
in Washington,
Secretary of State, and I don't know how much she lied as opposed to how much he lied.
Her lies are a lot bigger. Is about her fucking server and about the Steele dossier. That is huge. That is
and Benghazi and Libya
being undercovered like nobody's been. That dwarfs Watergate. When they unmasked General Flynn, that dwarfs Watergate.
That's an interesting conversation. I don't know if that's the truth. I don't know enough about Watergate.
All right,
and I don't know
or about the Steele dossier. Apparently,
about that either. Okay. Is it the coffee going on here?
Well, yeah.
Why is it
going on?
Can we move away
Since
from
when you get
something
afraid of an
political?
emotional guy? I'm
It's
fucking
not
nuts.
emotional. It's just.
I'm just.
But you're
well,
acting as if I'm against you. and
You're
I'm
not against me. Even if you were, that would be fine. But I'm not. You're not against me. But I'm just saying.
You're wrong.
Call Trump a bigger lie than the fucking every other politician is an exaggeration.
I don't know.
But again, let's remember the entire context of this stream that you guys are watching, that I'm doing, is to look back at Joe Rogan. This man has been labeled as an arm of the Republican Party, and here he is trying to convince an avid Trump supporter that Trump lies, pulling up bullshit sources and carrying the establishment narrative. Now, again, I don't blame Joe for that. Joe has always been not a regular guy since he's had his fuck you money. So I get that. And that's why I like this show, because he will bring on somebody like Nick DiPaolo to have this conversation. But it is important to realize how much has changed since CNN fucked with him.
By the mainstream media who hates his guts.
I think most politicians are liars. I think they're
Absolutely.
they're accustomed to doing that. But I think the way he lies is unusual. I think it's the numbers are unusual. It's just an unusual. You don't think so?
He exaggerates, like statements like that is an exaggeration. Although he did do a lot in his first couple of years, would never get credit for it. You know, unless you watched Fox News, you're not going to. But
would you agree that as you get older, you become more conservative?
No, I was always
a
bit of a dick. I got a tattoo of Nixon on my ass.
No, he doesn't.
I thought it was.
Yes, no, I would say that's a. What do they say about if you're young? You know, if you're young, you can.
If you're young, if you're not liberal when you're young, you have no heart. If you're not conservative when you're older, you have no brain.
Conservative, you have no soul,
no heart. And if you're old and liberal, you have no mind.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I would say that's true. But I could always detect the bullshit. You know, I mean, I remember watching CNN in an airport when I first started comedy. That's like 1988, you know, and getting excited at some of the shit.
Well, it's interesting because I don't disagree with you on everything, and I love you as a person. You're a great guy. I like you a lot. Always happy to see you. But yet, you and I here,
and even that little thing there, that hey, I like you as a person. I like you a lot. I'm happy to see you. Just adding that into a political discussion like this, that's not something most people do. That's not something most people do. And that's important because it allows the conversation to be about whatever the conversation is. And well, fuck. It allows the conversation to be whatever the conversation is. And you don't have to censor yourself thinking that you're going to hurt anybody's feelings or da-da-da-da. And Joe allows that. Even though he's disagreeing with the person who's sitting across from him, he's saying, hey, we're still friends. I still love you. I still like you. I'm glad you are here. But I just don't, whatever the case may be.
Get a little heated talking about this stuff. But this is politics. This is how divisive politics are. If even a person like me.
I would never leave here going, I don't do that show again. I hate Joe Rogan. I think this is great.
We've known each other for 30 years.
Yeah.
You know, that's not the problem. What I'm saying is, I'm just using it as an example of how divisive politics are.
Oh, absolutely.
When people talk about
I'm not
things.
afraid of it.
No.
You know what I mean?
A lot of people are, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of it.
A lot of people are afraid of bad vibes and bad feelings. And this is
Yes,
one of the things, but this is one of the things that makes people toe the line.
Right.
The fear of this kind of altercation, the fear of this kind of, like, you don't want that from inside your party. So you start using they and them. You start thinking that everyone should be able to use any bathroom that they feel like they identify with. You start going along the line. It's one of the more interesting things about politics is that if you tell me that you're a Republican, I can kind of guess your stance on God. I can kind of guess your stance on being pro-life, pro-choice, Second Amendment rights. It's like all those things sort of fall in line. And it's very interesting. It's very interesting how you sort of adopt, not you, but people sort of adopt a whole group of things when you decide you're a Republican or you decide you're a Democrat.
Right. I don't think I fall into that.
Interesting. So Be Like That says, I'm a fan of Joe ever since Fear Factor, but he can pick and choose at times. And I think I agree. And I think that is, that's what makes him Joe Rogan, that he's not right all the time. He doesn't claim to be right all the time. He doesn't claim to be enough authority. He doesn't claim to be preaching the right thing. He's having conversations with either friends or experts in whatever their field. That's all it is. and that's dangerous for CNN. That's dangerous for the establishment. They've got to, make him public enemy number one because they can't handle getting less views than him. Opaka says he is squirming in his chair. He looks totally sober. You should both be a Fear Factor. I don't know if I remember that one. Dave Chappelle Fear Factor. Because I would watch Fear Factor here and there, and I did like Joe, but I didn't have any, that was he was just the Fear Factor guy at that time. And then I think I saw some comedy somewhere, and I was like, oh, he does comedy, cool. And it wasn't until right around, I remember it was before, I want to say right about episode 700 is when I subscribed to his channel and when I started really getting into it. And then, much like any big thing that you get into late where there's 700 episodes, I went balls deep. I didn't watch every single episode, but I watched a lot. I actually found Rogan from when he was talking to people like Sam Harris or Lawrence Krauss about atheism. And like that was the only place where you got these long form conversations, specifically about atheism and religion and all that stuff. So that's how I found him, and I was just like, okay, I like this guy. He's he's not perfect, but he is be like that is saying. He's open-minded and non-objective. Yes, I agree completely. I think more podcasts should be as open-minded and non-objective. And that is precisely what we're doing right here. Except you don't have to be famous to be part of the show. You already are. Because I love you just the way you are. Who was the homeless guy? Joe was homeless guy? I think I remember him living with Eddie Bravo or something. Yeah. And a few guys tried to throw down on him in the show live. Bro, I need you to I'm doing my best, but I got a lot going on. I can't I need punctuation and stuff. Help me out. So the next thing that we're going to the next thing we want to do, of course, we could not do a look back at Joe Rogan without some Ben Shapiro debates.
I mean, I
CBD is
just
the gateway, right?
Come on, wrong one.
Hello, freak bitches. So I think there's that. But then there's also, like the Colin Kaepernick thing. I think that probably cost a lot of ratings for the NFL.
So this is from August of 2017. Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro on the transgender movement, men versus women in sports. So again, let's keep that in mind. That this was 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Let's see how much has or has not changed in his view in the last 5 years.
There was that poll that came out that said, I think of the 12% of people who said that they were not watching NFL games last year, 28% of that 12% said that the Kaepernick national anthem thing was the reason.
Yeah, I mean,
Lopak, I know what you mean. So, you were saying on Fear Factor, there was that dude who's like, "Don't talk to my wife like that," and then he went and is that what you're talking about? If that is, then I do remember that. That was pretty funny. Dude thought he was a big dog until that's what jiu-jitsu would do for you.
Oh, it probably emboldened them. They probably liked it and they wanted to watch it more.
This is fascinating about the cultural breakdown of the country. Basically, white people hated it and black people loved it. This is how the polls were. It's like 72% of black people thought it was great, and like an equal percentage of white people thought that it was just terrible. Which is a fascinating look at sort of how race relations work in the country at large. It's actually one of the reasons I think that ESPN's been losing ratings. Like I used to watch ESPN religiously, and now all I want is to just watch my sports and not be bothered with the politics.
Right.
Because I say I do that during the day, and it's a pet peeve of mine that every time I turn on ESPN, I have to hear a lecture about Caitlyn Jenner or about Black Lives Matter. It's like, shut up. Caitlyn Jenner hasn't even been athletically relevant since before I was born. I was born in 1984.
Well, the Caitlyn Jenner piece, when they did it for ESPN, and I don't know if this is true or not, but the word was that her getting Athlete of the Year or whatever the award was. That she got,
it's like Hero of the Year. It's like the Hero of the Year award. Yeah.
Hero. Was directly tied to the exclusive interview with Diane Sawyer.
That was so ridiculous. She was Woman of the Year. I think it was ESPN, right? Woman of the Year. she hadn't even been a woman for a year. Come on. Come on. What are we doing?
That makes sense.
They sold the two of them together as a package deal, which I buy 100%. If you don't, come on, think about where she came from. She's a fucking Kardashian, okay? She's a giant Kardashian.
That's right.
That's what she is. Now, notice I'm saying she.
You're saying she. I would say
very politically correct.
Yeah, I'm not.
But the video where they circled her house and she was like moving in the shadows behind the drapes. Did you ever see that?
No.
Oh, it was wonderful. It was wonderful. It was like the first time she was revealing herself as this woman. So they're circling her house. It's this glorious house, and like looks like it's in Malibu or somewhere. Where they're circling the house, and it's in the hills with a helicopter, like filming. These like fucking high production value shit. Yeah. This isn't just like, hey, we met with Caitlin at home. Caitlin, tell us your troubles. Like Kristen Beck, the former Navy SEAL, who just sits down very reasonably and says, "This just feels better for me. This is who I am."
Right.
No, there was like curtains and shadows, and it was mysterious, and then she starts talking, like, "Whoa, I've always been a man." You're like, "Whoa, God." And then there was a weirdest part where she said she got surgery, but it doesn't make me any. It wasn't like I was any less of a man or less of a woman before the surgery.
Right. Well, this is the case about gender, right?
Well, then why get the surgery? That was
boom. Why get the surgery if it doesn't change anything? Already back in 2017, the logic was already starting to fall apart.
Like
this is there are a lot of questions as to the logic of all of this. Like you call Caitlyn Jenner Caitlyn Jenner is a biological man. Sorry to break this to all the people who listen to your show. Caitlyn Jenner. I had a tweet this week.
All the people that listen probably agree with you. Yeah, at least a good amount do.
The number one retweeted tweet I've ever had 100, and I tweeted I think a day ago, and it has 120,000 likes. And there was a headline from CNN that said transgender man gives birth to It was transgender man assigned the female sex at birth. Gives birth to healthy baby boy. And so I tweeted, woman gives birth to boy.
Right.
Because it's a woman. I mean, this is that's not a headline. I'm sorry. Just because the woman believes she's a man doesn't make her a man. Like biology still exists. Sex still exists. If you want to say she's a woman who feels
like a man, baby.
Like a man, that's fine. If you want to say that. And by the way, I don't even care if she gets hormone treatments or if she wants to have surgery. It's a free country. Do what the hell you want. But when you start insisting that I just throw biology out the window, I don't understand why that's any better than I, as a religious person, saying every time you say something, you have to mention God.
Right.
I don't have the right to do that to you. That's idiotic.
Are you fascinated by it? Are you fascinated by the transgender?
I'm fascinated by society's obsession with it.
Yes, that's a good way of saying it.
Yeah.
There's not just an obsession. It's compulsory and it's rabid.
So I think that there's a couple of things that are going on. One is that it's very dark, but I think that there is an element of this is different, and we get to revel in the weirdness of it. But we're going to pretend that it's all about the civil rights of it. Right? We're going to feel special because we're on their side. Right?
Again, I want you guys to keep in mind how quickly the political landscape is changing, and that this is 5 years ago. I also want you to keep in mind that this whole thing is Joe Rogan some right-wing, alt-right, whatever. Is that accurate? Is the way that the corporate establishment media portrayed Rogan back when he ate his horse paste and they put that yellow filter on his face. And now, as recently as this past weekend, Destiny on the left was like, oh, people who get their news from people like Joe Rogan who's eating horse paste. Is that accurate? Is that fair? So we have the changing landscape, and we have the idea that people have of Joe Rogan.
Right. We're not watching Caitlyn Jenner because it's a curiosity and because it's weird and entertaining. We're doing it because we're on Caitlyn Jenner's side.
But there've been trans people forever.
Yeah, right. I mean, Renee Richards was a trans person.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, but it's happened throughout history. I mean, there's what was I reading a couple of days ago about a Roman, there was something about reports of some trans soldier in the Roman army, more than 1,000 years ago. It's got to be, if it exists now and it's existed before it was popular.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be a lot of people that turn trans now just because it's exciting. Oh, there it is, right there. A trans soldier in ancient Roman army.
That wouldn't.
Of course.
It wouldn't be surprising.
I'm not shocked.
No,
I'm not shocked.
I mean, it's a condition. I mean,
right.
the DSM called it gender identity disorder, and then they called it gender dysphoria. It's a condition. I mean, I'm not saying conditions
gender
don't exist.
dysphoria, but that in a lot of people's mind is labeling it somehow or a negative.
Well, I mean, it is highly linked to suicidality. There's a 40% lifetime suicide rate for people who have this particular gender disorder. That seems to me not to be like a great positive.
Whether or not they transition. Yeah.
Whether or not they transition. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't care if you transition, do what you want to do. But
Right.
the idea that we as an entire society have to redefine what sex is and we have to blind ourselves to what biology is, this is something I'm not willing to do. I think that it's actually damaging kids, particularly.
I'm more than willing to call her a she and change, but you can only change your name once.
I'm willing to call Caitlyn Jenner Caitlyn Jenner. I'm not willing to call Caitlyn Jenner a she.
Oh.
Because you can't change your sex. You can change your name. You can change your name to whatever you want. I don't care. But you can't. Caitlyn Jenner is not a chicken. Caitlyn Jenner is not a woman. Caitlyn Jenner is a man, a biological man. And if a man lost his penis and you know in a tragic accident, it wouldn't make him a woman. And if he were born with high doses of estrogen in his bloodstream, he would also not be a woman.
Right.
You're determined by your chromosomes. And this is not even talking about intersex people. Like intersex is a natural status. Intersex is a biological status. But this nonsense that if you, Joe Rogan, decide tomorrow that you are a woman, no surgeries, no hormone, nothing. You just tomorrow, you wake up and not decide, but you feel like a woman. Then you have always been a woman. We must treat you as a woman.
Yeah.
You don't have to change anything about yourself for us to even determine whether you're a woman. We just no. I'm sorry, no. I mean, like I had a mental illness. I had a grandfather. I get so much shit for this. But this is not me being unsympathetic to people who suffer from a condition that is really tragic and obviously harms people. You know, in terms of the rates of suicide and depression are astounding. My grandfather was a bipolar schizophrenic. And it would have not been good for him or my family.
That's funny as hell. I was like, how could you tell? In those days, everyone wore a skirt. Well, maybe in Scotland, they have their kilts. But I don't remember any days when men were always wearing skirts. Maybe I missed that in history class, but not here, no.
If people had said to him, Nate, you're right, the radio is talking to you. Nate, you're right, the curtains are talking to you. They put him in a mental hospital, they gave him lithium, and then he was better, and he could actually live a normal, relatively happy life. There's no good treatment for gender identity disorder, gender dysphoria, whatever you want to call it, but to suggest that it is a condition that doesn't require treatment, that really it's just that you're actually brain female. Again, this is ascientific. There's no scientific evidence to back this whatsoever. Even these studies that have been done talking about there's a female brain and a male brain. First of all, if you say this to a feminist, you're a sexist. Right? If you say to a feminist, there's a female brain and a male brain, and the male brain works differently than the female brain, the feminist will look at you like, how dare you?
Well, it's also one of the rare times where you're allowed to celebrate classic definitions of female beauty when a man embraces them when he becomes a woman. Lipstick, high heels, short skirt. This is like not sexist.
Caitlyn Jenner was only a woman when Caitlyn Jenner was on the cover of Vanity Fair and Bustier.
Right.
Yeah. But if he had just said, listen, I look exactly the same as I did.
I just want to put it out there that Ben Shapiro saying the word bustier made my day.
Yesterday, when I'm a woman.
Yeah, if he got a short haircut and dressed like Billie Jean King.
Right. It's the reason why the media loves Laverne.
So I guess I did miss that in history. We've got the toga, of course, which is not a skirt, but not pants. And then Lopaka and Deidre are educating me about the Romans. So guess you guys are right. I guess I was wrong. Wait a minute. Did Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense, just say that he was wrong about something? I had heard rumors that Lutch just always has to be right about everything. Guess I was wrong about that too.
Cox, because Laverne Cox has had surgeries and looks a lot like a woman. So
I don't know who Laverne Cox is.
The guy from the transgender woman from Orange is the New Black.
I never watched that show.
I've never watched that show either, but she's on the cover of Time magazine.
Oh.
Or he's on the cover of Time magazine.
Well, there was the woman in that show. Isn't that the one where the girl, is that the girl?
Yeah. That's Laverne Cox.
Okay. That's a woman or man?
That's a man.
It used to be a man.
That's a man, baby.
Used to be a man.
It's a woman now. Very tricky.
No, still a man, but
transgender. I'm so out of the loop. I'm that old man.
Well, exactly. And that's the point. Is that Joe can be like, oh, okay, this is beyond me. I'm an old man. I'm not keeping up with this stuff. And he's okay with that. He's okay with just saying, hey, I don't really get it. I know you're in the weeds of this stuff. And that's why you're here, Ben Shapiro. But I don't pay attention to this stuff like that. Be like that, loving it. And it's just silly. It's so silly the way that he was portrayed. And now how far that message has persisted, that Joe Rogan is some conspiracy theory, alt-right, whatever you want to call him. It's just, no. He's just a dude with a podcast and a lot of money and a lot of connections who has 3-hour unedited conversations. That's it.
always
Look at
wondered.
that headline there, right? It says America's next civil rights frontier, and that's the key. You have a bunch of people in the United States who are suggesting that they want the next civil rights fight. Always the next civil rights fight, right?
Yeah.
Says that the civil rights fight is immigration, or the civil rights fight is gay marriage, or the civil rights fight is transgenders. Okay, how about this? How about there was only one real civil rights fight, and it was about black people who had been historically oppressed in the United States for 200 years.
They had been slaves.
Yes, who had been slaves, and then Jim
owning
Crow.
transgenders.
This is correct.
Yeah.
Okay, the worst that Caitlyn Jenner had experienced was being incredibly wealthy in a high net worth suburb. This is not to say that transgender people aren't discriminated against in some areas of American life. I'm sure that's true, but it's also like behavior is not the same as being born black or being born Asian or being born with disabled. Like if I'm a business owner and I hire you and you're a man and you come in the next day and you're dressed in a woman's clothing saying you're a woman but you still have a full beard, like I don't see why I as a business owner am expected to eat the cost of that. Like that seems bizarre to me.
Eat the cost is a great way to phrase it.
So Jamie Dean brings up a good point and says that Joe's always been a bit of a conspiracy theorist. He says it himself. He used to be a moon landing denier. Yeah, he loves the JFK one. He doesn't fucks with flat Earth, but he did for a while before Eddie Bravo kind of beat that dead horse. But yeah, that's a great point. That Joe's always said that he's not some authority and that he likes conspiracy theories. He likes thinking about them. But never did he, he just not the guy they're trying to make him out to be. That's it. He's just not, well, that's a whole other conversation. There's definitely something screwy there. The official narrative is bullshit. Where it's right or wrong and what actually did happen, I don't have a clue. I haven't really looked that deeply into it, but definitely. Conspiracies happen. That's undeniable. But, being a conspiracy theorist usually implies that you're talking about stuff that's not proven or not reasonable, vis-a-vis flat Earth. Fucking says he knows the Earth is flat because Eddie said so. I guess so. The 10th planet is, undeniable.
I didn't have a dog in this fight. I was completely open and liberal about it until there was a case where a man who had been a man for 30 years became a woman for a little less than 2 years and then started MMA fighting women.
Yes, exactly.
Beating the fuck out of these women and not proclaiming that he or she used to be a man because in quotes, it was a medical condition that I did not need to disclose. Like that's not a fucking medical condition.
Right.
And if you ever watch
again, that was, this is something that Rogan talks about all the time now because it's become more relevant. Before this, how many times had he even brought that up? Probably very few. It's not him who's spouting right-wing talking points. That's the projection of the leftists shoving their ideology down everybody's throats through the culture and media. And so he's just responding to what's happening. We're all doing that. We're just responding to what's happening around us. And if you're not on board with it, then you're automatically all the way on the right. Automatically, you're just as bad as Mitch McConnell and Alex Jones put together.
The fights. She wasn't winning. She wasn't winning because she was skillful. She was fucking manhandling these women. It was ugly.
Of course.
It was horrible.
Like this is, but again, it's so funny how the transgender movement destroys the feminist movement by living off of the sort of lies that the feminist movement promulgated. So the feminist movement said stupid things like women and men equally athletic proficient.
Well, that's something that has been repeated very recently, that there's no biological difference in the genders and it's all social.
Absolute horseshit. I mean, I'm so sorry. There's no scientific evidence to back that, and it's particularly true with regard to actual physical capacity. This is just nonsense.
Not just no scientific evidence, but a mountain. Yeah, I mean, a mountain of it.
My favorite study on this is, there's those commercials about like throwing like a girl, running like a girl.
Right.
Remember those feminist commercials saying, what is it to be running like a girl? Maybe show an adult woman and she'd be running all girly, and then they show a little girl and she's running, and it's still a little girly, but she's running, like normally. It's only exactly fierce. It's only society that has forced the little girl to run like a woman. First of all, I have a 3-year-old girl. She runs like a girl. Second of all, and it's not because I'm teaching her. It's not because her mom runs, because she doesn't, right? But
does she play with dolls because you're a sexist pig?
It's because of that. My daughter started off liking trucks like in the first year, and I give a shit. And now she likes playing with dolls and dressing up in princess dresses. Like, who cares? She's a girl. She's always been a girl. She'll always be a girl, whether she likes trucks or whether she likes dresses.
That was an issue with one of my daughters too. My daughter was a little worried about her. I go, she's gonna be a dyke. She's like, no. I go, what's the big deal? You like lesbians? Who cares? I don't care. I'm like, I do not care. And she's like, and then she turned the corner, and then but we just let her be whatever she's in. But she was really into like Batman for a while.
Yeah,
and think about how transphobic that would be considered today. Think about how by not affirming your daughter's gender dysphoria or her gender identity as a man because she liked trucks. And what did he do? Just let it roll. Just let the kid be a kid and grow out of it. Now you can go to jail if you don't inject these people, these kids, these children with it's crazy. I don't need to preach to you guys. You guys get it. Paga says men and women can both go level 10, but men have rage. So that takes us up to level 15 or 20 for some of us alphas. Oh, yeah? All right. I mean, I agree with the sentiment. Maybe not every word. Deandra says common sense. It might look like a woman, but it will stay a man. Hormone treatment doesn't change you into a woman. 100%. I mean, it's like Be Like That says, just facts.
My daughter is in a bad, and then she was in a Wonder Woman. Like, who cares? Yeah. But what's funny about this is that the left kept saying, even when I met my wife, right, who's a conservative, and I made her more conservative when we got married because that's what men tend to do to their wives. But she, I remember early on we had a conversation about this, and I said, women don't throw like men, and she got like all offended, and I said, but that's factually true. She said, right, but it's insulting. It's like, no, that's factually true. Like, I'm sorry, there have been studies out of 1,000. If you
okay, again, we want to be as fair as we can here. There are factual statements that, in the context that you use them, can theoretically be unnecessarily offensive. If you say, I mean, it could be something as simple as, your wife asks you, "Oh, does this dress make me look fat?" Like, yes, okay. If it does, and you say yes, then she asked. But there's context there for it to be the more morally acceptable thing to just tell a little white lie, right? Another example would be, let's say my dear mother is on her deathbed, and she is saying, the last thing I want to know before I leave this world is that you, Lutch, have, obviously she wouldn't call me Lutch, but you have accepted Jesus Christ into your heart, and you believe in all of this Christian stuff. That's all I want, and then I can die happy. Would it really be the most moral thing to be like, well, actually, Mom, I can prove that this, and that doesn't make sense, so it doesn't make sense? Or would it make sense to just heed the wishes of a dying woman on her deathbed and just say whatever makes her feel better? I don't, that's a question. I don't know the answer, but certainly worth thinking about.
A woman throwing a baseball, and then 1,000 men throwing a baseball. The woman will throw faster. Then out of those 1,000 men, this is in the book The Sports Chain, the woman will throw faster than 2 of those men out of 1,000. And we're not talking about like Goose Gossage here. We're talking about like
regular humans.
We're talking about the accountant from down the block. We're talking about Paul Ryan flinging a baseball.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's not the way this stuff works.
Well, that was the counter that Fallon Fox used, was that she actually lost to a woman. She lost to a woman named Ashley Evans Smith. But what I said was, no, this proves my point, is that you're not good. You're just a man.
Well, this was, John McEnroe got slapped all over the lot when he said about Serena Williams. She's great. Serena Williams is great and all. But if Serena Williams were competing, he said she's the best female player ever. And they were like, well, why not just the best player ever? And he's like, because she's a woman. Like, if she were a man, she'd get her ass kicked. And everyone's like, no, how dare you? Right. There is something called the Universal Tennis Ranking. She would rank in the mid-ranks of college male players if she were a man. And Serena Williams said like 5 years ago, no, I never want to play like Andy Roddick. He'd kill me. She actually did this. There was a 200th ranked man in the world who she wanted to just warm up with. And they played a normal match for, he won 6-1, 6-0. Right, and he was like ranked 200th in the world, and the only shock was that he dropped a point to her.
Well, there was the issue of Renee Richards when Renee Richards started playing.
So before they get into that, Lil Puck has got religion is individual. It comes to each person on its own time, or it doesn't. Came to me very early on. It was spoon-fed to me and forced down my throat as a child. Even though I could clearly see that there was something amiss, I was a child. I remember distinctly pouring the holy water that I had gotten from whatever sacrament. Must have been penance, my first penance. They gave you a little bottle of holy water. And I remember there was something that I cared so deeply about. And I'd prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed, and I'd taken some of the holy water, and I'd, all of this stuff. And my prayer wasn't answered. And there was no logical reason why it couldn't have been if you are an all-powerful God. And so that was one of the first steps. I was angry in the moment, and I was still religious a long time after that. But I went to the bathroom and I was like, this is bullshit. And I poured the holy water down the sink. I was like, what am I doing here? So yes, religion is very individualistic, and it may or may not come to somebody at different points in their life. But if I had my way, it would be a hobby on the side of anything that has to do with any real aspect of building society. I don't think that it helps, and I do think it drastically hurts. Deirdre agrees with you. And then Lopaka goes on to say, here's a theory. They say Mike Tyson is Venus's sister's dad. So, like, her dad? Not when it was being forced on you. It comes around again. I used to be an altar boy. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that you
tennis against women and kicking their ass, and he was a middling player at best as a woman, or as a man rather, but as a woman he was a fucking killer.
This is what should insult feminists. It turns out that Caitlyn Jenner won all these Hero of the Year awards and everything. We men are so great that even when we decide to be women, we're better than women.
That was the most bizarre thing. He'd only been a woman for 6 months.
But he's amazing at
Woman
it.
of the Year.
He's incredible at it. He was a natural.
He's a gold
medalist. It turns out that men are better even at being women than women. No wonder feminists are pissed, and they should be. And this whole glossing over the difference between feminists who have been claiming that women are distinct from men and important and different and better in certain ways. Like, I don't understand how you hold these two simultaneous thoughts. Hillary Clinton needs to be president because we need a female president. But also, Donald Trump, if he said he was a woman tomorrow, would be a woman. How do you hold those two simultaneous thoughts? I always thought that in the last week of the election, if Trump thought he was going to lose, he should have just declared himself a woman, and then he too could have run as the first female president.
Amazing.
That would have been incredible trolling.
If he just showed up with a dress and lipstick.
And the entire left.
I identify as a woman. I'm the best looking woman ever. I've been voted as the best looking woman of all time. One of the great arguments I got online, when it wasn't even arguments, but so many people were calling me a bigot because of this Fallon Fox thing. It was stunning because it was so confusing to me. I'm like, I'm talking about defending a biological woman. Like, these biological women, at least two of them, got the fuck beaten out of them by Fallon Fox before they found out that she used to be a man. I'm like, that's not an issue to these people. And so this one woman said, she's always been a woman. And I said, okay. She gave birth, she impregnated a woman and got her pregnant. I go, what about then? She goes, even then.
Yeah.
So even then, she was a woman. She was a woman. She was fucking a woman with her dick and getting that woman pregnant. Like, we are in fantasy land.
Yeah, it's crazy towns out there.
This doesn't mean. This is what's crazy. Like, you can't, just because something's illogical, you can't just decide that someone's a bigot. Like, we're in a weird area. We're talking about bone structure, and here's the crazy
muscle
thing.
Density.
There's the crazy thing is that they always.
Okay. So Deandra says, I think you mean false religions. False religions kill the truth of the real God. We can pivot to religious stuff. I could do that all day. What is a false religion versus a true religion, and what is the real God? There's so much packed into that statement that it just doesn't. I understand that people have beliefs and that there's things, the way the world works, that they attribute to this, but people don't break these things down. What is a false religion versus a real religion, and what is the real God versus not the real God? What does that mean? That doesn't, I don't understand the message. I understand the words. I understand the syntax of the sentence, but the message that you're trying to convey with that doesn't come across because I don't know what that means. And says, God, things have changed so much in the past few years. Yeah. Glad you got the point of the stream. Vaga says, I left the church to prove there was no God, but it came back full circle. But this time there was proof that many stories were true. Again, I would love to hear those stories. Because I left the truth after trying to prove that there was a God, because I didn't know what was up, and I was like, okay, if I'm going to be a Christian, I want to make sure that I know what I know. And then I didn't get any proof, and I looked, wasn't there. Let's. What do I have next? Let's see. Do we want to? Okay, so we have a different. I want to see. How this conversation is different than the one that we had with Dan Crenshaw, because Crenshaw didn't really put up much of an argument there. We won't stick on this too long. Hey, we got Tyler Smith in the building. What's going on, brother? Great to have you here. Just going over some old JRE episodes, discussions and such, and see CNN right or wrong about who Joe Rogan is. But in the conversation with Dan Crenshaw, he just he didn't really know what he was talking about. So there wasn't much of a conversation there. Again, I don't think we're going to watch this entire video, but I want to see if, again, just to compare, if Ben Shapiro has anything stronger, because he usually, whether or not you agree with his position, it's well backed up by the logic. So let's see.
Have your conservative values moved in one way or another? Have they shifted at all?
My personal values probably haven't shifted very much, but my political values have shifted libertarian. I mean, so I used to be a proponent of criminalization of marijuana. I'm no longer. I've been in favor of criminalization. What changed that for you? A couple of things. One was just a general sense the government sucks at everything. And the more I see the government try to crack down on things, the more prevalent it becomes. I mean, people were dealing pot on my 6th grade, 7th grade playground in public school. So obviously, like, that was
LA.
Yeah, exactly. And then
that's terrible.
Just a general perception, not only that the government sucks at everything, but that you got to own your own actions, and also examining more of the evidence about the impact of pot on people's lives. And again, there's you ruining your own life through use of drugs, and there's drugs that legitimately ruin other people's lives, right? There are drugs that remove your ability to even reason or think. I think there are only 2 reasons to criminalize drugs in any fashion. One is if there are drugs like, for example, PCP that legitimately make you violent, and then you are going out and committing acts of violence against people. Then there's a case. Or if you're talking about
But why not just... those actions are already criminalized. Alcohol makes a lot of people more violent, but we don't criminalize the ingestion of alcohol. We just, if you do something while you're drunk, you just don't get to use that as an excuse. Why is PCP any different? I'm not saying I want to do PCP, but for a small government, conservative, Republican, down the line, sounds like you're kind of making an emotional argument here.
A drug where it legitimately robs you of your capacity to reason. If it were heroin, if you were able to actually crack down on it successfully, but even there, I'm not sure that the proper government solution is criminalization, because we've criminalized it and it's still incredibly prevalent. So
I agree with you. I agree with you on that, and I agree with you in terms of drugs being extremely detrimental. And the other part is that there's comparable drugs that are legal, and comparable drugs meaning not even really comparable drugs that are far more devastating, like alcohol. Like you could just go to any grocery store and buy a jug of whiskey and kill yourself with it.
Yeah.
It's not difficult. You just drink the
we
whole
have
thing,
laws
you're
on the
dead.
books already that prevent externalities.
Yeah.
If you drive high, it's the same as driving drunk.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that you need additional laws to do that. And also, I'm not opposed to zoning laws. Like, I don't think a pot shop should open up right next to my house, right? They're residential zoning. That's fine.
Same with liquor stores, though.
Right. I don't want a liquor store right next to my house. This is correct.
Yeah.
Right. So I become libertarian in some ways on that sort of stuff. The same thing is true, by the way, when it comes to the issue of same-sex marriage. So on a personal moral level, I'm opposed to same-sex marriage. I'm an Orthodox Jew, and I believe that...
Yeah, I don't think we're getting too much here. So let's take a look at this. What else do we have? I didn't realize we'd spend so much time on all of these. So I brought... we've got one about Joe Rogan Explains Hunting to Russell Brand. We got another gay marriage one with Ben Shapiro. We got the climate change one with Candace Owens from 2018. That was a fun one. Yeah, I don't really want that. Then we have the episode where Tim Pool was there with Vijaya and Jack, what's his face, from Twitter. Where is he? He's not in there the whole time. Or I could just open up the panel. We've been going for a while. I did not plan to go this long. We can open up the panel and dive more into this religion stuff. And Jamie Dean, yeah, Russell has been popping off. That is crazy. So what else is here? We have Rogan and Ted Nugent disagreeing over marijuana. Oh, okay. I definitely want to watch this one. So let me know if, I definitely want to watch this one. And then after this, you let me know if you want to continue with some more of the stuff that we've got. Let me just check what else I have here. I have another Ben Shapiro's problem with universal basic income. Stephen Crowder on transgender transitioning controversy from 2018. Everyone is not equal from Joe Rogan and Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil on the opioid epidemic. And that's about it. So, yeah, let's watch this one. And then, yeah, let me know if you guys want to continue with Rogan or if you want me to open the panel. Let's dive in.
Another one people got really mad about. This is weirdly the one we got the biggest reaction to. And to the extent that I'm a little hesitant talking about it, because it always starts to shitstorm every time I do.
Vaccines?
No, actually, we've not done a whole one on vaccines, but we really should because it's coming back. I used to think that vaccines was like kind of done as a topic, and like we've gone through it. It is really back, and it is big.
Ted who? Ted Nugent. Gotcha. Brain fart. Ted is a maniac. He definitely is out there. He definitely is out there. And Jimmy says, I could not stand the TED Talk, pun intended, because Nugent's mic kept popping. I almost shut it off so many times. All right, so then we won't go through that one. Oh, some people are triggered. Don't worry, this one is only 13 minutes long. And it seems like we are all kind of on the same page. So I really want to watch this for the again, just the way that the news and the media has portrayed Joe Rogan, and let's see if that matches with this from again 2019.
But no, we didn't.
But again, let me know if you want to continue with more videos after this, or if I should just open up the panel and we can get into religion stuff. I'm down for either one.
On alpha males, we did an episode about dating, and we did one on how the idea of the alpha male doesn't exist in humans. Like if you talk to any anthropologist, any biologist, any sociologist, right, and be like, are humans organized in a social relationship where there's alphas and betas? They'll be like, no, what are you talking about? This is an unscientific idea, right? And we just did something laying that out in the context of like people who are, oh, my type is I like alphas, right? Well, there's no such thing actually, humans are some of your dominant in some situations, not in others, right? An overly simplistic way of looking at human relationships. And I thought that was a pretty simple, straightforward thing. I was like, this is just a bit of pseudoscience that you hear people tossing out. And people went ballistic on the internet because people have sort of like built a edifice of ideology in their minds about like, there's alphas, there's betas, I'm an alpha, this is what an alpha's like, this is what a beta's like,
Well, let's take away the words.
Like you?
Yeah. They're clearly men who are more aggressive and athletic and dominant and more confident, and then men who are introverted and shy and more nervous and anxious. And there's a scale
in some situations,
social situations.
Yeah,
and that's what we're talking about, right?
In social, yeah, but your social situation could change based.
Thank you. Be like that. Actually responding to what I'm asking. Thank you. The rest of you, take notes.
On what situation you're in, you know what I mean?
Could, but like an athletic, confident male is always going to be an athletic, confident male, and an introverted, anxious male who has problems with social anxiety is going to be the same. That's who that person is.
I don't think so necessarily. But so when we're talking about alphas, right? In animals, what is that? It's a social hierarchy, right?
It's a social hierarchy. I am so alpha.
In animals. So let's take away that word. I mean, what people are using to describe when they're saying alphas and betas, they're saying like confident, strong, secure people and people that are anxious and not confident.
So if you're trying to say, hey, like it's good to be confident, it's not so great to be anxious, like that's fine, right? But when people talk about alpha males and beta males, right, they're specifically bringing in the language of like evolution, of biology, of zoology, of evolutionary psychology,
Are they though? Are we kind of just saying, there's a clear distinction between bitch ass dudes and dudes who are not bitch ass dudes?
And they'll start saying stuff like, well, there's alphas and there's betas, and women are hardwired to be attracted to the alpha, because that's what it's like in nature. Like they'll be using that language, right? And so what we're pointing out is that's not scientific, right?
It's not scientific, but it is true that women are hardwired to be attracted to confident, athletic men.
I don't know if I agree with that. But
really?
Yeah.
You don't think that women look at like pro athletes and like big, strong, athletic men, and you don't think they're drawn to that for evolutionary reasons?
No, I don't actually.
So again, it seems like a bunch of us have seen. Thank you, Opaka, and Tyler Smith. It seems like we are all, we've all seen this before, and so I don't want to. Yeah, right. It's not scientific, but it is true. And that actually is relevant to, what I was going to say, that when you over intellectualize or over let's just go over intellectualize things, or make everything down to the numbers, as we know some of our friends, if you know who I'm talking about, then you know who I'm talking about. Then it becomes, you become very confident that you know things that you don't know, because numbers represent what you're saying, but the numbers don't represent the situation properly. It doesn't take into account all of the factors. So the numbers might be on your side, but the numbers don't tell the whole story. And if all you're looking at is the number, then you're not looking at the human factor. What does Jihad say? Is this about to turn into an Adam ruins everything own? Maybe.
Okay, do you think that men are drawn to women with small waists and big hips and large breasts for evolutionary reasons?
I think that's an easy. I think what that is that's an easy intuition to come to if you're like looking at the way people behave, right? But one of the things about evolutionary psychology is it's the most common mistake to look at the way that people do behave and say the reason we behave that way is because evolution says that's the best way, right? That's their argument. For instance, I'll give you an example. That's the argument arguments like that were used, for instance, to justify slavery, right? That like, oh, because whites and blacks have this hierarchical relationship in American society, that's the way it was intended. That's how nature intended it to be, right? But we can't.
That's a giant leap. We're just talking about like the shapes of bodies. Like men universally are attracted to a certain shape of bodies. There's men that are attracted to different ones, and
I don't think men are universally attracted.
People
to the same
vary,
body.
but that hourglass shape has been throughout time something.
How can you try and say that there is no standard of beauty? It's just ridiculous. It's just disingenuous. You don't want to say that men are attracted to more conventionally beautiful women. So you're working backwards from that and saying, well, I don't know. This hourglass, what about an hourglass? I don't know what this means. What are you talking about? I'm purely scientific. Fucking beta.
That men are attracted to.
I think that hourglass shape is something throughout our recent cultural memory that we tell each other that men are attracted to, right? That's when
and I guarantee you, if we took these type of answers from these type of people, and the next breath then ask, okay, so what about gay people? Are you saying that gay people are just attracted to what they're attracted to because that's what they've been told? Oh, so no. So gay people are naturally attracted to who they're attracted to, but straight people are only attracted to who they're told to be attracted to. Got it. Scientific as shit, bruh.
That's what we're told from an early age. To this is the sort of women that men are attracted to, and so a lot of men end up adopting that, right?
Yeah, because it's true. You dumb fuck.
But I don't think that deep down that's how men naturally are. You know?
Wrong.
Really?
Yeah. I read
That's
this.
that doesn't make any sense to me. That's so non-intuitive.
But I'm all about things that are non-intuitive.
Where do you think it's?
A lot of things are not intuitive. I get it, Joe Rogan. You're just some normal guy who hasn't looked at the studies, but I have. And actually, even though you've probably fucked 15 times as many women as I have, I've looked at the numbers. Get the fuck out of here.
Started. Where do you think this narrative of men being attracted to the woman with large breasts and a small waist and a big ass, where do you think that started? Because this is like evolutionary biology is pretty much settled on the idea that the reason why is the large hips would indicate that the woman would be easier to give birth. Having large breasts and a large ass would indicate that she has she's fertile, and then she has ample fat storage in the right places if she's going to be pregnant and carry children. There's all these
chuckle?
Like evolution.
Did he just chuckle at that? I think he just chuckled at that. Like, He's reminding me of the professor from What is a Woman, who's just like, well, why are you asking me that? It's very interesting that you would be asking me that. Like, okay, can you just answer the question, dude? Or nah, because it doesn't seem like it. Jamie says, as soon as you admit to a standard of beauty, you must also admit to a hierarchy of beauty. The left will not admit that some people are objectively ugly. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And he knows that. And he knows that. That's why he's taking this position. If he knew this was going to be brought up, well, didn't he bring this up? He brought this up. What a dumbass.
biology reasons why people are attracted to certain things. Why a woman would be attracted to a tall, muscular, handsome man, good genetics, very strong and confident, can take care of her. All these things are based on evolutionary biology. So I don't understand why you think these are learned sort of cultural artifacts.
So my question is, this is an assumption that we, the public, make about how evolutionary biology works, right?
Well, it's more of a thing that we sort of agree on.
Well, we as the there's an idea among the public that this is true. I don't know if it's a scientific idea.
I've had conversations with evolutionary biologists who explain the reason why men are attracted to certain shapes and why women are attracted to certain shapes. This is sort of, I mean, this is science in a way. The reason why they're attracted to tall men that are muscular and confident is because that is what's always saved you throughout history. I mean, it totally makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, just because it makes the point of our show, right, is that just because something makes intuitive sense doesn't mean that it's necessarily true, right?
Fair. But just because it makes intuitive sense doesn't mean there must be some scientific reasoning that doesn't make sense at all. Sometimes science is fucking weird. Yeah, sure. But also, sometimes it's not.
But don't you think that in this case, that this is a varied argument? Like, I don't think that's something that you can dismiss.
I don't dismiss it, but I don't assume the truth of it simply because that's what, everybody agrees upon, right?
But if you ask girls, like, what are you into? And you say, are you into tall?
Keyword if you ask girls, which clearly our boy Adam here is not very accustomed to. Beta.
Muscular, confident men who are also nice to you. Jesus Christ, it's going to be off the charts. It's going to be like most of them.
I'm really not sure that's the case.
Really?
Yeah.
You think you had like a certain...
You know why you're not? You know why you're not sure? Because you're a fucking virgin.
Survey of women, and if the men...
And when I say a virgin, I don't mean somebody who hasn't had sex. I mean somebody who looks like they wouldn't be able to attract another woman to have sex with.
Were equally kind and equally intelligent and friendly. You don't think that more women would be sexually attracted to these tall, handsome men with great bodies?
I mean, look, I'm not gonna say that. Like, first of all, you're positing like a value judgment in it that the bodies are great, right? So, like, are women attracted to attractive bodies?
Oh my god! First of all, you're saying that beautiful bodies are beautiful. First of all, let's just say that beauty standard. This is how these people think. This is how these people think, is that everything must be broken down and everything that we know is based on some patriarchal whatever. And so if it is, it must be wrong. If it is, it must be wrong. That's the perception of this postmodern. Everything that we know is wrong. So if it's accepted, it's automatic. My assumption is that it's wrong, which should be the opposite way. So be like that. It says now the bodies aren't great. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, let's see how many bodies each of these bodies have, and compare them to the bodies of the women that Adam thinks are equally as beautiful, and let's see how many bodies they really have.
If that's the question, then I would say
dad bods are more attractive to women. Study finds some fucking guy with a dad bod.
Look, here's something that I was really influenced.
I fuck Jamie for pulling that up. It's kind of funny, but this was in 2019. When's the last time you saw anything about a dad bod in the media? Probably 2019.
What do you think of that? What I just said, though, that doesn't make sense to you. That women would be attracted to someone who's fit.
Look, I mean, it's a hypothetical, right? Like, certainly athleticism, right, is something that is attractive, right? That's something that many people find attractive, right? Not everybody finds that attractive, and I don't think that we can necessarily reason backwards to
again, speaking in a feminine way. Not everybody. We're not talking about everybody. We're talking about on a balance of probabilities. We're talking generally. Obviously, we can't account for every single person in one conversation about how sexuality works. Obviously.
specific evolutionary relationship, right? Because the truth of what those evolutionary relationships are is like often a lot more complicated than, you know, our immediate intuition about it. And what we're specifically pushing back against in that segment is like the really sort of unscientific, you know,
use of alpha and beta.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, you know, you've got people, you know, just on internet forums, like sort of doing amateur pseudoscience, right? Saying like, this is how the relationships between men and women are like designed evolutionarily. And we were just pointing out on a very, very simple level, like the alpha and beta social hierarchy theory, right? That like humans are organized in a social hierarchy and alphas are above betas. Not true, right?
Exactly. Great question. How is this hypothetical? This is the most practical, like the words escaping me, but functional, like it's what's happening. It's not hypothetical at all. It's realistic in the sense that it is real and that it is happening. Like there's no hypothetical aspect to what he's talking about at all. Jamie says, not a fair competition. I don't. Okay, I had to read that and make sure I could read that out loud. So, not a fair competition. Adam will bang twos and say some beta shit like, they're beautiful in their own way. Yeah, exactly. Because he may not be the typical dude. He assumes that there is no such thing as the typical dude or the typical person. He is atypical, therefore there is no typical. Okay.
Even someone who is the person who you posited, right? The person who is athletic and confident, right? The you know, the high school football quarterback, right? Versus the high school football nerd, right? Well, take those two people and then put them in a different situation, right? If those two people are
what's a high school football nerd?
Like in gym class together, right? Of course, the high school quarterback is like on the top of that social interaction, right? Looking at the
that's what we're talking about, bro. Where you been? That's exactly what we're talking about.
Sort of, you know, classic wolf pack model. They're the one who's sort of running the show, right? And the other guy's like hanging out in the bleachers, talking to his friends, right? Or talking to nobody because he's a beta in that situation, right? If you then take that kid and then you know, send that kid to like nationals, right? Or whatever, you know, and that kid, take the quarterback character. And, you know, he's suddenly like, you know, from the little podunk town, right? He's not from the big school. He's like way down on the totem pole, right? That person is no longer going to be in that high social hierarchy, right? And if you...
So you're telling me a tall, jacked dude can't get laid at a math convention? Sounds like you're projecting a little bit, dude. That you can't get laid at a football game, and so you're just flipping that around. That's what it sounds like to me.
Take that nerd and you put that, you know, take that kid, maybe he's the dungeon master of his, you know, Dungeons and Dragons group, right? That kid is going to be the alpha in that situation, right? That's how humans work. You know, humans aren't organized.
That's not what that's not how people are using the words, though. Like that, because you are like the leader of the micro pack. That's not what alpha is referring to or beta is referring to. Like being the leader of the betas does not make you the alpha beta. That's not what maybe is saying. And you're trying to, again, intellectualize this social construct. And because you think you have the numbers on your side, that you can preach this shit. And again, to those of you who may be friends of the channel who think like this, if you know who you are, then you know who you are. This is who you will become. If you don't get your head out of a book for every single second and think that everything is explained by data and this and surveys and polling and all of that, then you are destined to become this guy. And I don't want that for you. I don't want that for anybody. Lopaka says they are all wrong because it's based on Darwin. And if we came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys around? I mean, you're joking, right? Please tell me if you're joking, because I'll come back to that if you're not, but I'm going to assume you're joking.
In sort of like little pods that stay together for life, and there's one person who's dominant the whole time, right? And that's the simple point that we were making in that piece, right?
And people got upset.
Yeah, people got upset because there are so many people who, we talked about this later on the show, there's this idea called the backfire effect, right? Where when people are told something that they don't agree with, that when someone has told somebody a fact, when somebody is told a fact that contradicts like a really deeply held belief, it can often cause them to disbelieve it even when it's true, right? And fight back even harder.
Yeah.
One of the reasons that happens.
Well, no, Lapaka, it's not a rabbit hole. I can explain it very simply if you're being serious. But it just seems like that's, if you were searching, you said you were searching in this religious context and, about aliens and everything. Very simply, why are there still monkeys? You came from your mom, right? And I don't know about, I apologize if she is not still with us, but assuming that she is, or when she was, why is there still a mom if there's a Lopaka? That's the question that you're asking. We came from monkeys doesn't mean monkeys turned into humans. It means we share an ancestor that weren't monkeys that then split at one point over a period of millions of years. That the offspring of you have this group of ape ancestors, and slowly they spent out and thank you, Jamie Dean. They splintered out and splintered further from each of those branches. But just talking about we have the common ancestor. And then as evolution went on, then the divergent evolution, thank you, Jamie, brought two different types of speciesation. We can see this in real time in our lifetimes. There's like types of birds, there's types of rodents that you can see depending on the type of weather that year, the evolution of how many animals were there, how many of that species was there the previous year. It affects how the next generation exists. So the reason there are still monkeys is the same reason that there at least was at some point you and your mother existing at the same time, and perhaps her parents. That's the question. If that question doesn't make sense to you, why is there still a mom if there's a Lopaka? That's the question that you're asking. You're just replacing mom with monkeys.
Because of an idea called identity protective cognition. It's if the fact that is being debunked is literally part of your identity, like if it's something that you believe really, really deeply.
Yeah.
One of the reasons that happens is because of an idea called identity protective cognition. It's if the fact that is being debunked is literally part of your identity, like if it's something that you believe really, really deeply, it's incredibly hard for you to disbelieve it, right? The classic example of this is like, Sean Hannity doesn't believe in climate change, right?
Really?
Well, you know what? I actually don't know that specifically.
Sean Hannity doesn't believe in this. Really? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just saying things. He's on Fox News. So do we really need to be serious about him, or can we just lie? And then Lopaka still, but they all don't evolve. It's more specific to climate. It is, there's climate. There's a lot of things. It's about adaptability. The survival of the fittest is not the fittest in sense of strength. Is the who is best fit for the environment. So yes, climate is a big factor, but there's others as well. And as like that's how I mean, again, putting it very simply, how did the eye develop? You had creatures swimming with no light sensitivity, and they lived that kind of life. Then something happened where there was a mutation. And one of those fucking things had something, and when the light cast a shadow, they could tell, oh, you want to go this way towards the light, and they survived better. So they mated with other ones that had that dimple that had that showed them light, and then they had a child that had a bigger dimple. And then the bigger dimple child had a kid with another bigger dimple child, and then it became more evolved. And this happens over millions and millions and millions of years, bit by bit by bit by bit by bit by bit. It's just, I mean, you shouldn't be asking why are there still monkeys. If you're asking why are there still monkeys, you have not done enough research, because it's a very basic question. It's a very basic answer. And if you have a cursory understanding of the theory of evolution, then you know that question doesn't make sense. So it's just not it's not a legitimate question. It's like asking where is Hogwarts? Like, okay, that's a question, but like Hogwarts is a fictional place, so it doesn't actually exist in the world, even though it's a place that we can talk about. It's just, you're confusing your language. So yeah, right. And James saying survival of the average is a more appropriate phase than fittest. Why do you say that? That's absolutely not true. That's absolutely not true. The ones who succeed are more likely to procreate than the average. Maybe the survival of average and better. But the idea is that if you are average in the way that you can adapt to the environment and not just the weather, the climate, but whatever environment you are, the predators and prey and food and all the temperature, all that stuff. The best of now with humans, we've reached a place where we've all seen Idiocracy. Now we're at a place where dumb people can procreate, but that's a relatively recent thing. That's a product of civilization. So that's not how it worked for the 50 million years before 1980. So Lopaka says they use mutations to explain a lot of what's missing. Who's they, and what's missing from what? Please do. If oh well, all right then. Bye. Leaving the party.
What Sean Hannity thinks about climate change. So let's just say somebody who's made their whole career on climate change doesn't exist, right? All their friends are in the anti-climate change community, right? They met their wife at an anti-climate change fundraiser. You know what I mean? They make their money. They write a new anti-climate change book every year, right?
This all sounds like more projection. This all sounds like he is somebody who is, at the climate change this, the positive climate change this, and the left wing this, and then that. That's exactly what he's saying. Let's run this back a couple of seconds, and let's listen to this as if he is talking about himself.
What Sean Hannity thinks about climate change. So let's just say somebody who's made their whole career on climate change doesn't exist, right?
So somebody who's made their whole career on climate change.
All their friends are in the anti-climate change community.
All their friends are in the climate change community.
Right? They met their wife at an anti-climate change
They met their wife at a climate change. You get the point.
Fundraiser. You know what I mean? They make their money. They write a new anti-climate change book every year, right? Now, climate change.
Because there's no new climate change book every year.
Change is real, right? There's no evidence I could present that person with that is going to make them take the social risk of ending all their relationships, changing their whole life, right? Because if they were to say, okay, you know what? Actually, I'm convinced climate change is real. They would lose all their friends. Their wife would leave them. They would lose their revenue stream. They can't possibly come to that conclusion, right?
Now, what did we start this whole stream with? With Jamie Kilstein being cast out of his social group because of his beliefs, and then being accepted by others that didn't believe those things, even though he didn't agree. So this is what Adam thinks, because this is what his cohorts, that's how they behave. Projection. Just as I thought. More projection from left-wing fucking asshats.
And so they fight back so super hard, right? And so that's what ended up happening with that segment. There's a whole group of people who have built their whole lives on the idea there's alphas and betas. I'm an alpha. I'm not going to be a beta, right? And so, and maybe that meant something positive to them. Maybe they were in a bad place in their life, and through this model of alpha versus beta, they started working out, or they started, improving themselves a little bit, right? And maybe they started acting a little bit more confidently, and now they're in a relationship, right? All those things can be true with the idea of alphas and betas and humans not being scientific, right? But so when I tell them that, they fight back really hard. They're like, no, this is real, And so that video, which again, I had no idea that would be controversial.
So there's a difference between something being scientific and something being real. Just as Joe started out saying that. Well, it's not scientific, but it is true. That's it. So Deidre says, correct, Jamie. 6,000 years is correct. With the discovery of DNA, evolution cannot be true. Living things adapt to their environment. What? How does the discovery of DNA disprove evolution? I've never heard that ever in my life. So I would love if you could elaborate a little bit on that.
Got the most YouTube response videos, got the most, furious.
You know what else is just a theory? Gravity. Would you bet? Would you take a bet that if I let go of this thing, that it's going to fall? If I bet you $1,000, if I bet you $100,000 that based on the theory of gravity, if I let go of this thing, it's going to drop. Would you take that bet? This is a theory. Do you understand what a theory means in science? There's a difference between a theory and a hypothesis. Just a theory is not, again, is it shows that you don't understand what a theory actually means, because that'd be like saying he's just the president. It's not like he's got a lot of power. He's just God. It's not like he is, the great question, Dustin. Great question. But I didn't specify a direction. I just said fall. Would you take the bet that this would fall if I let go of it based on the theory of gravity? Now, if you say no, and you think that it's, most times this may, but what is it that you think about gravity? And if you understand how gravity works, or just not, in general, that, it pulls things to the ground. That's all you really need to understand about that. Then you understand that, oh, okay, a theory doesn't mean a hypothesis. A hypothesis means, okay, I think this thing is, I think this thing may be XYZ. In fact, we've got to, this is important enough. We got to do a whole, we got to pivot. Scientific theory versus law versus hypothesis. Let's do that. All right. Let's see if there's anybody I recognize here. No. So let's go. This one's not too long, not too short. All right. So, oh, what the fuck? What the fuck?
And the weirdest thing was people started to say this is political.
Okay. Got it. So yeah, we are, I want to switch here, and I want to make sure that we are all on the same page, because this is, more interesting of a conversation than alpha and beta. I like the fact that we can just kind of, freeform, and I'm down with that. So let's see. Lopaka says, science has pretty much proven we did not evolve through DNA. That's not, that doesn't mean anything. What do you mean? That's not a thing. Like, do you have a study that says because of DNA, the existence of DNA, this proves something? Again, what were we talking about? People just saying things and claiming things without backing it up. So Plaka says science has pretty much proven. Pretty much. What is proven, or where's the pretty much? Have we proven, or have we not proven? There's no pretty much in science. It's either proven or it's not proven. So science has pretty much proven that we did not evolve through DNA. It's like we were created by either God or aliens, that they cannot find the male donor, only the female, track through DNA the origins of man. Okay, when we're having this is a relatively high level scientific conversation, you gotta, you can't just be throwing out tidbits and bullet points. This is not that's not enough. That you haven't said anything. Is it like we were created by a god or aliens, or is it that you have proof that we were created by aliens or a god? This is not scientific language, my friend. They, I don't know who they is, cannot find the male donor, only the female. Donor for what? For sperm? What? I don't know what you're saying. And then tracked through DNA to the origins of man. What was tracked? And what does DNA have to do with tracking? And how did you use DNA to track the origins of man? I feel like I would have heard about this. So, I mean, drop some links. I mean, I'm happy to go through this with you guys. Deidre says an ape and a human do not have the same DNA. A cat and dog cannot share the same DNA. Each species has its own DNA. Yeah. Thank you. Dozen says we can see evolution take place before our eyes. A certain fish with spines to defend against predators will lose its spines in a body of water with zero predators. Exactly. And then Lopaka just says human race. Okay. Human race. Human race. Yay. I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick, but you're not saying anything. I need more than that. So let's see the difference between a fact versus a theory versus a hypothesis versus a law in science.
Like, why is Adam Rizzo?
God damn it.
We need to get
And
something.
this is from PBS. So let's not get into some political thing or some religious thing. This is from PBS. And I'm happy to cross reference.
Straight. Evolution by natural selection is a theory. So is climate change. But people keep saying that like it's a bad thing. I get it. I understand your frustration. We're all searching for ultimate #truth, and complex, challenging ideas don't always fit nice and neatly in our brains. But what is truth? Are there different levels of truth? Are some truths truthier than others? I don't know, but I do know this. Science is the absolute best tool we have for understanding how the universe works. And theory is not.
Deirdre, what do you see? This is I'm confused because the process of adapting throughout the generations is what we call evolution. Like, yes, it's adaptation, but that is what evolution is. It's the generational adaptation that happens throughout the generations that leads to changes in species and speciesization. Like you're saying that's like saying it's not ice cream, it's just frozen sweetened milk. Like, well, yeah, that's what we call frozen sweetened milk. We call it ice cream. Exactly. Dustin's right. Evolution is just long-term adaptation. Oh, the History Channel with Ancient Aliens. Okay. All right. Well, I'm down to watch it and see what they have to say. And I'm certainly no biologist or evolutionary biologist, so I'm happy to learn. But these are things that, again, not trying to be condescending, but these are things that, we kind of dealt with in middle school. So I don't. Let's just leave it at that.
A 4-letter word. If we're going to trust science together, the least we can do is speak the same language. Words like fact, theory, hypothesis, and law mean something totally different to a scientist than the way they're used in everyday speech. So let's
again, that's important. The words fact, theory, hypothesis, and law are different to a scientist than the way they're used in everyday speech. So saying it's just a theory, as if it's a bad thing, is a silly thing to say to begin with. Because theories are very strong claims, extremely strong claims that simply cannot be made into law. But let's continue.
Them straight. Facts are really just observations about the world around us. And we observe things every day, like that it's bright outside when I look out the window. And we often develop explanations for those observations, like, okay, the sun is probably up. Congrats! We just developed a hypothesis.
So that's a hypothesis. What you think in your mind to explain something. What you decide, this is maybe the thing. That's a hypothesis. So if evolution were simply a hypothesis, then the sentence evolution is just a hypothesis would be relevant to this conversation. Deirdre says, take a rat and put it in a freezer. After 6 months, the rat has much thicker and longer hair. It still stays a rat. But we're not talking about individual animals. We're not talking about individual. I started this whole thing. Remember, I was talking about Lil Paga's mama. The question: why are there still monkeys? If we came from monkeys, first of all, we came from apes. Monkeys are a descendant of apes, similar to humans. But at no point is evolution claiming that one animal turns into another animal. You will be a human for your entire life. The rat will continue to be a rat. The ancestral apes that monkeys and humans share never went from being apes to anything other than apes. Do we understand that point? That no one animal is changing from one animal to another animal. That's not what evolution is proposing. It's proposing that over generations, the rat that has thicker fur, if not dead, and survived in a colder environment, then another rat that has thick fur is more likely to survive than other rats with thinner hair or fur or whatever. So when two thick-haired rats mate, then their offspring is going to likely have thicker hair than the average thickness of their parents' generation. And this is minuscule. So in 100, you have that rat, and then, let's say 10 generations. So that rat has children, and those rats have their 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 children, and the children of those rats you may see across that generation the same thickness that you see in this rat that you're talking about in the freezer. That thickness of long and length of hair is not typical for a rat at that point. But 10 generations later, if it is more fit for the rat to have long and thick hair, then that will rats in general will evolve to have more and longer hair. Please, if there's anything that you don't understand or disagree with, please let me know, because it says evolving doesn't mean changing your species. After evolution becomes so drastic, we can then classify it as a different species. Yeah, it has to be, we have to follow that far and far and far and far and far enough. And difference, the big distinction is that different species can't mate with each other. So if you trace back, if you take a monkey and its great grandparent monkey was an ape that had a similar ancestor to humans, then the human will not be able to mate with the ape. The monkey will not be able to mate with the ape. The monkey and the human will not be able to mate because they are three different species, even though they all have a similar ancestry. Pocket says, all Tesla's theories have been realized. Theories are good. Makes us think. I mean, yeah, they do make us think, but that's not why they're good. They're good because they're backed up by facts. They're backed up by evidence. They're backed up by, evidence. Don't we all, Paka? Don't we all? It doesn't says, when the rat evolved so much that its offspring is thicker, then maybe you can say it's a different species and it has evolved. Yeah, that's evolution. Not one animal turning into another species. That's not what it is. Deirdre, are you still here? Are you with me? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Because that's kind of important.
But a hypothesis isn't something you prove. It's something you test. So let's walk outside. It's bright. The sun is up. Hypothesis confirmed.
So there we had the fact that it was bright. Then we had the hypothesis. I think it's bright because you're explaining why that fact is. I think it's bright because of the sun. So then you go out and test that hypothesis, and you can see either what you actually should be testing is what's called the null hypothesis, which would be, okay, it's bright outside. So the hypothesis is that the sun is out. So what I should be testing for is, can I prove that the sun is not out? That's called the null hypothesis. And if you cannot prove the null hypothesis, which is the opposite of your hypothesis, then your hypothesis is correct. But all you got to do is look at the sun, and you can see, oh, I've disproven the null hypothesis that the sun is not out because I can see with my own eyes that the sun is there. We've not gotten to theory at all. We've only been talking about hypotheses.
Way to go! We did a science. We often come up with multiple hypotheses to explain an observation. We just eliminate the ones that are wrong. What's left over is not a theory or a law or an ultimate truth. It's just a possible explanation for something. One that can...
I mean, that right there is a good, layman definition of a hypothesis. What exactly did you say?
Law or an ultimate truth. It's just a possible explanation.
Yeah, a possible explanation. That's what a hypothesis means, not a theory. That is not what a theory means in science.
For something. One that can lead us to new hypotheses, which may agree or disagree with the original one. It's a never-ending story, only without the big fluffy dragons.
That's so good.
When enough hypotheses have gotten the old scientific check mark, we can pile these all up and turn them into something greater.
So now we're getting to what a theory is. Deirdre, you still here? Did we lose you? So now we're getting to what a theory is.
Theory. A theory is the way we know something works, based on the evidence we've collected and all the hypotheses that we've successfully put to the test. The best thing about a theory is that we can use it to make predictions, and not just about the way things are, but how they will be. You may have heard someone say something like...
So remember, I asked you about what you think would happen if I drop this. I'll get to that in a minute. I just want to keep it to gravity, because we all agree that gravity is not just anything. It's there, even though it's a theory. So the point is that I can have the confidence that this will fall if I let it go, because many people over many times have tested the hypothesis that if you drop something, or if you're not holding something up, that it will fall. So then the theory becomes, okay, whenever we do this, then this happens. And so, and again, a big part of that, as he said, is being able to predict things. How was I didn't predict that this would fall because I'm a genius or a psychic. That's how science works. We've done enough testing of the hypothesis that gravity will pull things towards the earth that I can make the prediction that it's going to happen again. And I'll put $1 million on it. Does anybody want to take that $1 million bet? You don't, because you know that this will fall.
Like, I have a theory about why cats purr. I think it's because they're actually tiny robots, and those are their gears. Well, that's not a theory. That's actually a hypothesis. It's something...
And just like you're asking about, it's just a theory, what you're talking about is a hypothesis. And no, evolution and gravity are not hypotheses. They are theories. They are scientific theories. The only thing above that is a law, and we're going to get to that. So Deirdre said, do not forget that you get kinds. Lions, tigers, and cheetahs are all the cat kind. Right. But, yeah, okay. And yeah, I mean, and even though kangaroos are marsupial, I mean, those have equal, I'm not really sure what you're trying to say with this. I am aware of kind, species, genus, all that stuff. I'm aware.
That could be tested, but don't try this at home. This cycle, taking facts and observations, thinking up possible explanations, testing those explanations, and then making predictions based upon them, That's what this whole science thing is about. Being a theory isn't a bad thing. It means that idea got the gold star, the blue ribbon, a big shiny trophy that says, countless experiments have shown that I'm sufficient to explain all the observations that I encompass.
Countless experiments have shown that I'm sufficient to explain all the observations that I encompass. So when you say, where is it? Evolution is just a theory. You're saying, well, evolution is a thing, and countless experiments have shown that evolution is sufficient to explain all the observations that we encompass. But it's just that. Do we see why that doesn't make sense? That's what we're trying to get to. Thank you. Thank you, be like that. Let's continue.
Now, to see if you got this down, let's look at some examples. Fact, people get sick. I think we can all accept that. Hypothesis, people get sick because something gets in their body and starts doing bad things. Test each hypothesis, throw out the bad ones, and we're left with a framework that lets us understand why we get sick and make predictions. The germ theory of disease. Okay, let's try another. Evolution.
That's a great example before we get to the evolution, because germ theory is also just a theory. So do you not accept that that is how illness works because it's just a theory? Or did you not quite understand the strength of what a scientific theory actually is?
Is a fact. We know that it happens, no doubt. But how does it happen? Evolution by natural.
That's an even greater point. We can, as Dustin said earlier, I can't find it. He said evolution happens right in front of our eyes, and so we see. So that's an even better point. It is a fact. It's not a theory. Evolution by natural selection is a theory. The method by which is a theory. And evolution by natural selection does not propose how life began, if we want to go, because I know that's coming too. So great point. Be Smart channel. So let's back that up just a little bit, because evolution is a fact, not a theory.
Happens, no doubt. But how does it happen? Evolution by natural selection is a theory. We've come up with thousands and thousands of hypotheses about it, tested them, thrown out the bad ones, and we developed a pretty darn good framework for predicting how living things change over time. So yeah, it's a theory. Stop saying it like a bad thing. Calling it a theory means it's passed the toughest tests that we can throw at it. And evolution has been tested maybe more than any other theory we know of. We should really call it the theory of the fact of evolution.
Burn.
What about something as fundamental as gravity? Is that a theory or is it a law? In science, a law is a detailed description, usually using math, of how something happens, like the movement of gas molecules related to temperature, or how
so maybe gravity is a law.
Mass and energy are always conserved. But a law doesn't tell us why something happens.
So the reason, Deirdre, she asks, why is there not still half ape, half man species around that is supposed to still evolve? Because again, it's not one animal to another animal. You don't have you don't even have an ape that gives birth to a monkey, or an ape that gives birth to a human. I want you to keep this in mind, because this is relevant. I'm not, going off on a tangent. So we understand the difference between a baby, a teenager, and a senior citizen, right? At what point does a baby become not a baby and beginning a teenager? I mean, that one's okay. So let's say toddler, a baby, a toddler, and a senior citizen. So at what point does a baby become a toddler? Is there one day where they're a baby and then the next day they're a toddler? Or is it a slow, gradual process? Does that toddler go, be a toddler and for their entire life until they're whatever years old, and then the next day they wake up this old, crinkly, a senior citizen? Or is it a slow process that happens over time? So we're not talking about one generation. Remember, I said generation after generation after generation after generation. So what happens is the ape gives birth to another ape that has some sort of mutation. This happens millions of times all around the world. So every ape, let's say 10% of apes give birth to these mutated apes. Then there's enough of those mutated apes that mate with other mutated apes that then form yet another mutation. If you do that 100 times, not once or twice, hundreds and millions of times, then you slowly change. Exactly. The baby is still a human and will never not be a human. But we're talking about, I'm not talking about the ape being like I said, the ape stays an ape, the human stays a human, but we're talking about characterization or categorization. So while the baby is always going to be a human, when does the baby become a toddler? Because we can agree that a baby and a toddler are two different things, right? Just like an ape or a monkey and a human are two different things. So what you would expect under your understanding is that an ape would be born and then over its life becomes a human. But that's not what evolution is. That's not what is proposed. That's something that's a mischaracterization. Again, that's like saying when I asked about is this going to fall, that I said it was going to fall through the table, and that's not that was never what I proposed. So you saying that, well, this thing didn't fall through the table, so you're wrong. There's no gravity. No. That's not what I was saying. In that same way, the entire point is that whatever being doesn't change from its being. We're talking about generations. Generations. I mean, I'm not trying to be condescending, but I mean, you understand what a generation is, right? Because you keep talking about one generation. Back up. Yeah. So let's finish that. Let's finish that. And real quick, Justin says on that same channel, there's a video showing that proof of evolution is in our DNA. You want to send me DM me the link, and we'll pull that up next.
Gravity, as it turns out, is a law and a theory. Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Again, I hope that you're joking. But absolutely, you evolve from a baby into a toddler, into a teenager, into a young adult, into adult. And none of that happens at a point. There's no, again, I mean, I don't know. I don't, I'm not smart enough to explain any better than that. So, I mean, let's see what Dustin's video has.
Describes precisely how two objects will attract each other based on their masses and the distance between them, and gives us a nice formula we can use to figure it out. Textbook law. But Newton's equation doesn't describe what is happening or why. To do that, we need a theory of gravity. Fact.
I knew I was right.
If I drop this, it'll fall. Law. I can
there you go.
Describe how fast that apple and the earth will accelerate toward one another based on their mass.
But why is it falling? That is not scientific law. Mabaka says, man, I really wish she was my teacher in school. You're cool. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I do my best. I can get a little worked up sometimes, but I'm doing my best.
Masses and distance. But why is it happening? Hypothesis. There's a force pulling on the apple, or maybe there's something about the universe and the way it's structured that makes massive things fall toward one another. Or maybe the apple is like magnetically attracted to Earth or something. Eliminate the bad ones and we're left with a theory. And thanks to Einstein, we've got a theory of gravity called general relativity. But once scientists stumbled upon quantum mechanics, they began to realize that Einstein's relativity didn't account for what was happening on the very smallest gravitational scales in the universe. General relativity is still great at describing the universe at the scale that we interact with it. But even the theory of gravity is incomplete. Does that mean we throw it out because it can't explain everything? No. I mean, if you get a flat tire on your car, you get a new car. If you change the tire, is your car a different car all of a sudden? All of these fit together to make the scientific machine. We're constantly adding and taking away parts, but it keeps on running just fine. It just means we've got more work to do to make Einstein's theory even more right. Science is never done. It's always changing, and this bothers some people. How can we trust it? How can something be strong and robust if it could be different tomorrow? The goal of science is to devise frameworks that describe how things work, to truly understand why things are the way they are right now, so that we can know how things will be in the future. And if we can learn to trust science in all of its fuzziness and incompleteness, I predict that future is going to be very bright.
I see what you did there.
I like that theory. Stay curious.
Wonderful, wonderful. So thank you to Dustin, who has loaded up right now. So this is proof of evolution is hiding in your DNA. So we've got, oh, sorry, we had a couple comments here. So Dustin says, supposedly some people have a dimple next to their ear, which is a result of leftover DNA from when we were fishes. I think it's fish, but yeah. Deirdre said, you must check out Professor Walter Vaith on evolution versus creation. I doubt it will blow my mind, but I'm happy to check it out. DM me a video on social media. My socials on the screen right now. DM me the video, and that will be the first thing that we attack the next time I'm on here. We've already been going for 4.5 hours, and a debate like that is definitely more than an hour. And I gotta pee and take the dog out. So let's see what Be Smart has for us specifically on proof of evolution is hiding in your DNA. That's not the right video.
Charles Darwin spent 5 years circling the world to discover what became the origin of species. Alfred Russel Wallace spent 8 years traveling through South Asia to witness the story of evolution. But you can discover the same thing today without going anywhere, because the story of evolution is right there in your body. Your tailbone used to be a tail. If you can move your ears, that's thanks to muscles you share with
So remember, if you said that DNA proves that evolution is not what happened, then I'm very curious on what's being said here and what you disagree with and how that fits into your worldview.
That pink bit in the corner of your eye, a leftover of a third eyelid we can still find in lizards, birds, fish, and others. Goosebumps are a feature we share with lots of animals that didn't lose their body hair. And even hiccups trace back to the brains of fish and tadpoles.
I fucking hate hiccups.
Water through their gills. These body parts are just a few scattered pages in a larger story about our evolution. But there's other fossils hidden inside our bodies that tell an even clearer tale about how we came to be the way we are. One of these stories is so simple it can be told with a single picture. These are images of chromosomes, the big chunks of DNA inside every one of our cells. When we look at images of human chromosomes next to those of other apes, they line up nearly identically, except for human chromosome 2. It seems to have no match next to the other ape chromosomes. Even weirder, humans have 46 chromosomes in total, 23 pairs. Those other apes have 48 chromosomes, 24 pairs. What could explain this? If we're supposed to be related, why are we missing a chromosome? Turns out we aren't missing a chromosome at all. Sometime during our species history, those 2 chromosomes that are still separate in other apes were welded to become our single human chromosome 2. Us, chimps, gorillas, orangutans, all inherited the DNA we have today from some.
So this is a perfect answer to why there are not still apes. So the common ancestor, that's the ape. So all of these things came from, this is why I was bringing up Lopaka's mama. That just because Lopaka is here it would be silly to ask, well, why does his mom still exist? Well, that's how he was born. And the same goes here. So even though we have the same ancestor, we're genetically cousins to all of these monkey things.
Common ancestor with 48 chromosomes, but 2 of ours got stuck together along the way, and you can even see how they match up. If 2 chromosomes were glued together, you'd expect to find 2 centers, or centromeres, and we do. We'd also expect to find telomeres, the ends of each original chromosome, stuck head-to-head in the middle, and we do. Thanks to sequencing the human genome, we can spot the exact DNA base where this fusion happened. 113,602,928 bases from the end. A fossil of evolution hidden in our own bodies.
Deirdre, I do. It's not that I don't want to talk about this. I absolutely do. I don't think that we necessarily have time to dive into the whole thing outside of just kind of a cursory thing. That's why I don't necessarily need the shortest thing. I would rather have something longer, and then we can spend the time on it that it deserves, so that we're not just saying, like we've been calling out all week, so that we're not just saying things that we believe without the time or resources to back them up. So, again, I'm curious what your thoughts are on what we're actually watching. As you were saying, the fact that, or maybe it was Lopaka saying the fact that DNA exists proves that evolution didn't happen, when it's exactly the opposite. I'm just curious, where, like, do you understand where you were wrong? Do you disagree with the video? Do you think I'm wrong? Like, where are you at with that? Paka says, I remember they did X and Y DNA. I remember they did X and Y DNA all over the world they could find. All the Y. But we cannot. I remember they did. Who's they, and what does did mean? What does did X and Y? See, this is not scientific. This is not science. This is just you thinking of things, and maybe you read something that you clearly didn't understand. But what do you mean they did X and Y, or they did X and Y DNA? DNA is not something you do. DNA is a thing, as we just saw from the video. DNA. This is DNA. This is DNA. What do you mean they did X and Y DNA? But we cannot pinpoint the X. Something about it may not be human. Am I stupid? Am I having a stroke? Okay, DNA blood testing. Okay, so they did DNA blood testing all over the world. And they could find all the Y. But we can't pinpoint the X. Dude, who told you that? Do you know what chromosomes look like? Like, they literally just look like an X and a Y. Like, found it. I mean, what is it that they didn't find? The X chromosome and another X chromosome in females. And for males, we have an X chromosome and the Y chromosome. So in females, instead, this would be a male, because that other tail is not there in males. If it was a woman, there we go. It would look like this. Saw it on TV. On Ancient Aliens? Maybe we should stop watching Ancient Aliens, bro. I don't think History Channel is sending you in the right direction. They found all the female, but not the male origin. All the female what? They found all the female, but not the male origin. They found all the female origin? What is the female origin? One from man, one from woman. Yeah, dude. I mean, I gotta pull rank on you. And whatever you saw was wrong. It was very wrong, and it turned you in the wrong direction, and it has you arguing for things that do not make sense. So I would highly suggest that whatever you learned in that thing, I would even go back and watch it so that you know all of the bullshit that they are telling you, because it's wrong. It's just wrong. And I like so wrong that I'm having trouble even, figuring out where the wrongness of it is. I don't even know what it is that they told you that is wrong. I can just tell that by what you're saying, you don't understand what we're talking about, which is fine. I'm not, I'm making fun of you. I'm just saying that's what it is. So let's finish watching this, and then we'll open up the panel.
2,928 bases from the end. A fossil of evolution.
Oh, okay. So see, this is what I need from you. Just full sentences that actually say a thing. They could trace the DNA to a beginning point for the female, but not for the male. So remember, I said that evolution by means of natural selection is not the same thing as the origin of life. Science has not yet explained how life began. But once life did begin, which we know happened because we are here, then at that point, then whatever came after that is because of evolution by means of natural selection.
Hidden in our own bodies.
Let's run that back.
In Celtic mythology, there's original chromosome stuck head-to-head in the middle, and we do. Thanks to sequencing the human genome, we can spot the exact DNA base where this fusion happened. 113,602,928 bases from the end. A fossil of evolution hidden in our own bodies. In Celtic mythology, there's a place called Tir Nanog, a land of eternal youth. When one scientist discovered a protein that keeps stem cells forever young, he named it after this place, Nanog. The human Nanog gene is located on chromosome 12, at least the version of the gene that works. There are 11 other broken copies of Nanog spread throughout our DNA. How did these extra copies get spread through our genome like lost socks? When DNA is replicated, sometimes the same bit gets mistakenly copied twice. And sure enough, we see one broken copy right next to the working Nanog gene, like a messed up DNA photocopy. We call these broken genes pseudogenes. And what about those other 10? There's another way these pseudogenes can spread. Nanog, like every gene, is copied from DNA into RNA letter by letter before that RNA is used to build a protein. But everyone...
So that's another point that is very important to all of this, is understanding like the difference between DNA and RNA and how that works and replication and all that stuff. And if, again, I'm not saying, oh, you're so dumb because you don't get it. Like, obviously, I went to school and studied this stuff specifically, which is why I know it. It's not like, that intuitive. And that's why it makes sense to ask questions like, why are there still monkeys if we came from, if there's humans? But those questions have been asked and answered hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago, thousands and thousands and thousands of times. So if you like, even I've answered it many, many times. So even if it's something that occurs naturally to you and that makes sense that it occurs to you, it just means that you haven't actually looked for the answer to that question, because it's right here, it's right there, and it's very basic. And again, this is middle school science class.
In a very long while, that RNA gets mistakenly copied backwards back into DNA, pasting a new broken version of the gene somewhere in our chromosomes. After searching the billions of letters in our genome, we found 10 of these lonely Nanog leftovers in our DNA. Their locations seem random, like they were blindly tossed in. Now, say you were to read another animal's genome and you found these very same broken copies of Nanog, each pasted in the very same locations among billions of letters of DNA. That would be a heck of a coincidence, unless it wasn't a coincidence. This is what we see when we search for Nanog in a chimpanzee's genome. The original and 10 of those lonely broken copies, all in the same locations as ours. This only makes sense if millions of years ago, you and me and the chimpanzee share an ancestor whose DNA was already littered with these.
Remember, millions of years ago, not, last week, not 100 years ago, millions of years.
Broken genes. We all inherited this pattern because we share an evolutionary link. Of course, it's one thing to share a link with chimps, but chickens? That would require some strong cluck and proof. One thing you have in common with a chicken, you both came from an egg. Inside a chicken egg, the growing embryo produces something called a yolk sac. It surrounds, the yolk and helps gradually absorb nutrients to build a baby bird. But human eggs are incredibly small, only about 1/10 of a millimeter across. Unlike birds or turtles, our eggs don't make a yolk or even a shell. We get our nutrients and protection from our mom's body. So you'd think no yolk sac. But that's not the case. Humans make an empty yolk sac, and it disappears halfway through pregnancy. So this is a clue that our eggs and bird eggs and even reptile eggs all share an evolutionary link. But can we prove it? There's an essential ingredient in egg yolks called vitellogenin. It's a protein, which means there's a gene whose DNA codes how to build it. Egg-laying vertebrates all have at least one copy of this gene. But what about us? If we really are descended from animals that once laid eggs full of yolk, can we find some leftover of that yolky gene hidden in human DNA?
Lopaka, this is precisely what the X-Men is. Precisely what the X-Men is the fact that those unused genes, well, technically it's an extra gene, but that we have it inside of us, and it can be flipped on, and then that leads to superpowers. So and in the real world, maybe not superpowers, but certainly the triggering different DNA strains, animals that can regenerate. That's a big area of science, is trying to figure out how things like like an iguana, who if its tail gets cut off, then it can regrow another tail. And so scientists are looking at, since we all share a common ancestor, is there something in the DNA of the lizard that can be copied or made to look the same in humans, so that if someone were to cut off your arm, that it would literally grow back, like in The Amazing Spider-Man. Yeah, we'll get, and I mean, we'll we got the point here, but I'm very interested to go over the Professor Walter Veith video. That'll be our next stream, and I'm saying it's our next stream, and then I don't want to do it today because I want to give it the time that I think it deserves. And I've been going for 4.5 hours here. I can't jump into a whole new thing here. So let's just finish.
In 2008, researchers found just that. Fragments of once active egg yolk genes hidden.
The panel is open. Lopaka, you made a promise to me, bro.
In our own genome. And when they compared our DNA to the chicken versions, they even had the same neighboring genes around them. This is exactly what evolution would predict. Just like fossil bones, we see remnants of our ancestors broken and buried in these hard-to-find places. There are many myths of creation around the world, and most agree on one thing. Humans are special, and we need a special story for how we got this way. When we take a close look at our own biology, we can see that special story is evolution, and it's a story we share with every other living thing on Earth, some more than others. To some people, the idea that humans, our bodies, our brains, our thoughts, are also the products of evolution removes some of the magic of being human, but it doesn't have to. When Darwin wrote, "There is grandeur in this view of life," he meant that being a creature molded by evolution is a totally different kind of magic. The kind that still amazes you, even when you know exactly how the magic is done. Stay curious. A big thanks to 23.
Beautiful. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What's going on, brother?
Where are you at? Where you at? It's dark where I'm at.
Oh, where?
You turn it up.
There he is. How are you? Glad to have you on the show.
What's up? Mike, it's pretty dark over here.
Oh yeah, where are you from?
Shit, you may have to. Well, anyway, there.
Yeah, if you have YouTube, there's a little bit of a delay. So if you turn off YouTube, you can just hear the conversation through StreamYard. You there?
Okay.
Good. Justin says, "What's up, Lopaka?"
Yep, I can hear you.
I can hear you. So
Okay,
what have you got for us?
What's up, everybody? Only us.
So yeah, what do you think about all this DNA stuff?
Right on. Yeah, no. That what I was more thinking of, not the evolution thing. It was the point that they couldn't find the male side, and they're not saying it's not a monkey. They're not saying it's not an alien, and they're not saying it's not God or anything. But they're just saying that it's unknown, and they can't pinpoint where it comes from. So that was what was kind of like, whoa, that's a big question mark to me. And I'm like, well, I mean, all through school we were taught about the evolution and stuff like that, and it kind of does make sense, evolution. And like you see that picture where the guy starting out the monkey, and then he the caveman, and then the businessman, and then human, like that. And it kind of makes sense. And you look at it and you're like, oh, well, that's possible. They maybe just haven't found that missing link yet. Until they do, it's a possibility. That's the way I look at it. I don't try to just be like, nah, man, it's this way. You got to be this way. Take it.
So, and I respect that, but at a certain point, we have to look at the facts and see, okay, it is this way. We know that we have this much data. We see that it's all pointing in the same direction, and it would be disingenuous to say that we don't know when we do know. And you're absolutely correct that we do not know how life began. It's just something that we didn't, we haven't been able to do in science. That's something that we're still working on. However, the point is that just because we haven't figured it out doesn't mean there is no answer, or that you can plug in another answer. Another interesting point that I would love for you to not necessarily answer right now, but just pontificate on a little bit, is the concept of a missing link itself. I'm going to be a little vain since you're off camera, and I'm just going to do that. The concept of a missing link itself. So if we saw the chart that we had like the the common ancestor, and then the human and the ape and the orangutan, all that stuff. And so the assumption is there's a missing link here, but we keep finding those links. And then when we find this link, you're like, okay, well, there must be a missing link here. And then we find that link, and then people are like, okay, there must be a missing link here. You can always look at spaces between species. And those are two disconnected thoughts from, whether or not, we know how life began versus how life proceeds. And then the notion of the missing link is just something that is kind of an anti-scientific way to continually knock down and set up a straw man. Well, you don't have this answer, so your other answers must be wrong. Does that make sense?
No, it does. What you're saying does make sense. I'm just looking at it like I'm not trying to like flip the apple cart and say like, oh yeah, this is completely wrong. I saw something that was. What I'm trying to say is more like I'm more on the evolution side, but I saw something to make me say, whoa, maybe they're not 100% right on the evolution part. Like you know what I mean? And it's not saying that we didn't evolve from that point. Like they traced back the DNA to a certain point, and then they couldn't find the male. So let's just say like at that point, maybe we're evolving from that point. Like you know what I'm trying to say? I'm not necessarily saying
we came from monkey. I completely understand.
Maybe we got some monkey in us or whatnot through DNA, which they can prove and stuff, right? So I'm just looking at it more like, did we evolve from a certain point where we were created? And that's what I'm looking at, like, wow, there is something that points to a possibility that we weren't that we were created, so that was what I'm more like interested in, that part, not to disprove the evolution, or I'm just like, whoa, you got a little spark over here. I want to see what that spark was. What's that? Like, you got another doorway here. What's in there? Like that, so I'm more like that. Like, I'm not like, oh man, you're full of shit. I'm just like, whoa, hey, wait, I saw another door over here. What's inside?
Yeah,
there?
no, we're all just friends chatting here. We're all friends just chatting here. And so is it, I mean, I agree with you that it's very interesting to think about, where did life come from? How did we, just have a planet with no life, and then there was life? Like, that seems like a big jump. So that would be the missing link, if anything, is how do we go from non-life to life? But as Jamie Dean is saying here, says, I took biological anthropology in college. We found quite a few missing links. And like I said, so, we'll have here, we'll have an understanding of here and here, and then we'll say, okay, where's the missing link here? And so we find that missing link, and like, okay, well then where's the missing link here? And so it's a little bit of a straw man argument, and it's not really fair. But I definitely understand the curiosity of, okay, evolution, once we were here, then okay, from there we evolved into whatever. But what about before that? How did we get here? That's a very interesting question, but it's a different question. So it's nobody who is championing evolution by means of natural selection, or nobody should be saying that we have those answers. Where did life come from? But in terms of once life, just single-celled life was here, then we know that from that single-celled organism to the complex humans that we are, that you and I are talking over, from wherever the hell you're from, across the airwaves, we've developed that was a clear line of evolution. So I definitely agree that we don't know where it all started. We don't know, but have you heard of the term God of the gaps?
God of the gaps, no.
So God of the gaps basically just means that if we don't have an answer for something, you just plug that gap of knowledge with God. And so you say, okay, yeah, we know all of this stuff about DNA and evolution and but we don't know about where we originally started. So it must be God. Well, do we know it or we don't know it? If we don't know it, then we just say we don't know.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, that's so like I was saying, with a lot of the stuff that they were showing, it was just like they could prove everything up to the women's side. That's great. And I'm like, well, why can't you do that for the men's? Well, you should be able to do it for both and have a definitive answer. But they're like, no, we can't.
Well, men and women are different, right? Men and women are different, right? And
yeah, I guess, but more like the woman human species was taken, and then it was a male, like the male. It was what I mean. The female was used as the incubator for the male. You know what I'm trying to say? Like when they were crossbreeding or whatever they did, like it was just, and then so they were saying they don't know what that other part was, and that's why I'm like, well, how can you not know what the other part was? You know what the one side.
Do you know what the other part is?
That's why I'm like, what's the other part? Because
well, that's what I'm saying. How can you? Well, how can you say? How can you say? How can you ask? How do you not know something that you yourself don't know?
They said they traced it all the. Well, that's what I want to know. I want to know what the hell that other part is and why don't they know it? Like what is it that they can't know, or like they can't find out about it? If like.
So then the question that you
I'm waiting for some scientific.
Yeah. So the question that you need answered then is, how did they determine that this was a female? And what method did they use to make that conclusion? Then if you know that the male hasn't been figured out, then you can ask, why are these methods not appropriate for finding the male? And if if the evidence shows that it's just a different process, that okay, we found the female through X, Y, and Z, but we tried to do X, Y, and Z, and that's not how DNA works. We need an ABC, but we don't know what ABC is yet, and we're still working on it. So it's a process. All of this stuff takes time, and unlike religion, you don't just get the answers like that. You have to work for them. And most people in this type of scientific area talk about how you can work your entire life on one single question, and you likely will never answer it, because these are such big questions and there's so much involved in it, that just think that we were just going to have an answer. Like, well, why did they figure it out? Like, well, what do you mean? Because it's complicated.
No, but that's a good mystery to find out, man.
Absolutely, definitely. I would love to know that. I think the especially as somebody who is against religion, I think that finding a scientific answer to how life began would be hugely beneficial in terms of, from my perspective, in terms of getting people to turn away from religion, and not turn away from the values that they held as religious people, but the beliefs they hold that are not substantiated by science.
Yeah. No, you know, I was telling you about the like the Bible side of it. You know, like a lot of the people that you even said it, the God gap, they fill it in.
God of the gaps. Yep.
A lot of stuff that like before like you'd read the Bible and you think like, oh Jesus, wow, this is a fantastic tale, like holy moly. And then you start seeing them find like, hey, you know, the story of Sodom and Gomorrah when they fired down those sulfur, you know, rain sulfur and stuff like that. So recently I just saw a thing where this guy, American guy, went over there and he was digging through all the old where the lake used to be, and you know it's dried up because the sulfur wouldn't still be on the land. He found sulfur balls, thousands of sulfur balls in the water that, you know, when it hit the water it extinguished and they got buried in the sediment. And as the Dead Sea retracted, hold on a second.
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that you know have number one, things that are unexplained. Number two, things that look weird. That, you know, the Clarke's third law of thermodynamics is any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. But we know magic doesn't exist. So if you see something that you don't know how to explain, then you know, instead of saying it's magic or God or spirits or witches or anything else, then the only intellectually honest thing to say is, I don't know. And that's okay. We don't have to know everything. We can't know everything. There's some things that, you know, we just have to accept that at least in our lifetime we're not going to know, and we have to deal with that. And I think people are uncomfortable with that notion of not knowing such an important thing, and so they're willing to use this God of the gaps and plug in God there so that they feel like, oh yeah, I have the answer. But you really don't. You're just lying to yourself, you know?
Dude, I went to a British Catholic academy in Hong Kong when I was a kid, and the headmaster would walk around with a ruler, and you got to put your hands on the desk flat. And dude, I got wrapped across my knuckles. How many times, dude? You talking? You say anything? Whap! You're like, Jesus Christ! Like, holy, like that's wow! And you're a sinner. You're this. You're that. Then you know you're kind of forced to be an altar boy, and then you're doing the kneel sit stand, and then I start seeing the priests in the back tanking the alcohol. I'm going, wait a minute, you're a priest. Why are you drinking the whole bottle of red wine? Like I'm a kid thinking this, going, what kind of a Catholic? And I had this whole like idea that these people are perfect and this and that, and I started seeing like
exactly
when they're not in people, F this, F that, dropping F like they were just mean, and I was like, you guys are like, I thought God chose them to be a priest, so I'm thinking like they have this power, you know, because I'm a kid, I don't know any better. I'm like, well, they're the head of the thing, so God chose them. Holy moly! So you know, and then I started seeing more and more of it, and then I started seeing more of the Catholics being so righteous over other people, and I was like, what the hell? Like, why can't you just leave them alone? Leave them, like, who cares what they like, whatever, they're from whatever country, who cares? Like, just let them be. But no, they got to get into their business. They got to tell them this is the way it is in America. I felt that. I'm a Canadian also. I came into Canada and then came to the United States. So I've felt socialism. I felt all the stuff coming in, you know, and not until I got to United States, then I started seeing how, like, wow, like these people were so, it didn't matter what race you were, but if you were like 100% behind the Bible, you're right, no matter what, period. Like they, you know what I mean? Like they were just so righteous.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was brought up in the Catholic Church as well. You know, the level of how much, you know, you need to be on point, and the expectation that everybody is, and the false belief that any misstep is the worst thing. It just the whole ideology. There's so much that I despise about it. And the sad thing is, like I said, there are very many good values in the Christian religion, in the Bible. I mean, I haven't read the Quran, but I'm sure there's values in there. But when it's tied to all of the bullshit that you were just talking about, the bullshit that I talk about all the time, then it makes it impossible for me to adhere to that. And then it may, other people feel the same. And then that's what leads to this far left thing where, like we said, that government is the new religion,
Yeah. No. Okay. So back when the Greeks beat the Persians, right, and they took control of that whole area, that was all Persian control, is Jerusalem and all that stuff. The Greeks literally turned over the reins to the Pharisees, and the Pharisees were the Persians that paid to stay in power, and they controlled the religion, they controlled the church, they did all that. So for the longest time, you've got this religion that's been hijacked, that literally they pick and choose what you can learn, and totally add a pope in there. I don't see anything in the Bible where there's a pope where God said, okay, I'm going to put a pope and he's going to speak for me. But that's what they do now. And it's like, what? So if the pope, so what if the pope's busy? How's my prayer?
Exactly.
Like, what's going on? And all these saints, like the one thing I remember, 10 Commandments is I have no idols. No idols means no idols. You don't worship Moses' stick. You don't worship. I mean, unfortunately, I don't want to say it. You don't worship the cross either, because it's a symbol. No symbols. It's only it's supposed to be between you and God, inside your head. That's the kingdom inside there. Your worship space, everything like that. You don't need to go to church every Sunday and drop 20% of your earnings in the
tithe, right?
basket.
You got to tithe 10%
They-
at least.
I went to one church and there was an application process, and I was like, what? They're like, here, this is the application process, and they gave me a box of envelopes, and I go, what is the box of envelopes for? And they said, for your
You
donation.
failed.
But I thought to myself, isn't donation voluntary? But I filled out the form, and then it asked me how much I made, and I said, why do you want to know how much I made? They said, you have to give us 20%. And that's how she said it. You have to give us 20% of what you make. And I'm like, what? I've never heard of that before. And I'm like, I'll get back to you. And I kind of just wiggled my way out of there. And I was like, wow. I was like,
good choice,
I didn't feel
brother.
comfortable
Good
going
choice,
to that
brother.
church. I was like, what the? I've never, wow, you got to pay your way in? I was like, oh, cool. So if I got a lot of money, I can buy my way to the front of the line. Cool. Right on.
Yeah, man. I mean,
I don't have to wait in line
Catholic
to get
priests
in.
used to get rich selling literal tickets to heaven. Christianity has been corrupt ever since the beginning. But I really want to thank you for coming up. I've been going for almost 5 hours. I definitely got to take this dog out before he shits on my carpet. But again, thank you for hanging out. You definitely make the party a little bit more fun. Do you have a YouTube channel? Is there social media? Anything that you want to shout out?
Not yet, but I'll have one soon.
All right. Well, you keep on coming back, and as soon as you got that ready,
I'm working on it. The next time I'll have a better background. I'll get my camera on. I'll wake up a bit and look better, and it'll look like it's supposed to be.
Nice. Oh,
I'll put my
Elizabeth
guns in
came
the background.
in. So Elizabeth says, yes, there are churches like this even in East Tennessee. Had a falling out with mine. Yeah, I mean this is just scratching the surface on why I am completely against religion. And based on what Deidre said, I think that this is going to be this is likely going to be our next topic for the next stream. I might take tomorrow off. I might not. Depends on if I have any dog training clients tomorrow. But Lopaka, again, I want to thank you so much for coming up. I want to thank you for hanging out with us.
Hey, thank you.
Always a pleasure, and hope to see you next time.
Thank you. Aloha, guys.
All right, peace out. So, we went over, I like that we can kind of go all over the place a little bit. I mean, I have a general idea of what I want to do when I come to sit down, but I keep saying it over and over. This isn't just a channel for me. This isn't a place for me to just, I was already watching the videos that I wanted to watch before I started the channel. This is a party. This is a collection. This is for all of us. So that's why the panel is always going to be part of this show. I always want to hear from you guys, whether it's in the comments, whether it's in the panel afterwards, or both, even better. Yeah, there's nobody in charge here saying that we have to do this, that, or the other. So if we start talking about Joe Rogan and then we kind of get off onto to church and things, Elizabeth, I'll drop the link one more time in case Elizabeth, you wanted to come up and talk. But yeah, we covered a decent amount today. And I think that, so Elizabeth said, I would still say I'm a Christian, but I have zero faith in the hierarchy of man. Interesting. That's definitely, something that, and we got Trevin in the building. Oh, you guys are showing up late. So Trevin, the majority of the stream was us going through some old Rogan clips and debates and seeing, how much he has changed or hasn't changed. Turns out he hasn't changed all that much, except for he had a much bigger trust in mainstream media than he did. Or he had a much bigger trust in mainstream media in 2019 than he's had since they lied about him eating horse paste. But then, as any good party does, you never know where it's going to go. And we got off into evolution and DNA and why are there still monkeys if we came from common ancestors, all that good stuff. So that's what you're going to get here. I'm going to have a topic. We're going to go through the topic, and then wherever it goes, we go. Where no man has gone before, the IndianJesus will be there. I just came with that on the spot. That's pretty good, right? So again, I really appreciate you guys hanging out. Trevor and Elizabeth, I wish you guys could have popped in a little bit earlier. I know usually I'm just getting going around this time, but I'm playing around with different times of day. So make sure you subscribe and hit the bell so that when I go live at random times, you are invited to the party. Either way, the invitation for you guys is always open. Lapaka, thank you for jumping on the panel. You will always have a space on the panel. And yep. Work. You already know we've done 11 hours in the last 2 days. So, and Elizabeth is heading out. So I'm going to go. Peace out. Everyone, make sure to get their ass in the gym or focus on yourself one step at a time. I cannot think of a better way to end that. So thank you, Elizabeth, for your beautiful words. And thank you guys again for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed what we were doing. If you like the show, please hit the like button and help me get into the algorithm. Let's really get this party going. When we got hundreds of people in the chat, we'll be having a good time. And that cannot happen if I'm not getting likes and I'm not getting subscriptions. So make sure again that you do hit that like button. And if you really liked it, I do have some support links down in the description. If you could hit those, it is not free to do this. And as you can see, I am putting in full days of work at a time here just to have a party for you guys. So I would very much appreciate that. But if you don't want to do that, you just want to sit at home and think about how great this channel is and how awesome the IndianJesus is, you can do that too. Until next time, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I am Lutch, aka the IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, I am out of here. Peace.